And welcome back to the Hearthstone Uni Cup presented by Blizzard and AEL and sponsored by McDonald's, where we'll be showcasing the universities across Australia and New Zealand and revealing some of the best talents in Hearthstone within this region. I'm Mendrix, and reprising his role as the Hearthstone hive mind to break down the plays and strategies is none other than Yaoway. Mate, how you been? It feels like it's been an eternity since I've seen your face.
Yeah, no, it's like we were just having our first day at Scholarment, and now we've graduated and we're just left out in the Barrens. It's been a long ride.
Has been a very long road, man. Tell me, how you feeling about the meta at the moment? Because things have definitely changed and come a long way since Scholarmans.
Yeah, well, like, what's the phrase they say? The more things change, more they stay the same. I think a lot of it is fairly similar. There are little differences here and there, but we are still seeing a lot of the powerhouses from last year still playing a big role this year, like the Libram Paladin that was really popular last year, and so was like the aggressive rogue deck. But we are definitely seeing a lot of new competitors, like Demon Hunter's got toned down a lot. We're still seeing Priest taking forever in their matches. Warlock has definitely seen a huge spike in play with their control aspects. So yeah, it has its differences, but then there are also a lot of similarities. So it's just going to be about who pilots their best deck and whoever brings the best lineups.
Very good to hear, and I'm excited to see what these players bring into it. Now, before we do jump into the action, we will be showcasing some of the best moments throughout the tournament with your help. If you see a play or strategy that's too good to be true, start spamming in the chat. I'm loving it, and our team will take notice and throw some of those out on the social medias. Now, we will be starting off the tournament with our North Conference, and the players to help kick that off will be Bian, myself, and Ink. So pretty excited to see what these guys can do for the 2021 Hearthstone University Cup. And I believe when I look at Bian, he's fielding the Demon Hunter, Warlock, and Rogue. And on the flip side of things, Ink will be fielding the Rogue, Warrior, and Priest.
Looks like Ink's lineup's really cool. It's got like a control matchup, an aggro deck, and then like a mid-range deck. Whereas Beard myself is gone more on the slower side. I think he's going for the long games. He's not trying to win any game in specific. But Ink's got like the whole range there, so it's actually going to be pretty cool to watch how what he bans on his end. I think Ink probably just wants to get rid of that Warlock because it's very difficult for his Priest deck to beat the Warlock deck. And then Beard myself, I think might just get value from banning the Warrior deck. The Warrior looks like the toughest matchup for all his lineup. Did we? Anyway, yeah. So yeah, looking at it as well. They both have Rogue, but they're both fairly different Rogue decks. With me and myself bringing the Miracle Rogue and Ink bringing the Aggro Rogue. I think the Aggro Rogue does better in a tournament format where you're able to specifically target your opponent's deck. I think it's definitely got a good matchup against all of me and myself's decks. Whereas Miracle Rogue has the issue where it oftentimes has to draw really well, and when it does, it does do extremely well. So it has a bit of luck element there. Rogue does tend to have that issue where it needs to see some specific cards, and if it doesn't, then it becomes a little awkward. Yeah. Have we got Mendrix back?
I think I am back. Okay, look. This is the thing with the internet. There, I'll see if I can get my camera back. But guys, you just have to imagine my face. I know it's a little bit of a brief reprise, so not have to see it. So I will organize that for you very shortly. But that being said, I can see the bans have actually come across through at the moment. It is going to be the Warlock being a banned away by Ink, and on the flip side, myself will be taking out the Warrior. So I'm not sure if you've gone through that already at the moment, Yaoway. Have you, or what's the scenario
I haven't,
here?
but those were those were my exact predictions. So it's good to know that I still have it in me. I'm still able to make these accurate predictions. And yeah, I was going through how Rogue is very powerful, but like as we knew from last year, a lot of the times they need to draw like very specific cards, and when they get lucky, they're like borderline unstoppable, and then when they're unlucky, it's a little bit tougher to win. So that's why I think they've both left Rogue to be available to play, but Warlock and Warrior just are very powerful on their own, and they don't really need to play into that luck factor.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, I'm going to be interested to see how this all does play out as well. Must admit on that sense and that. We'll just be waiting a little bit longer while we're getting that organized and getting into for them to prepare for battle. Up on that though, Yahweh. We'll have a look at the rest of the bracket going forward into it. Now, for the North Conference, that being said there, we do have Tempest, and on the other side of that, Naughty Daddy, who will be waiting in the wings for us to see them play as well. And looking at what these guys have available in terms of their decks, they seem to have a little bit of the similarities going there, specifically looking at Tempest, who's got that Warlock, Rogue, and Warrior, but Naughty Daddy's flipping it around a little bit. He's actually got a Druid mixed into that. Now, Token Druid, I feel with the new meta has been doing pretty well. How's that been the case on your side? Or how do you feel about that, Yahweh?
We've had a very recent adjustment patch, like just about a week ago, so we're still in early days of what's good. I think Druid by definition got a lot stronger because everything else was toned down and Druid was left untouched. So Druid is definitely a very big player coming into this week. I think because every other deck is still testing out what's good and what isn't, Druid can just capitalize it using what's tried and trusted, so it can prey on these unrefined decks. And Tempest himself, he's bringing a rather standard lineup. He did reach out to me the other day for some practice, and I did have some games with him. So I'm always happy to help out if people want to play, and it fits into my schedule. So yeah, if anyone does want to play, I'm happy to make some time to play with them as well. Provided
Yahweh, provided what?
Provided the 3G in the data doesn't in the Barons doesn't cut me off as well.
Look, for a fact that even I have suffered from the 3G in the Barons as well. We recently just to notify that there in that scenario there as well. So look, these things happen from time to time, but Yahweh, you are a man of the people to actually provide that across. So pretty good in that sense to say that so I think we should be jumping into the game fairly shortly. Any predictions for this tournament going forward?
I think Warlock's going to be very popular. I think it's a deck which is fairly simple to run. It counters a lot of the priest decks. I think Rogue and Warrior are also very big players. And then Paladin is going to be up in there, given that they've just been toned down quite a bit last week. So in terms of the classes we'll see, I think it's going to be a lot of the same ones. There's not going to be too much Shaman unless anyone's brave enough to try and bring something that's not commonly seen. But I think we'll see like a fair share of variety amongst the tournament, and as long as we avoid some of those control priest mirrors, I think we'll be good at crowning a winner fairly quickly.
Pretty happy to see that sense of friend. Definitely good. Apart from that, though, guys, of course, there will be plenty of prizes up for grabs for these tournaments as well. So pretty happy to say in that sense, and I'm pretty ready to go on my sense of this. Are you ready to jump into that action?
Definitely ready to go. I'm really keen to see some of these matches going forward. I think it will be a quick one.
Beautiful to hear. I think it'll be. You're saying it's going to be a quick one in terms of what's been banned away, but I've seen from time to time, especially when those priests get into the mix of things, these things actually just play out a little bit longer. Is there any chances of that being a play coming to it? Have you seen any of those special cards coming into it where they might go, you know what? Actually, this is going to elongate the game by another 5-10 minutes because, hey, I've got the ability to generate a few extra cards.
No, I think Ink's priest deck is actually a very tempo-oriented one, so it's not trying to drag the games out. It has a slow early game, but its mid game is pretty strong, and it will usually have a decisive winner in the mid game. Which is really different to what we see in Priest. We don't really normally see them play a tempo strategy. We normally see them drag it out. So they're all playing relatively mid-rangey or aggro decks. So the only long deck that was brought was Warlock, which has been banned away. But that Warlock deck is actually pretty cool as well. Hopefully we get to see it at some stage down the track.
So what's so cool about that deck, though, going forward now? Like, what's the specific aspect of that deck that you really want to see?
The Warlock or the Warlock? Well, it plays Jiraxes.
The Warlock, yeah.
the Warlock plays Jiraxis, which we have not seen in a long time. Jiraxis
That's all you want to see. You just want to see Draxus.
yeah, it got buffed in March, so it's actually it's not like a handicap when you play now. It's actually just a card you can play where there's no penalty. You just become really strong. You start summoning these Infernals. You're summoning one of the most iconic characters in WoW history. So yeah, it's actually pretty cool to see.
Draxus.
Yeah, he's the
Well, I
Aerodor
think part of
Lord.
the I think he's the of the Burning Legion.
Yeah.
I think there's everyone's seen the video, everyone's seen the memes. We know it all started back in back in Warcraft a long time ago. What I think is interesting that Jiraxis used to be played typically, as a finisher towards the end. With the new buffs coming into it, we've seen players just, sweet, I've got Jiraxis, I'm playing it right now, or there are particular points in time they're waiting to drop that card in.
Well, I think anytime you can drop Jiraxis is a good time, or barring the points where you're literally about to get lethal and you have to remove their board. But now you can just play it when you're like even on board or even ahead on board, and it's actually really good. The Warlock deck plays a lot of other cool cards like Ticketus, which has actually been a very controversial card amongst community last couple of weeks in regards to it destroying your opponent's deck, which is not considered really fun.
Definitely the case. But that being said, we are jumping into the first match of the 2021 Hearthstone Uni Cup, where we'll be showcasing Bien and Ink coming up, both playing the Rogue. Listen, pretty typical starts here at the moment. As always, it is pretty slow. And having a look to see what's being picked up across the board, there is, no big cards at this moment in time. Everyone's just mulligan to make sure they have pretty decent tempo coming into it, and immediately it will be the one maker of the bat from Ink.
The Ink's deck is very aggressive. He wants to look for weapons like our favorite self-sharpening sword or the swine tusk shank. He's got all the poisons to assist with killing his opponent, but he doesn't really have the weapons to do so. Whereas being myself is playing the miracle style deck where he just wants to generate a lot of value. He has the Janus, which has most recently been toned down a bit. He's got the efficient Octobot, which is extremely strong. And then it's cool to note that being myself is actually playing a secret package using powerful cards like the Sparkjoy Chi, and he's going to be able to use Blackjack Stunner for some tempo later. Blackjack Stunner does lose a bit of value in a matchup where your opponent's just playing all aggressive cards and trying to push as much face damage as he can.
But we do know that as a problem for Ink, if he does not actually get those self-sharpening swords at any point, it can actually be really detrimental to his play. I have seen, like you said, in the past, rogues completely decimate their opponents if they manage to pick up those initial self-sharpening swords early. On the flip side, sometimes they're waiting until turn 7, and they're just sitting there going, woe is me, why have the RNG gods abandoned me?
Yep. So as we can see, Vin myself is just able to he's going to be able to Shadow Step that Sparkjoy Chi and play it again, which drops a secret from his hand at no cost and draws him a card, and he gets to play the efficient Octobot, which is really strong. Given that it has 4 health, it's very difficult to remove, so it's always going to be able to activate its Frenzy effect to be able to give him a lot of discounts, and we've seen how powerful really heavily discounted hands can be, because you can play a lot of extra cards that you shouldn't have been able to, and Ink's still not being able to get to his weapon, and he's on turn 4 already.
Definitely problems beginning to form for Ink, as we were just discussing in the past. He is looking through his options at the moment, does have some discounts on that cutting glass and of course the other cutting glass, but needs a weapon to operate into. I think at this point he is just going to continue to look into it, but that cutting glass does allow him to draw 2 cards in there in the end, so that's something that he can actually work with, and he does pick up Swindle and of course Dirty Tricks, but another secret has been popped, and there's the ambush, and of course the Blackjack Stunner put in for Bien myself, which, to be honest, basically playing straight into his strategy.
Ink actually managed to pick up the weapon, so it's a game changer. Like, now they're just playing the race. He can just completely ignore board and just start pushing in a lot of damage. He's already got the Silver Leaf Poison, I believe. No, he does. Yeah, he has a Silver Leaf Poison to be able to start drawing a lot of cards. And now it's just going to be a face race, really. This is what you're looking for. It's a little later than what he would like, but it's not like the game's completely over. He just has to be able to draw into a bunch of weapon buffs and then his Cloak of Shadows as he's approaching the end of his lifespan. So, or anything can happen from here now that he's gotten his weapon up.
Now that we'll see what happens in the end, as we can tell, we are going to have a few attacks played here, possibly with another Black Junk Stunter. We'll have to wait and see what Bien decides to do. It looks like he's planning to drop that in as well. And as we can see on the flip side, Ink did pick up that prize Plunderer. So it is pretty useful when he's got minions on the field, but it looks like he has to play quite a few to actually get the best out of that particular card. And we'll also pick up another Silverleaf Poison. So that's actually playing even better into Ink's strategy, and he's continuing to buff that weapon right on up.
Yeah, but I think Ink's actually got a pretty good hand. Like, now every time he attacks, he draws 2 cards with his Swine Tongue Shank. So there's going to be a lot of cards drawn every turn, and then everything just changes. Now, he's got a lot of draw power, and he's definitely got a lot of ways to start clearing the board and match board damage. This is the part where Bien myself actually needs to start picking up the damage on his end, because he's not going to be able to outrace Ink's Shank, so he has to start pushing out the damage itself. And Kazakus is definitely a good start, along with the Janus that's already in his hand, but he just needs to pick up the pace.
Well, another thing that happened there as well is we did actually see that Octobot get cleared off, which means that Frenzy effect didn't actually get pushed into play, which will definitely be hurting Bien myself. And things starting to look a bit up for Ink now, but Janus Barrel has gone down, and let's see how good Ink is at playing that guessing game.
Getting that taunt up is really good at slowing down Ink. He does have an out to it being the coerce. That's actually pretty rough for Bien myself, but he does have a lot of damage on the board with that Zai the Incredible having 5 attack, that Rogue Ambusher having 2 attacks, so he might actually be able to race for a bit. But again, with Ink drawing 2 cards every time he attacks, he might be able to get into the Cloak of Shadows. There's a lot of things that can happen. There's a lot of variables that can come to play here, and we're not going to be able to see any room for error in this match, just because it's going to be going so quickly, and both sides are seeing a lot of cards.
That seems to be the case when the Rogues do jump in. As you can see, more cards continuing to be drawn. Only 12 left now for Ink. Has picked up that Cloak of Shadows, so looks like he will have that escape ability to get out if necessary. And that does mean things looking even better for Ink coming into the rest of this tournament. He's still thinking through some of his options here at the moment. He has an option to attack. We'll be going straight to the face by the looks of things, as the taunt has been removed from the board and the race continues.
Well, that Shadow Step's a really good pickup. He can Shadow Step and clear one more card if he has a time, but I don't think he has. Now, there might have been a way for him. He actually has lethal into double wicked stabs. So I think the Shadow Step...
we didn't even take that into account.
Yeah, if he had the Shadow Step, the Prize Plunderer, and then hit off the Zai, I mean, he would have survived, but I think he was just running out of time there. So we did see a very quick game right here. Ink definitely, if he had a couple more seconds, that game could have completely turned tides of it.
Absolutely on the back end of that. Crazy you can see how quickly that these games can go if you just don't take into account these cards that have been picked out on the opponent's side. He probably thought that he could have survived just one more turn, and that would have been enough for him to set up for his finishing combination. But in the end, like you said, it was a game that came down to those seconds, and because he didn't have the ability to actually play that initial card, he does fall down in the end. That being said, though, he still has an opportunity to come back into this. Doesn't mean he can use that rogue again, but Bien myself on the offside is no longer able to do it, and now he looks he will be having to field that other deck in order to close this out and move into the next round.
Yeah. So Bien myself has brought a Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck. It's an archetype which is being very forced by Blizzard, with a lot of their cards being synergistic. But with synergistic decks, you obviously need both sides of the synergy, which we saw he didn't have issues with in the first game, where he had Secret Enablers and the Secrets. And we haven't really seen this deck do too well on the ladder itself, but given that it was recently buffed last week as well, it might be a little different. I'm interested to see how it matches up against this aggro rogue, because I don't think it's a matchup we see very often on ladder, given that neither deck are too popular on ladder.
Oh, looks like the game will be starting up. Both these players are ready and have mentally propelled themselves to the next step. As I was mentioning before, Bien myself on this side actually has the ability to take it out to that next round and knock out Ink if possible. Let's see how we go. Will be Ink, of course, choosing to remain on that row because it still has it available, but BM myself needs to finish off with that Demon Hunter. So, as we come into it, it will be a quick mulligan on the side there. I think we are losing a bit of a player, while there's a match pause, so some of these things, as the player's internet not doing the best bit, but looking like a pretty good mulligan coming out of Ink in this scenario, and as we can see there, does have, of course, the coin for that little bit of extra tempo, but BM myself holding no punches, immediately does drop down his Tusk Piercer and begins to draw out damage.
We see the self-sharpening sword, so this match might go a lot more differently than the previous match.
Yeah, already having some of the key pieces of the components that are available for Ink, as you can see, just continue putting out that face damage there. Looks like it's going to be another race match between these two players at this point. We'll drop in that coin, as you can see here, and I imagine he's going to be dropping that sword immediately. And yeah, the sooner he gets it out, the better, with the preparation in tow as well.
Yeah, now that he's got the Silver Leaf Poison, every time he attacks, he gets to draw a card as well. So we see BN myself with these very strong late game cards in Skull of Gul'dan and the Death Speaker Blackthorn. But against this weapon row, you're not always guaranteed to even get that far into the game. So cool to see what's going to happen. We see the Razor Board that was recently buffed. We also see the Felsteel Execution. There's just a lot of clunky cards. We want to see how much, like what way he's going to try and get as much damage on board as possible to be able to race this rogue.
We're dropping down that Felsteel Executioner and continuing just to pop anything. We won't be able to get the best use out of the effect, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. It's still a body on the board, allowing him to do some damage and at least having some tempo coming into it, but continuing to drop those poisons right on down and keep on powering through. As you can see here, we'll choose to clear away the board instead, strengthening that weapon a little bit further and continuing that card draw.
So one maker adds a 1-cost spell from your class to your hand. Given the most recent rotation, a lot of the bad 1-cost spells in each class was removed, so one maker's power has just gone up so high. You're extremely likely to get a poison to be able to buff that weapon, so it's actually very good in the rogue decks now. And more so, it's also good in Demon Hunter, but rogue just has so many good 1-mana spells now.
Pretty crazy to see how, just a small change of actually removing cards, actually removing the options and limiting and narrowing that field actually strengthens a card by such a ridiculous margin. Does, of course, pick up that Cutting Glass as well, and just continuing to use more cards to get everything across. So another one maker coming into play here as well, and it has picked up the Brain Freeze, which will be nice to just clear out that board and clear a nice easy path to victory for Ink, who is starting to lose a little bit of health here, and it's making me worry in that flip side, that because he might fall down the same way he did beforehand, where out of the blue, the lethal damage came through, all the weapons came right on out.
Yeah, I think Ink's actually got a very strong board. He still had that Silver Leaf Poison on the self-sharpening sword, so he can definitely still get more options every turn. We can see how powerful it is just being able to draw a card every time you attack. He's got 2 Cloak of Shadows in his hand, so he's actually got essentially 2 free turns where he can push a lot of damage and not be afraid of dying. So being myself, not knowing this information, needs to be able to pick up the pace in his playstyle, because he actually has 2 less turns to pressure his opponent than what he thought. That's a really good pickup though.
That'll have to do with that. Outcast playing out hugely. As you can see, he immediately does it down, clears the board, and buys himself a bit more time. Another preparation falling into the hands of Ink as well. And I guess with BN myself, he does have some pretty high cost cards in his hand at this moment in time. If he's able to withstand the next amount of onslaught coming from Ink, he should be okay to actually play that and maybe have a chance to come out with victory. But that is a number of cards that are available for Ink, and he can actually probably drop his entire hand pretty damn soon and do some crazy damage. As you can see here, we'll just get that Wicked Knife out, Sinister Strike, and he is just racing for the finish line.
Well, from what I can see, Ink actually has lethal over 3 turns, and he has the Cloak of Shadows to be able to give him those 3 turns. He just needs to be able to get in as quick as possible. That Skull of Gul'dan, as we can see, is how powerful it is. Being able to draw 3 cards and discount them is going to put a bit of a stall in this, because those Death Head cultists also just heal up, so it might be able to slow him down a bit. But if we can wait till turn 10, Ink's definitely got this game on lock. So it's just a matter of him closing out the game as quick as possible right now. But he can only, as we stated before, he can only stall 2 turns. So he has to figure out what he wants to do the other 2 turns.
Well, Mendrix will be dropping down as moments in time. So guys, make sure you do help him find his wife. Everyone, if you did play WoW back in the day, on how hard it was to actually find that back. That was something that's crazy in that sense. So I do love this card coming back in Hearthstone and giving a little bit of the sense of it. As you can hear though, with the drop coming through from the dev speaker, continuing to really shore up that board for Yaoway and myself. And now things are looking a little bit scary here for Ink. He does have, like you said, the ability to stall out the next 2 turns, but with things as they're happening, those death rattles will be providing a little bit more HP for Bian, and he might actually find a way to bring this game back.
Definitely. So we have to assess how much damage he has, because those wicked stabs go up to 6 damage on turn 10. So even then, that's only 12 damage. It's going to be a little tough. I think it might be a little too tough to win. He might just, without being able to access his secret passages, and he's already used both his swindles, it's going to be hard for him to draw. He might just have to play one of his Cloak of Shadows this turn, just to see what he can draw. He needs to stall out as much as he can, get that last bit of chip damage in.
Oh, how the tables have turned. This entire time I've been looking at Ink saying, you know what, he's looking pretty good, he's looking very strong, but Bian has come back and has managed to draw enough of the effect. Strong, healthy board with a decent amount of taunts, mind you, that needs to be chewed through by Ink for him to get across. And like you said, even though he's got a decent chunk of damage in his back pocket, he needs to get to turn 10 before he's going to be able to do it. And now it's a question of whether he's actually going to be able to get there or not.
Yeah, and all it took was that Skull of Gul'dan from being myself. Everyone's been complaining about Skull of Gul'dan for the past year, saying how polarizing it is and how powerful it is. And we can see why people weren't joking when they said that.
See here, Bian myself will also be dropping down his good old Mendrix as well. So a nice little play up on the side there, continue to power up, and will have to do nothing at this point, as that Cloak of Shadows is, of course, just keeping Ink alive for another turn. Might have to play another one if possible.
Yeah, I think he has to. That's actually not a bad draw to coerce. It means he's going to be able to remove that the Fordring guy, the Talon Fordring, and he's going to be able to clear the board and have no taunts for his opponent. So he might be able to get away with something cute next turn. So that was actually a pretty good draw. He might actually force his opponent to play that Darkspear Berserker that he doesn't really want to play in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, like you can see, that does deal 5 damage to your hero, so even though it does give you a pretty strong body on that front board, it's not exactly something that you want to be dealing against an aggro deck. And at this point as well, when you take into account, you've got the Illidari Inquisitors also in his hand. Not really something you want to be playing right now as well, so it's going to be a bit rough for him going forward, because he might end up getting himself killed in the process of actually dropping those cards down. But we'll use the Illidari Studies, we'll grab himself what looks to be a 3 spells there, has got himself the Cultist spell. We'll actually go in for the Spectral Sight, and allows him to continue drawing more cards, gets another Fellsteel Executioner and another Razorfen Beastmaster, which is not too bad for him in that sense, but he will be playing that Raging Fell Screamer off the back of those cards coming into his hand.
Really interesting he chose not to play the Darkspear Berserker, because he could just potentially lose if his opponent draws like something big. That's a really good start. So how much damage is his opponent? Ink has 13 damage, he just needs to find 2 damage. I do believe both his Sinister Strikes have been used though, so he might not be able to get there, but let's see what he does.
As you can see, he will be using
Secret Passage.
That is a fantastic pickup on the side there. He might be able to find that last 2 damage. As you can see here, no cards in hand.
That's too late.
And another Secret Passage, Paralytic Poison, and another Swine-Tusk Shanker. And yeah, like you said, a bit too late. Let's see if does he have enough to survive the next round? I don't think he does.
Might as well go for that.
He's thinking it through right now. That's really all he's got at this point. Is he's looking at it, and it seems it will be probably what's going to be played here. I think he does have to go for that Secret Passage. See if he just has 2 damage that can just pop out of the blue from that. You've got one cost card really could possibly provide it, but I don't see any other option for him, and it seems like he has realized it as well, and there it comes in. Let's see what is picked up.
I'm out of cards.
And he doesn't. Oh, there it is. Oh no, it's not. It has to be played. It's a little unfortunate.
Unfortunate for him. And here we are. Well, at the start of it, Ink was looking very strong coming into it, but as we
He
can
just
see, he
needed that
banned myself
Mendrix
no
wipe.
time. Unfortunately, wasn't found on the side of it there, and Ink will be taken out in this particular round. And banned myself pretty commanding in both things. And this, would you say that's down to perhaps just a little bad luck coming in from the decks there, or BM was just very well prepared in terms of what he had in his particular meta strategy?
I think it was a little bit of both. I think it was very unfortunate that Ink wasn't able to get those explosive early games. With the aggro rogue, he wasn't able to find Mancrick's wife in time in the second game. The combination of that is just a shortfall of the aggro rogue. It's what you accept whenever you bring that deck. It's like I either have a weapon or I bust. But whenever I have a weapon, I have that shot. It was unfortunate this time round. He didn't. It might change for him in the losers bracket. It might not. We'll see how that goes. But it was definitely a good strategy for Bian to leave the aggro rogue in the lineup, even though it's a fairly scary deck. It's just like, well, my opponent better have it, right? So yeah, that was a good pick, and he played pretty well himself as well. So he knew his decks and his strategy going into that match.
Well, what I also found good about it as well is you could see that there are actually two options for victory using that specific deck, whether it's going to be using the self-sharpening sword as your main one or actually using the swine tusks instead. So you do leave yourself some options to actually grab what you need, and it does seem that perhaps maybe 75% of the time it'll probably work out for him. That being said, though, guys, we will be moving into a quick break while we do work out the brackets. Will be going up next. By the looks of things, when I look at things very quickly here, I can see that Tempest was able to beat Naughty Daddy in the previous bracket beforehand, which means that it will be BM myself going up against Tempest in the future, and it will be, of course, Naughty Daddy going up against Ink in the losers bracket. So do not go anywhere. We'll have those games coming up for you shortly. And welcome back to the Hearthstone Uni Cup 2021, presented by Blizzard and EL and supported by McDonald's. Now, if you're just joining us, we do have the next winners bracket coming on up. And if you were just watching before, we did see BN myself take out Inc., who has now been moved to the losers bracket. That being said, BN myself will be going up against Tempest, who was able to beat Naughty Daddy in the previous match. And I'm pretty excited to see how these two guys do fare up. Now, what's really exciting about this is that Tempest was previously in the tournament last year. So I'm really excited to see how he's changed and evolved. And Yaoway, you were mentioning you've actually played with Tempest a little bit. How's he looking coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I played with him the other night. He looks like he's bringing the same lineup that he was using to test against me. And like I said, if anyone ever reaches out and wants to play some games, I'm always happy to play some practice matches with them. Tempest definitely did came up on top, so I'm more than certain that he's ready for his matchups. I'm not sure if he made some minor changes to each of his decks or not, but I'm sure he is definitely prepared for a lot of the matchups. He did mention what his toughest matchup was, and there are no players today bringing it, so I'm sure he's going to be really happy to see that no one's bringing the mage deck.
You were mentioning that as well, being excited to see some of the things that might be coming across here, and a mage deck being one of them. While we are, just waiting for these players to get ready, there's currently setting themselves up mentally, getting themselves in position to obviously take out the prizes of this tournament. Let's talk about those prizes. First place, of course, will get 2 times 60 card packs plus 3 times 40 card packs as well. And going down that line there, there'll just be a number of packs really just being given away for the rest of the teams. And of course, all participants will be able to receive that Valorant Flame back card in its participation. And Yaoway, you were telling me this is actually pretty big that they'll be getting these particular card packs, and you're just explaining the reasons as to why, because it is something that you can hold on to and trade in for a currency in the future.
Yeah, well, obviously we need cards to be able to play Hearthstone, so being able to get 60 packs is later down the track is a lot of money to be saved. And as you would understand, people in university don't tend to have a lot of money because they're spending all their time studying. They might not be able to commit that many hours to a part-time job. And I'll admit Hearthstone is a little bit more on the pricey side. So being able to get a lot of card packs, I think card packs are nearly $1 each, I think. So this is quite a bit of money that they get to save and enjoy being able to play games rather than working some part-time job that they don't want to be at. Speaking of part-time job, Macca's was actually my first part-time job, and I actually had a blast there when I was 14 years old. It was really good times. And if you have a sibling or a child or someone who's around that age, definitely tell them to start working at Macca's. It teaches you a lot of things, and you have a lot of fun while you're there.
That's really good to hear. I mean, I know a number of my friends who actually were originally, working at McDonald's when they were back in their teens as well, and people just continued to stay there. That being said, though, we are jumping into the game now here of BN myself up against Tempest, and both of them are from the University of Queensland, so it looks like it will be a battle of the alumni coming into this tournament.
Yep, definitely. And we have some rivalries there. Obviously, we have the Warlock mirror match, but they're very different Warlock decks. BN myself actually playing a really cool Warlock deck where his job is to actually destroy his own deck and deck himself out. And then he gets to play cool cards like the new legendary Niru Fireblade, which has a cool effect when you have an empty deck. Whereas Tempest, on the other hand, is just playing a standard control Warlock. It looks like it's a little bit greedier with a little bit more top end, but we'll get to see. It's pretty cool when you want to deck your opponent out, and then suddenly your opponent's like, I wanted you to deck me out.
Well, I mean, very, very fitting if you consider it. Tempest, like you said, seems to be a seasoned veteran coming into this tournament. He did play in the previous one, and he's playing standard with a little bit of spice on top, whereas the flip side, BN, is actually playing some of those new age stuff coming into it. So very excited to see what he does play. The other thing to note as well is that Tempest did ban away the Demon Hunter for BN, and on the flip side, BN has banned away the Warrior. So very exciting coming into it. That means it will be the Warlocks and the Rogues going into this. Will be a mirror, and we are coming up with an initial mirror right now, and Bien has picked up Jiraxis immediately on the side there. You were mentioning before you would like to play it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it does have a 9 cost card coming into it, so we will have to wait a few more turns before we can get to see that enter into the board. As we're coming into the match, though, we'll be seeing the coin played out, and we'll be coining out what seems to be the Ogomancer, and just continuing to attack to the face in the meantime.
Yeah, Ogomancer.
Oh, I think it is maybe. For a second that I thought it was me, I'm going, really? Again? Come on. What can you do in these scenarios? But it turns out it's probably going to be Yaoway in this scenario. So I'll just be holding the line for the meantime while we wait for him to get himself back into the match, and we'll just be waiting down in the meantime. And as we can see here, it will be, of course, that Taunts Risen Skeleton just going for a few hits to the face here. And, of course, another side of the things will be the Armor Vendor being played by Bien to buy himself a little bit more time. I think it's just a matter of this point is these players will be just feeling out while they wait for the rest of the cards to come into their decks, allowing them to play out the real meat of their strategy.
Definitely. So now we see this Soul Rend, which is an example of one of these cards where you look like you're just clearing all your cards off, but then we will see later that he'll play the Nuttery Fireblade and be able to just capitalize on the fact that he emptied his own deck.
There's a Soul Rend off that, probably something that we'll see next played as well, as you mentioned. In the meantime, though, Tempest looking to be on top purely just because he has board control for the meantime, and this thing will all continue to play out those cards as well. A Venomous Scorpion, which allows him to discover a spell. We'll see what he decides to pick up as he's going.
I choose to pick a Race Dead, so he's definitely in it for the long game.
So it really is something that's a bit interesting. Now, with this particular deck from Bien myself, is he actually opting in for a long game sort of play, or is he just saying, you know what, once I achieve my strategy, I'm just going straight out to the face. I'm not trying to control my opponent anymore.
Well, that's the weird part, because when his deck does get maximum value when he runs out of cards in his deck, but when you do run out of cards in your deck, you start taking fatigue damage. Well, we see the Nuttery Fireblade now, so he's actually free to just go all in on clearing his own. He's going to be able to play his Soul Rends very liberally now, so he won't have to worry about just accidentally burning that Nuttery Fireblade.
That's definitely interesting to see that you can say that. So coming across there as well, I'm just waiting to see what's happening here. Unstable Fellbelt seems to be playing. We're just waiting for Tempest now to make his next move. Will be that Soul Shear. Just continue to clear away the board and put that into place.
Definitely. Yeah, we see a Twisting Nether. It's a spell we haven't seen in a number of years, but now we can see it's really powerful because it's able to corrupt cards like Ticketus. Ticketus, being that extremely controversial card, I've been mentioning how it kind of divides the player base.
What's the big issue with Ticketus? Because, you know, I've been seeing him, he looks pretty cool, corrupted, remove 5 cards from your deck. Oh, never mind, we'll get to see what the big deal with Ticketus is as he's being played at this moment in time, and he will be just corrupting those cards, as you can see there for the time being, just destroying everything away, and I think I understand what you mean. It's damn annoying when a number of your cards are just removed from your deck without any choice in the matter.
So here's the thing about Ticketus, right? It's not a particularly powerful card. Sure, it's a 6 mana 8/8, but against an aggro deck, they're just going to ignore it and just go for the face. And against control deck, it also just doesn't have a particular high win rate. It's just the concept of destroying your opponent's cards from their deck is an unfun one, because you're like, well, I put these cards in my deck to play, and now you're playing this card which gets rid of them. It's not a very fun concept. I want to be able to play my card against your cards, not just not have cards to play with, right? So that's why it's created a huge divide amongst the community. It's less about its win rate and more about how fun it's perceived to be.
Yeah, I completely understand that coming through. But that being said, I mean, it did get rid of a number of cards there. we do have what we like to call our Macca's moment coming across there, as you can see, guys. So if you do take a look into that, just shout out that I'm loving it at that moment in time to have that Macca's moment and see what these big plays coming throughout the tournament comes into it. But that being said, talking about Macca's moments, Lord Draxus has entered the field as we move into turn 10 for this match between the two Warlocks, Tempest and BN myself.
And we can see the Baron Scavengers is an example of one of those cards which capitalizes on the fact that your own deck's being destroyed. So it's actually a pretty cool concept if you think about it. Like, no one's ever really considered destroying their own deck, but now we actually have ways to be able to make the most of it.
I remember like when the concept of like milling was introduced to the game and everyone was playing that milling decks back in the day, and now that it, you know, perhaps isn't as common, but it does happen from time to time, you'd be seeing themselves saying, hey, yeah, go ahead, destroy my deck. As long as you don't mill away my Nero Fireblade, I do not care at all. You'll be assisting me in my own strategy.
Exactly.
As we see here, another Mortal Coil has been picked up as well, and there is Ticketus on the flip side being played, saying, you know what, you want to destroy my cards, that's fine, I'm going to destroy your cards.
Definitely.
A few of them have been picked up then, and it seems that it will be beyond myself picking up that Death's Head Cultist, and he did actually miss out on what was a pretty powerful clear card as well, which would help against a control deck like Tempest is fielding.
Definitely.
That being said, when you can just force them to kill each other, that's pretty easy on the side of things as well.
Yeah,
and continuing just continue to just basically clear away this board and reset everything as much as he possibly can at this moment in time. We'll lose a bit of his armor that he did generate there, as we can see here, and of course we'll continue to summon the Inferno, is what makes Draxus so powerful if you do manage to get him onto the board.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to be able to pile on those threats, those Infernos every turn. One interesting thing I noted a while back was that it's a 6-mana 6/6, and being the devil and all that, it's got the 6/6/6 lineup for cool lore as well, so it's pretty cool.
Well, now we're just waiting to see now what these players come into. Both of them actually even on HP for the time being. I want to look at those two decks in hand at the moment here for Ban myself, so he's waiting for his opportunity to use that Nero Fireblade. And as we can see here, 7 now available here for Tempest, who has dropped down his Ticketus again to continue to destroy the rest of the cards here, and that will mean there will be some damage being taken there from the fatigue. As you can see here as well, it does have that legendary Shield the Defier up on the board here. So even though there's some nice Inferno threats coming out of Beyond myself, it does have some pretty big ticket cards he needs to deal with. But with the deck gone, I think it's time for him to actually opt in for that Nero Fireblade, and there it is being hovered.
Yeah, and we can see the Nero Fireblade being played. It's very unfortunate that one of the last cards in the deck was that Envoy Rust, which would have been a very powerful card to keep after you've emptied your own deck. But now we get to see this self-fatigue Warlock, I think they would like to call themselves, in action. Tempest does have a lot of board removal, so he's going to be able to clear the first wave.
Well, I mean, like, that's something that he does have. He's got the Mortal Coil, he's got the Death Rattle, he's got a number of options available to him, and he still has some cards in hand as well. So, considering he's on 18 HP, not too bad really coming into it, because normally Draxus has whittled away a little bit more HP by this point in time, and as you can see there, we'll just continue to drain away some life soul. It does have the Cascading Disaster as well, which will be the destruction of 3 random minions. Does get rid of that Nero Fireblade as well, and now directly afterwards, even though he's managed to return some of the HP for BM myself, most of his board has been cleared, and that's a lot of damage straight to the face directly afterwards.
It's a little unfortunate that he's not going to be able to pile too much pressure on outside of his summonings and Infernus, but it is like a lot of recurring damage. You'll have to bear in mind that he's starting to pile on the fatigue damage as well, but this is definitely a really cool match I don't think I'll ever see very often, but this is a very cool deck.
I can see now that the Imp now is just continuing to just pile on more and more extras, and it seems to be a flip and board control just based off that initial play, but I mean, still 18 to 12 HP, still has a number of cards in hand for the time being. A lot of it can bring back what needs to be there, and isn't afraid to use that Life Tap to continue drawing more options for the board. We'll use that School of Spirits just to clear away the rest of the board there and actually force out another round coming across here from Beyond myself in the next way to play.
Interesting he didn't play the Tail and Fordring, which would have actually blocked a lot of damage, having that Divine Shield and Taunt. Now in myself's going to be able to play this Bloodshard Bristleback to be able to kill a lot of damage as well. And you know, again, have another onslaught of these imps, which is not like they're not very powerful, but they're very annoying.
Oh, I can absolutely see that. We'll, of course, drop through the Infernal as well, just to get a few more powerful minions onto the board. Yeah, those imps definitely are something that's quite frustrating to deal with. And you can see as well that extra HP that he managed to pick up does mean he goes up to 15. And it was looking a little bit weak for Rare prior hand, but of course the Wave Clear still available for Tempest, who's dropping on down there, and we'll play that Sociologist Militia to actually match that board control and rip everything out. But even in the process of doing that, and he's clearing away the board, still 18 high for BN myself, who's going to cop quite a bit more of that fatigue damage as it starts to really level up and hit him a little bit harder every single time.
Yeah, so losing the Envoy Rustwicks on his end is actually very detrimental, but now we see, oh, that's a really good card to draw. But now we're going to see a turn of likely the Tail-End Forging and the Drain Soul to be able to block a lot of damage. We might also see the Mortal Coil after he trades in the Sociologist Militia. It's going to be a very vital turn where he's got to make sure he does everything correctly, because he's got to live 2 more turns of fatigue.
Let's see if Tempest has the presence of mind. I mean, he has played in worse situations before and has been able to come out on top. So that being said, everything now needs to make sure that he plays it out carefully. You can see he is playing it carefully. He's waiting before he makes that decision. There he is actually trading out that Sociologist Militia, and we're using that Immortal Coil as well to draw out a little bit of an extra card. And it also gets himself that Misshiffin Prime, which has the taunt, summons the Fungal Giants, which is pretty damn good on the side of things. He's actually going to be able to play that Forgery, as you mentioned before, and seems he will have what seems to be the tools to keep himself alive for those extra turns and force out that fatigue.
Yeah, well, let me just check. No, it looks like BN myself actually got this. Man, we can see those imps. They just put in so much work.
They're too strong. They're just damn. Here I'm thinking my math is horrible, my friend. Yaoway, you need to pop in and be like, Nathan, yep, your math is not there, okay? Mendrix, listen to me. Listen to me. This
Out
is
of
when
the
he
Barons, we don't use the math. We just go off our instinct.
We just go by instinct. Well, my instinct is damn wrong, okay, at this moment in time. But it's damn wrong, but that is fine, because that does mean, of course, that BN myself has managed to pick up that particular round, which is pretty good going forward, and does mean that the new age is beating a bit of that old age that we can say coming into it. I guess this is the moment when you're, the freshman student up against the senior going, and the senior's going, damn, this guy's actually got a little bit of, something special coming into him. And I think Tempest now really does need to pick up his gears, understand what's going to happen next. That being said, that does mean, of course, that the Warlock won't be available for BN myself, so that does mean he will need to win the next round with his Rogue. Now, if that's the scenario, you're going into a Rogue, would you keep the Warlock deck, or would you actually choose to go Rogue and Rogue into it? Because as you can tell, Tempest has the opportunity to play his Rogue into BN's.
I think you just rip off the Band-Aid and play the Rogue Mirror. I mean, you're going to have to play it eventually anyway, right? So you might as well do it now. And you know what, I think my whole tournament is made just because I got to see that Nero Fireblade comes down. I never thought I would see it come down in a competitive setting and win, but it was a pretty cool win, to be honest. Just to seeing those wave of imps come down, they all got destroyed turn after turn, but they're like when you go up to the final boss and they're just sending you wave of creeps that don't really do anything but annoy you and eventually just come out on top.
I always had this thing with every game. If you're doing a strategy that tends to annoy your opponent, it probably is effective in some sense of the matter. That being said, Tempest refused to pull off that Band-Aid and said, no, Yaoway, I will be opting in for the Warlock into this instead. And we will be seeing, of course, the Rogue being played by BN once again. And right off the bat, Tempest will be dropping down, of course, that Spirit Jailer, which is exactly what you want to have at the start of your hand for the Warlocks, and start shuffling away those Soul Fragments into your deck.
Definitely, and the Ogremancer is actually specifically put in decks to beat Rogue, just because Rogue has so many spells and not a lot of ways to deal with a minion with 7 health. So having this Ogremancer now and a lot of removal cards in his hand means that Tempest is really good going into the mid game, and BN's going to be able to need a way to find an out to this Ogremancer. The Efficient Octobots are definitely a very good start though, given how it can discount a lot of cards and then let BN myself play a lot extra cards than he should.
Yeah, really at this moment in time, it is, like you said, because of the extra HP that's put into place by the Octobot, means it is a hard card for them to actually put into it, and the Frenzy would be nice. It looks like he will be opted in for that attack as well, which will force that Frenzy, and everything in hand for BN myself is going to be nice. And I think, I mean, it's a hard, question to ask yourself. Do you actually want to drop down that Frenzy into play early, or do you want to wait a little bit later, or try to clear it effectively so it doesn't come into play? And it makes you worry a little bit, I guess you could say, because he just decided, hey, you know what, I'd rather he have the Frenzy be used on less cards than more cards, and me not taking into account none of the thing I'll be played if I'm trying to hold back on popping it. So immediately just, like you said, rips off the band-aid in that case, and is going to continue just to clear out the board for the time being as they're continuing to pull their cards into it. Dirty Tricks will be put down as the secret, and BMSF will just pop up that Dagger Mastery, most likely attacks to the face in his turn.
Yep. So now we can see Tempest going to turn 4. He's only just one turn away from the Ogremancer turn. So it looks pretty good for him, but, we've seen Jan's Rogue do a lot of crazy things in the past.
Absolutely right in that sense. I'm having a look to see what they can do here now. I mean, he did actually have the ability to pop out some pretty crazy damage towards the end. And the thing is with Tempest's deck is it seems to be very melee, seems to be very minion focused in terms of things there. We do know that BN actually has options to attack straight to the face by passing those minions if he needs to with the spell cards in hand. So I feel like you said, it is something that Tempest needs to be mindful of, needs to be worrying about. And now as we're coming into that next round, we are moving into the 5th turn for him. Has dropped that Ogremancer, which you mentioned is a massive detriment to BN's strategy.
We can see that given how long BN's taken to think about how to play his turn, it's definitely very annoying to deal with, and I don't think he's going to be able to efficiently think of a way to deal with it. Look how he's just awkwardly just not really doing anything.
As you can tell, this point in time, he's like, okay, I don't want to use my resources to deal with the Ogremancer. The best I can do is just tap to the face. I'll just use a Dagger Mastery as well to keep things going, and hopefully I can dig deep for something else. Meanwhile, Tempest is saying, sweet, I clearly see that you have no answer to what I've just dropped down. I will be continuing just to ramp up. Venomous Scorpion has dropped into place there. Looks like he will also pick up the School Spirits, and things are looking very good for Tempest coming into this round.
Yeah, definitely. That Scorpion draw is really good. Janus Barrow is actually a very good way to deal with this Ogremancer, but unfortunately Tempest actually has a lot of ways to beat that using the Cascading Spirits or even the School Spirits, and between the School Spirits and the Venomous Scorpion he clears the whole Jander, so that's fairly annoying for BN myself.
Tempest having options to or efficient options to regain control of the board in this scenario. As you can tell, he's thinking it through. The only real times that these players do tend to really think through is when they've got a number of options and they need to weigh out what's really going to be the best going forward by thinking about ways of maintaining full control. And it will be the School of Spirits in this case, just to completely destroy everything in the end. Of course, Dirty Tricks will be played directly afterwards, meaning 2 spells will come into BN's hand, so he gets himself the Shadow Jeweler Hana and the Blackjack Stunner.
He gets the Blackjack Stunner as an out to the Ogremancer, but to be able to do that, he has to play the Bamboozle, which would mean that he summons a skeleton for his opponent anyway. So he needs to draw a Sparkjoy cheat right now to be able to temporarily clear this Ogremancer without triggering its effect. You can see how annoying it is.
Yes, yeah, I can definitely see it. Like you said, it is something that you have to really think into it whenever you cast a spell. 2 taunt skeletons coming into play, and it's just thinking, still can't clear this damn thing. And like you said, it's not going to be an idea of him being, all right, I can play this particular card and be fine afterwards. No, the big thing is that it is going to be just a temporary fix here in the scenario. And as you can see here, it will be that Bamboozle being played here, and we'll be able to summon up. He's thinking about his card choices at the moment, Reckoning and, well, never mind, it will be the Reckoning in this case, and the secret is after an enemy minion deals 3 or more damage, you'll be able to destroy it. So that's something that will be actually quite useful to take out the Ogremancer if he needs to, but of course playing it means that he will be summoning more skeletons.
Yeah, so we do see the Blackjack Stunner. I think BN might have been able to clear it with both his Prize Plunderers, but it would have taken extra steps. But now he's choosing to take the board back using this Shadow Jeweler Hana, which is pretty cool because that Ogremancer is a 6 cost now. It's going to be a lot more difficult to play. Unfortunately for him, Tempest actually has a Sociologist Militia to be able to summon 6 spirits and be able to just fight the board back.
Well, I mean, he still can play it if he wants to, the Ogomancer instead, and continue to put that annoying creature back onto the field. But look at all these secrets now. About to put in the Bamboozle will be in place here, and it will be just transforming that minion into something a little bit stronger. Still alive for the time being, but the Sociologist Militia will come down, as you mentioned before, and that is a lot of spirits ready to dish out a number of damage. But Tempest just thinking to myself, okay, what could be the possible secrets going forward? He's probably going to pull the trigger anyway and launch those traps.
Exactly, and now he's going to be able to clear off the Shadow Jewel Hanar, and just also have a board that B and myself has to deal with, and Rogue traditionally just cannot take on big boards very well. He does have 2 Prize Plunderers, which will be able to help him clear most of it though.
Let's pick up another Bamboozle off the back of it, and it looks like he'll be placing down Oh My Yogg in the process of that. Another 150 to continue getting a few extra spells, and it is now a good time to continue just using those spells while that Ogre is off the board, because next time it does come down, it means you will be handicapped in the process of it, and then you will be dropping out that Prize Plunder as well by the looks of things as it's being hovered.
Give me that. Look what I want.
Alright, I think we might be having some issues with Yaoway once again. So while we're waiting for him to come back into it, just going to continue to see BM myself just preparing himself for what might be the inevitable loss there. I think Yaoway is back there, as we can see.
Now we're going to see Jiraxxus. I just want to see Jiraxxus again. I want to see Jiraxxus as much as possible this tournament series.
Oh, I don't see Jiraxxus, but I do see a Ticketus come into play, and that's something you have to sit back and go, okay, do I put my Ogre back out? Do I put out Ticketus? What's going to be the real good play here? And it will be Jiraxxus, as you've mentioned before as well.
See, now there's just no penalty for playing Jiraxxus. It's such a powerful card. You just play it at any given point, and you become Jiraxxus. You don't set your health to 15 anymore.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it is a lot of damage he would have taken. It would have been actually 11 damage just to play Jiraxxus. So, as you mentioned before, people like to sit back and hold on to it normally until that HP came into play here, and the Blade Master has been transformed to something that has a little bit of extra HP, but it will actually clear away this board as well. As you can see, it will actually no, the death of it will actually stop it from having its reaction, and those spirits live to fight another day. And now Tempest is just moving straight for the face, and will also use Jiraxxus to clear out that last bit of the board. Secret Passage though might buy Bien what he needs to get himself back into this.
As we can see, like, the Ogomancer was able to buy a few turns and transition Tempest into the late game fairly well, where he's able to just push the damage. So even though the Ogomancer itself didn't have too much impact with its effect, it had a lot of impact on stalling out the turns and making it really difficult to play. And that's entirely why it's being put in decks. It's to counter rogues and be able to push you into the late game where rogue is traditionally a little bit weaker.
It's interesting to say that the effect, like you said, the effect itself wasn't really triggered, but it limited Bien's ability to just completely take control of this match. And now we're seeing Tempest, Jiraxxus on board, has board control, has a number of cards in hand, and also has many more decks, many more cards available in his deck. It seems like he's going to be unstoppable coming into this late game, but Bien myself now is trying to drop everything as the Yogg-Saron comes into play, as you can see here, and it will continue just to drop everything else as a mix into it. Sorry, the Yogg hasn't come into play, my bad there, but we'll just continue to play everything else out here.
Yeah, definitely. And as we do want to note that Bien myself has the burst combo of Tenwu and Alexstrasza that potentially does 16 damage, and with Shadow Step it's 24 damage, so he wants to be able to sneak in a win here, while Tempest wants to be able to close off the game as quick as he could. And there goes Olga's Mancrick's wife.
Definitely rough as a loss there. And this is one of those moments, as you mentioned, Ticketus just dividing the player base and saying, hey, I just lost a massive card that I can't play of it. That's unfortunate in that sense, but as you can see, he still has some options available to make it happen. There's a Yogg now coming into it, and I think you can tell at this moment in time, Bien saying, oh, that's unfortunate for him in the end, because actually just gave away something that he did not want to give, and now it seems that Tempest is going to be able to pick up a number of extra cards off the back of it. Another Socialist Militia, another Release Soul, and another Ticketus for one cost. Ridiculous.
Very good on Tempest identifying that his opponent could have the big burst combo and playing around and making sure he stays above 24 life.
Oh, Bien now thinking for himself at this moment in time what he can and can't do. Still has Alexstrasza in hand, did hover it for a second then. And it seems that it probably is going to be the play coming into it. At some point, you know, if you're feeling like you're still behind that 8 ball and you're trying to get those kills, it's time to just drop the combo and start dealing that damage and see what you can do, because it might force your opponent to make a play that they weren't expecting to use beforehand and actually buy yourself back into the game. I'll have to wait and see what they actually make from this next move. He's still thinking it through. Once again, re-hovering it, and yep, looks like he's going to be just going for that point where he says, you know what, I'm just going to muddle right on through. Actually, changes his mind once again. So he does need to hurry up because he's going to be running out a bit of time soon. And in the end, will actually just pull the trigger and start dealing that damage. Takes away that HP right off the back, and of course, we'll be following up with, but the looks of it, the 10 will as well.
Yeah. And he's able to return it to hand, and then he's going to be able to threaten lethal next turn.
Yep. And as you can see, there does another egg damage, pulls him down to 12, and as you said, it has brought it back for 7 cost, and does mean that he's going to be able to play it again and do a bit more damage. And things now seem to be looking back in BN's favor. It's just a bit crazy in that sense, and unfortunately, also Tempest ended up milling away one of his own cards as well. Another School of Spirits being taken away.
I think Tempest might just be able to lock out the rest of the game because he's going to have that Trained Soul, and then B and myself just won't have enough damage. But you gotta count it carefully. So Alexstrasza's 8. And if you clear the board, it looks like if Tempest plays that Trained Soul, he'll just be out of damage range pretty much forever. 16.
We'll see if he recognizes that as well. He's looking at all of his options at this moment in time. He's actually opting to possibly play that Cascading Disaster.
He can, but it's in his best interest to be able to just Drain Soul his own minion as well. And looks like he has identified that.
Yep.
Yep, and now we'll go to a game 3.
Here we go. Tempest realizing that, hey, I should have the advantage coming into it with my Warlock, so I might as well just see if I can take that advantage, take that win, make sure I do get that third game, and it will be that Rogue on Rogue mirror. Now, you're having a bit of a sticky beak at their decks before. What are the big differences between the decks coming into it that both these players are fielding at the moment?
Being myself, as you could see, played the secret package with Shadow Jeweler Hanar with Swindles, and he's trying to use those cards to generate his advantage, whereas Tempest is going full Miracle, and he's going to use cards like Field Contact to be able to draw through his entire deck. He's got more value cards in it. And he's playing stuff like Guardian Org Merchant to be able to trigger his own Efficient Octobot a lot more quicker. And they're both also just playing their Alexstrasza 10 Wu combo, as we saw just then, to be able to pile on a lot of damage. Tempest, otherwise their deck is fairly similar. It's just the one's choosing the secret package, and the other one is playing cards like a One Maker, which we've seen put in a lot of work.
So yeah, a little bit of differences there. One seems to be a bit more consistent if you do, pick up your One Makers and actually have just a bit more of a standard flow of gameplay, whereas you do have, I guess you could say, a little bit of element of risk in the other, in the sense that you can use those secret passages to really generate some quick gameplay power and force yourself into a very favorable position throughout the match as the time goes on.
Definitely.
So it is going to be a little bit of similarities, but just waiting to see if those two differences ends up playing a big difference coming to this match. And it is a pretty big difference. I mean, we're looking at the winners bracket right now. These guys are basically down to their 2 last decks, so it will be them deciding who will remain in that winners bracket, and will have to fight it out down in the losers bracket up against Naughty Daddy or Ink in this scenario. So waiting to see if it's going to be a rematch in this scenario, or if Tempest will have to actually deal with one of those players once again. Actually, could be 2 different rematches, whether it's Tempest going up against Naughty Daddy or going up that. I haven't had a chance to really look to see what's happening in that last match, but when I will get a chance, I will give you that update. So I have to wait and see what happens when we do see these 2 guys play out very shortly. I mean, how do you feel about this going into it? Would you say Tempest probably has a little bit of an edge because he does have that X factor with the secret passage, or will it be Bien, who's got that little bit of I guess you say, consistency going forward?
I think both decks are very powerful decks on ladder. I mean, they both see a fair amount of representation. They both see a lot of play. So I definitely think it's going to be who draws better and plays better as well, and plays on their opponent's cards better. Like I said, they're both very powerful decks on ladder. So it's not like one's playing a wildly worse deck or anything. So it's a lot of the time it's the player and not the deck, right? It's the pilot, not the plane.
Exactly. I guess that's the big thing they're coming to. Well, I think we will be moving into that next game right now, and waiting to see if they're getting ready to play at this point in time. Let's see if they are jumping into it. Yes, they should be jumping into it right now, and it will be Rogue against Rogue. It will be a mirror coming into this final match between the two members in the winners bracket here at the North Conference of the Hearthstone 2021 Uni Cup. Do you like the look that Tempest has actually got there in the end there in terms of the who is that hero there? Can't remember what
Valera.
Valera. Okay. You know what? I'm used to Valera having a bit more red around her. It's just like I'm thinking like, is that a different rogue champion? Is it just a different skin? No, yep. She's just basically using molten armor instead.
Yep, definitely. Now we see like Efficient Octobot is a very powerful card in the matchup, and it looks like being myself off to a flying start.
Yeah, he's just chopping down his cards like he does not care at this moment in time. As you can see, Mankrik immediately put it into the field, one thief, and of course also has himself that Efficient Octobot. And wow, with that coin, he's just absolutely monstering out what seems to be in a massive amount of tempo. And I think Tempest might be feeling a little bit hot under the collar after seeing all of this extra tempo come out of the blue.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of times the mirror match comes down to some specific things like who gets to that early game Efficient Octobot to be able to get the most discounts on. We can see BN myself's got a huge secret turn as well if you'd like. He's got that Sparkjoy cheat to be able to play out a secret, draw a card, and then Blackjack Stunner that Cult Neophyte and just start jamming a lot of damage to the face. You'll be able to follow up next turn with the Shadow Jeweler Hanan, just a number of secrets. So I think BN myself has actually got the early game down pat.
He's got a very clear path to victory opening up for himself at this moment in time. We have to wait and see if Tempest can find a way to throw some obstacles in that path and actually be the one to come out on top in what seems to be the rogue on rogue race. Bian is taking as much time as he needs to actually finish this up here. Because I haven't actually seen him pick his card yet. Have you seen the card get picked? Which one did he opt into? Was it that, or is he still deciding at this moment in time?
He's actually it plays the secret automatically, the ambush, and then threw him the Shadow Step. So now he's got choice. I really like the Blackjack Stunner to put away that Cult Neophyte just because it's a huge tempo play, and it looks like he agrees with me.
Yep, that seems to be the case in this scenario here, as he's beginning to make that play directly afterwards, just to buy him that extra time. And I'll be interested to see now what these dudes going forward happen to do.
Definitely. And like this is an entire tempo matchup. Generally, the winner's going to be able to who gets more minions out and sticks them to the board. And we can see that B and myself's been able to do that beautifully.
Well, I feel like I haven't been able to see it just yet, purely because I'm obviously just watching stuff at the moment. So I think my net's giving me a few bits of grief at this point in time. So I'm just really reloading myself back into the match, and I see me back in, and I can see things now. This is good, Yaoway. This is good. I can see he's replayed that Hana to place there, and let's see what he decides to choose. Got a choice between the Noble Sacrifice, the Freezing Trap, and will get that Freezing Trap.
Yeah, man, like this heavy tempo matchup, you're just gonna stick minions and push them to the face, and then remove your opponent's minions. Yeah, it's essentially how you win a Hearthstone game. You play minions and remove your opponents.
Seems to be the general gist of the game. Although, of course, BN still has board control at this point in time, as it now has flipped to Tempest's chance to make something happen. And very interesting in that sense, because, of course, Tempest did have the first turn, and typically when that happens, it's normally them who have that little bit of extra tempo, but that coin can be just so strong in the right hands. And now it seems Tempest is trying to come to it.
Well, Flurry's also really good.
Two good options there. We'll pick up the Flurry. I guess he just wants to be able to play an extra card directly afterwards, and because of course the Flurry is 0 in comparison to 1, so might actually hold on to it as well. Continuing to play the Guardian Ogmorshit as well, so as you can tell there, we'll just ramp up, put out the Divine Shield, and I think we'll also drop through the next Shadow Step. The counterspell will stop that from happening. I think maybe he actually wanted to use that to actually be able to use his Flurry afterwards, because he thought maybe that secret might be in play.
Yeah, Tempest is using that field contact to try and be able to draw as many cards as he can. Now using Flurry to hold the board. Unfortunately, he gets 2 of the weakest minions. Doesn't get the Sparkjoy cheat or the Ambusher. And it's gonna be tough to move forward from here. He's gonna have that huge Shadow Jeweler Hanar turn.
We'll actually opt in to also get the weapons into play as well. Just use that to chip away at that Divine Shield, and as you can see here as well, clear it away with one of the lower minions off the back. And now Bien has a few options, can continue to clear away the board if he wants to, or start hitting towards the face, and still has that Shadow Jeweler Hanada in his back pocket to play if he wants to, as well as a Bamboozle. I mean, just at this moment in time, Bien just seems to have all the options, while really Tempest's plays are just being narrowed down to keeping himself alive.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it was actually the choice to clear away the board in the end instead of actually opting for the face and basically saying, you know what, won't deal the damage right now and just maintain control and deal the damage later. Might come back to bite Bien if he's not able to actually finish off Tempest and he manages to buy himself what he needs to get the win in return.
Thunder's going to definitely play a part in this turn as well. I think he's going to be able to fight back the board, but it's going to be tough dealing with that Shadow Jeweler Hana turn.
Well, there's the players trying to come into it. We'll, as you mentioned, just delete away another extra minion, and it seems that now things have turned for the table in this case, but the Shadow Jeweler Hana is being hovered at this moment in time by Bien, and if he does drop that down onto the board, it will be a different scenario coming into it. And again, we'll play it through, and there it is, grabbing those extra secrets in hand. There does have some options there with the Oasis, Oh My Yogg, and it seems it will be the Oh My Yogg in this scenario, and I feel like that is pretty much the default secret pickup for most of these rogues in the tournament at the moment.
Yeah, essentially it's a 1-mana counter spell, being able to stop their spell, and just most of the time it just doesn't really matter what your opponent's spell turned into. And we see the Shadow Jeweler Hana, which unfortunately will have to eat that Wicked Stab, which we'll see the Oh My Yogg. But like, as you can see, it's just a 1-mana counter spell. You know, turning your spell into something random a lot of times just doesn't matter. In this case, it's even worse.
Just gotta love how to see that happens there as well. But as you can see, Tempest now saying, okay, looks like that didn't work out for me in that place. Time for plan B, which will be that secret passage. And he does pick up another one as well. So does have that Wicked Stab with the second one. And now that he's finally managed to whittle away enough of the secrets, he was actually able to clear away that Shadow clear away the Shadow Jeweler in that scenario. As we can see here now, we'll use, we'll actually wait for that next, or we'll actually have his cards returned to him and not use that other secret passage that he had available to him.
And now we can see Bien just play a lot of secrets and be able to just keep that tempo up. And then he has that Alexstrasza as a finisher. If his opponent falls under 8 health in 2 turns, like, the game's just over.
Which is definitely a possibility. Having that freezing trap, bamboozle, and ambush available is definitely something that will shore up Bien's chances for victory. As we can see, he will play Kazakus, the Golem Shaper, and will begin to have an option to pick up one of those extra spells. And it looks like he does grab that lesser Golem, but the secret does pop for the ambush, and there is some extra board or some extra minions on board for Bien to continue piling on that damage and bring his opponent low enough to be finished off by the Alexstrasza.
Fortunately, Tempest's Kazakus golems always seem to hit the weakest minions. His Flurry also just hit the weakest minions, so it was a little unfortunate, but I guess you take the good with the bad.
Let's see what he decides to pick on here. I mean, it's a bit of an option, but you don't want to lose HP, so I don't think it's going to be the Shapeshift. It will be the Shapeshift, okay.
Yep.
So it looks like he wants to have a little bit of extra option to do some damage and make something work. We'll Shadow Step that Golem into play there. We'll allow him to replay it once again. Perhaps, hopefully this time, finally destroy a stronger minion and got rid of the Ambusher. So not the most highest damage out there, but at least it's something in return. And here is one of the bamboozles in the end, and that's not something that you wanted to see. Did actually take a bit of extra damage off the back of that bamboozle.
Definitely not, and this is game over, because even though he doesn't win this turn, he has Alexstrasza to be able to close out the 8 damage next turn.
So we'll just continue just to shore up victory by playing a little bit safer and clearing the board. As he mentioned, just needs to deal at least enough damage to bring the opponent down to, and he will have that in spades by bringing him down to 7 and holding onto his 4/2 Vengeful Spirit. And also, for some good measure, hey, I'm going to smack you with the face, because he doesn't really want to reveal the fact that, hey, you know, you're too low at this moment in time to survive. I think it's probably just a bit of a mind game. Maybe saying, you know what, I don't need to play those defensive cards because he doesn't have Alexstrasza. That's why he didn't actually bother attacking me.
Yeah, definitely. And now we'll see the double man crit turn, but unfortunately, Bien myself has the Alexstrasza to lock in this game.
throw them into place there. And like you said, it's just a matter of him thinking he might have the opportunity to play this out, but
that's disrespect.
he doesn't even need to use it.
That was
Doesn't
off the
even
top.
need to use it. He just says, you know what, I'm not actually going to hold on to Alex Drowsel, I'm just going to beat you with the Wicked Stab instead, you know? I think, to be honest, BM myself probably thought to himself, why would I even bother ending it that way? Doesn't matter, he's dead either way, whether it's one spell or a minion effect, who cares in that scenario? But that being said, it will be BM myself being quite the powerhouse in this particular North Conference right now, taking out Tempest, who was a member who has actually played pretty well in the previous tournament, and you have actually played with himself, saying, hey, yeah, this guy's pretty strong for the time being. So pretty good at the moment for himself, who will continue to move forward in that winner's bracket, and Tempest will be taking on the winner of the losers bracket coming up shortly. That being said, guys, we'll be moving to a quick break while we organize the next set of action for you, so please do not go anywhere. And welcome back to the Hearthstone Uni Cup, presented by Blizzard and AEL, and also supported by Mackets, where we'll now be moving into the losers bracket. And speaking of the bracket, let's just bring up the bracket so we can see the storyline, the journey these players have taken coming throughout the tournament. As we can see, there was originally Tempest up against Naughty Dog, who managed to win against there and ended up falling down to BN directly afterwards. BN myself was able to knock out, sorry, in this case, Ink was able to knock out Naughty Dog previously, and now we will be moving up against Tempest, and BN will be waiting in the wings to deal with the winner afterwards. So it'll be interesting to see if we're going to see a rematch between BN and Ink, or a rematch between BN and Tempest. We'll have to find out very shortly. That being said, though, just want to have a quick discussion. Now that we are moving into the losers bracket, Yaoway, you know one of the best ways that my parents used to make me feel better after I lost a soccer match or after I lost a particular sporting field.
Was it the backhand?
No, it wasn't the backhand. What are you talking about, the backhand? What? No, no, they did not make me feel better with it. No, they took me to Macca's, man. Okay, that's what they did, all right?
Oh, okay. Looks like we had very different upbringings.
That caught me off guard. That being said, then, mate, yeah, look, it was whenever we lost, we felt a bit sorry about it, and they said, hey, you know what, let's go to Macca's. So I feel like if these guys fall out, they'll feel a lot better, even if they lose it. So they just went to Macca's and grabbed themselves a Happy Meal, because that's what does it. That being said, we are jumping into the game here up against Tempest and Ink. So we'll be jumping into that very shortly while these guys are getting ready to jump into it. They will be fielding, of course, the Rogue Warrior Priest for Ink, and the Warlock Rogue Warrior for Tempest. So that should be interesting to see what comes across. I haven't had a chance to check out the bands yet. Have you, Yaoway?
No, I'll take a quick look now, and just wanted to mention I was always that weird kid that got the juice popper instead of like a soft drink, but that's just me.
Why?
Yeah.
I mean, look, I guess you know what, maybe some people just don't like sugar. I guess that's like the sugar from the soft drink that comes into it. And I mean, to mind you, there's a lot of sugar in juice anyway.
Yeah, no, it wasn't much better. I just loved apple juice, and I still do. To this day, I'm always an apple juice over an orange juice kind of person. That's just how I am. But yeah, Tempest banned off that aggro rogue that we saw Ink have earlier. He just doesn't want to deal with his opponent just potentially having that self-sharpening sort of order shank. And just a fun thing was that the other night when we were playing, I did do really well with my aggro rogue against him, so he might just have a little post-traumatic stress disorder. Whereas Ink, on the other hand, has banned warrior again, so I don't think Tempest is ever going to be able to play this rush warrior of his.
Well, as we can see here now, we'll be Ink using the warrior instead, and off to a nice little chill start here as both these players are just continuing to keep control of the board in whatever way that they can. As you can see, the imprisoned Gangnag will Gangnag.
Gannog.
You reckon that's how it's pronounced? What do you? Gannog.
What is he? Is he a demon? I'm sorry, I'm not. He's too well versed on my demon.
He's a demon. I think he's probably Gannog is probably the way to roll in that sense. That being said, he will be the one still standing, and as we can see here, Ink continuing to armor up. Tempest on the other side is also going to be armoring up, and it really seems to be both of these guys playing the long game, a bit of control coming out of it. So we're probably in for a long one here.
Yep, this is a very, very tough matchup for the Warlock because the Warrior able to pile on a lot of damage. But yeah, and we can see Tempest's hand doesn't really do all that much. And I'm surprised he didn't really ban the Warrior himself. Warrior is actually a very tough matchup.
It will be at least a Sword Eater in a time being, just holding on to that. I mean, I would hate to be the dentist that looks after that guy there. I don't think he'd be having a fun time saying, mate, you just got to stop eating the swords, alright? Just listen in that sense there. But Overlord Runtime will be placed down, so allowing Ink to clear the board. He will lose a little bit of his armor, but at the end of the day, I think he's happy to maintain that board control, and it means that Tempest will be looking for some options to get it back.
Yeah, so in this matchup, you just gotta put on a lot of pressure, and hopefully you have more pressure than they have removal, which is looking like it's pretty accurate right now. I mean, he can play the Cascading Disaster uncorrupted and hope it hits the 5-6. It's not the best. In fact, it's far from the best, but you might just have to. I think if the 5-6 doesn't go, you're likely losing this game anyway. I think you just have to take the 50-50 here.
Just probably thinking that through right now, going, oh, I hate having to gamble, but sometimes that is the nature of the game, not just in Hearthstone, but also in life. And as we can see,
He's hovering it. He's really considering it. Like,
Yeah,
if the fight stick survives, you're not winning the game anyway, so you just let Jesus take it. Well, unfortunately, you just don't get lucky this time round. Yeah, now Ink's going to be able to drop that Ringmaster Wheatley and just get a huge hand. Right.
Ringmaster Waitley's been put into it, so we're able to draw that mech and the Pyro directly afterwards. And as you mentioned, huge hands coming up right now. We'll continue to also use that good old effect after the fact. And he's just clearing the board, getting a number of cards to his hand, and now he's well and truly set up for this mid-game to take it late if he needs to.
We see the Ogremancer, but Ogremancer's only for Rogue. It's not really doing well against Warriors. You can see what the Warriors' entire hand is just all minions. And we're still in the same position where there's no easy way to get rid of that run tank without using, like, there's just no way to get rid of that run tank, and it's just going to put on more pressure now. There's second Cascading Disaster, but even then you're still playing coin tosses, right?
Exactly, and plus, even though he managed to pick up the Cascading Disaster, the other factor is he still needs to wait until his next turn, which means the damage now is starting to effectively be put into his face. And Ink's saying, sweet, I've got a free turn from this point in time. It's him just continuing to get more and more resources off the back. We'll drop, of course, that Parade Leader right on down directly afterwards, so even more pressure that he'll be able to provide, and another Tent Trasher as well. And that is one mean-looking board here for Ink.
Yeah, definitely. And now the Cascading Disaster is still uncorrupted, so like, you just can't. It's just too overwhelming. I think you definitely needed to have landed that 50-50 earlier to be able to have cleared that.
Well, as we can see there, Tempest agrees with you in that sense. He is well and truly overwhelmed to the point that he just decides to concede and leave and say, you know what? This is absolutely not worth my time. Hell, it's not even worth Ink's time at this moment in time. So we're just going to get out of here, move to that next match. Here I was thinking it was going to be a long one, but in the end it ended up being a short one. And that does mean, of course, that we have Ink now already finishing up with his Warrior. Now I'll have to wait and see what he's got left. I think it was the Rogue was banned away, you mentioned. So it's actually the Priest this time around. Now the Priest is what's going to be available for Ink. Tempest, though, has the option between the Rogue and, of course, the Warlock once again. Does he keep the Warlock? Yep, he's going to
go for the Warlock, because the Warlock probably wins like 9 out of 10 games against Priest. Yeah, Priest just can't deal with any of Warlock's cards unless they go super aggressive, but even then it's really tough. So I think it was good for Tempest to be able to just put the one leg up early on and then play the last game after that.
I think what's a bit annoying for Tempest, though, is of course he would have minded actually having the Ogremancer available for him to be used up against the Rogue. As we said, he banned away the Rogue, so it doesn't really matter. So like you said, let's just continue to use, of course, what's going to be the Warlock effectiveness for himself into the Priest, and we'll just immediately drop down that Armor Vendor, and it's going to be the one maker continuing to genu value throughout this tournament. It seems to be not just played in Rogues, but also by Priests.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, without the pressure, Tempest can just keep tapping into cards, and not fear any threat of like a lot of damage. We can see that Ink's hand also just isn't really proactive. So, and proactivity is the way that you beat this Warlock deck. The Warlock deck just does really bad if it's just uncontested.
We'll use that Apotheosis to strengthen that one maker just to keep, I guess you could say, board control for the time being. That's going to be his only form of really actually having some, I guess you could say, an essence of proactivity, but will be immediately cleared away with a spell and a minion tap, and of course won't benefit from that ability to actually take away HP because he is at full HP for the moment, so he won't be able to regenerate anything. So it seems like a little bit of a wasted Apotheosis, and it's just him saying, hell, you know, I have to be proactive, so this is me just using spells a little bit inefficiently while Tempest is just waiting for his opportunity to attack.
Yeah, definitely. So what we want to see here is the Jiraxis, right? The Priest have a finite amount of removal, and with Jiraxis, Warlock have an unlimited amount of that, and Ogremancer is just insane in this matchup. Look at Ink's hand. It's all spells, so he's not going to be able to do anything without giving the Ogremancer value. And yeah, so with Jiraxis giving infinite threats against a class that has a finite amount of removal, we can sort of see why this matchup is so heavily favored for the Warlock.
Yeah, you can tell right now he's using that Venomous Scorpion out there, but the thing is that it's something that could possibly be cleared away, and we'll throw down that Tail-End Fordrin saying, nope, you're still unable to actually use spells if you want to. You have to get through this Tail-End Fordrin first. So that's going to be a bit of a rough moment, and already Tempest is saying, you know what, I'm just going to continue to whittle away at your HP at this time, continue building up that board, and just wait nice and comfortably until Drax is available, and that should be my winning play going forward.
Yeah, it exactly is. All you got to do is play Jiraxis, and now you just start putting 6/6s down and make sure you don't lose. And given that Priest don't really have a way to burst you down, it's just going to be difficult for Ink to be able to try and find leeway to win the game. And don't forget that Tempest has Ticketus in his deck, who he'll eventually draw to Ticketus and be able to get another one back off Yasharaj. So Ticketus being able to just delete Priest's cards and then force them to lose in fatigue as well.
And which is something that you find to be a bit crazy, because typically with Priest, their whole idea is generating more cards, generating more options for themselves as time's going on, and actually not running out of cards. And Warlock's just run completely opposite in that sense of it. As you can see, he has actually buffed up that Scorpion quite a fair bit, so will allow him to actually delete that Tyrion Fordrin once again. And there's the Ashiri Defiler as well, so Tempest actually getting more of the pieces of the puzzle that he needs to make sure he can win this game, and still has board control for the time being. As long as that Ogremancer stays up, it means he needs to wait before he can play some spells. And
he can
as you
clear
can see,
it with Tamsin and Drain Soul. That's one line. I mean, he could also use Sociologist Militia, which might just be better. It depends if you want to hold, like, they're both value cards, and I think Tamsin has slightly less value in this matchup, so it might just be worth using now. The Sociologist Militia gets worse the game goes on, so it's either way. Sociologist puts on pressure this turn as well. Yeah. So it just depends which one he sees as less value.
So at the moment, can obviously see that Sociologist Militia is glowing yellow, so it means that it will be pretty good to just drop it out, especially with the fact that he's played 2 Spirit Jailers, so there should be enough soul fragments for him to get something rolling. The other thing as well is he's looking at that Tamsin, and I guess it is an idea of, hey, what is more value in this scenario here? Wiz actually going to life tap to get another Ogremancer, and it will be the Tamsin. And that's going to be very important for him, like you said, to just clear away what will be this Venomous Scorpion, which seemed to be the answer to the Ogremancer, and does mean that Ogremancer will stay up another turn and won't be able to play those spells.
Got to figure out another play. And so we have Mind Render Lucia in his hand, and Mind Render generally has to come down on turn 9 to try and take the Ticketus from the opponent in case they have it, but these are all just fairly difficult plays. It's really hard. Like, you can see this on Ogremancer, just gonna get so much value.
Okay, well, as you can see, continuing to limit away Ink's ability to actually use spells for the time being, has also picked up his own Venomous Scorpion for the time being. I think at this point, do you even think about clearing away that on his next drive, or do you just start hitting to the face at this point? As you can tell, he's looking at all of these options, and Tempest is a bit, spoiled for choice, really. It's a smorgasbord of the different plays that could go for it, and it will be the Sociologist that comes down, giving him a number of those spirits in place there, and he will just be clearing out the board in the meantime.
Yeah, and again, it's very difficult, but at least Ink can consider the possibility of using the Soul Mirror to clear the board. And Soul Mirror and Holy Smite clears the entire board, I believe. Yeah, Soul Mirror, like, if you Holy Smite the Ogremancer and then Soul Mirror, you clear the board, but then it's like, what do you do then, because Tempest is free to just play Jiraxis next turn?
Question that Ink is going to have to find a solution to, or the answer to, if he wants to win this match and move on to the winners bracket to reface up against his opponent BN. That being said, Tempest obviously wants to get that rematch as well, and wants to stay alive and take it to what will be the Rogue up against the Priest in this next
looks
round.
Like he's going to clear.
Yep.
Tempest is likely to just play Jiraxis and Strongman next turn. So, yeah, like, it's like you're playing the reactive player, but then the person who's proactive is still going to have the upper edge because now you play Jiraxis at no cost and the Strongman as well.
throwing into the play, then at least he's able to bring it back, bring his HP back up to 27 as well, make it seem a little bit easier. We'll also use Raise Dead to bring back some extra cards, and without any hesitation, as soon as that turn ends, Jiraxis comes right on down, and as you mentioned, and as you predicted, Yaoway, the strongman as well, for a little bit of extra defense for Tempest, and he says, hey, it's your turn now, mate, what are you gonna do?
Now, even if he clears the strongman, his hero power is essentially just summoning a strongman every turn, and it's gonna be really tough for the priest. Once Jiraxis comes down, it's very difficult to try and win the game.
Just a quick reminder,
he uses this.
Oh, well, Apotheosis as well, just to give a little bit of extra HP back and generate more spells. At least the Ogremancer's gone. He still has another one there if he wants to drop it and say it'd be really annoying. This entire time, the coin has been in hand for Ink, and he hasn't actually been allowed to use it because of that Ogremancer. So, can really show you just how annoying that is. We'll play the Venomous Scorpion to get that one down, and that will be enough to clear away that member of the board. Of course, losing the Venomous Scorpion, but always a worthy trade when you are taking out these big ticket minions. Strongman is just holding himself in place there for the time being, and is corrupted by that taint as well. So, I mean, look at it. He's purple, and oh, poor guy. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Would you want to be corrupted and super strong, or would you want to be, you know, just normal?
I just want to be a strong man.
So as strong as possible. So you take you would take corruption.
Very interesting that he uses the Hysterian now. Well, he wins a 50-50, but now he's going to start piling on the pressure with these Infernal to join the strong man.
Now back to Ink's turn. Does pick up another Hysteria as well, so that could be something that actually be used to clear away what seems to be the rest of the board in that sense. And yep, there it is again.
Like as I was touching on before, you have a finite amount of removal for Jiraxis' endless army of Infernos. Oh, that's a very lucky Raise Dead, getting back 2 of the Onyx Mage Scry.
It's going to be exactly what Ink needs to maintain this. Of course, we'll actually use Apotheosis once again to improve the released soul, and giving him some back in the end. Of course, Tempest on this side can just continue to sum up more of those Infernals, has another Venomous Scorpion if he wants to, so that's what's going to be played here as well. And Shadow Council, School Spirits, and the Dark Portal is the options in terms of what he wants to pick and play. So, I mean, what would you pick here?
Well, none of them are particularly good. It might be, like, not... like, that's probably the least worst of... Least worst? Is that even a word? It's the... You know what I mean.
It's the best choice given the scenario.
Yeah. He can definitely get rid of this by using the soul share and then attacking into it, or he just draws into the, or he can draw into that. That's pretty cool as well. Yeah, but now he's opting not to clear that straight away. But yeah, I think the game is pretty much locked in for Tempest. He's got that Ticketus he's going to be able to play next turn, and then the following turn he's going to be able to charge to get it back, along with his copy of a strong man. So I think this game is pretty much done. Like I said, it's heavily favored for Warlock.
Well, I mean, the Mind Render is still available for Ink there, so he can still, you know, force out a little bit of some unfortunate things for Tempest if he wants to. That being said, I mean, even if he does do that, pulls out the Ticketus, plays it, and then forces out an extra 5 cards there, Tempest still has more than enough time, more than enough resources to bring it to a close as well. So Ink really needs to pull something special. Needs to be, honestly, an I'm loving it moment to bring it back to this game. So as you can see here, we'll use that Devouring Plague and clear that one out, and that's some pretty decent grabs.
Yep, and now we're going to see, look, now we're going to see the Hysteria clear off the board. I hope to see we see the Hysteria. We're going to see the Ticketus as well.
Just holding on to it for the time being. Hasn't actually thrown it up for the time at this point. Tempest is one of those players that does really like to consider all available options to him before he does make that play. It seems Hysteria will be the best one on this scenario. We'll drop it back again, and yep, does decide to throw that into play. So it will be the Hysteria, as you predicted. Will be there to clear away the board, still providing Ink a decent amount of HP off the back of it, so back up to 30, which is nice in that sense. But with that Ticketus, that's going to be really annoying for Ink, who's going to lose the Flesh Giant, Exerelia, Draconic Studies, Renew, and the One Maker. So some big and some bad in there, just mixed in, was lost for Ink. But that being said, probably wasn't going to change the outcome of this as he continues to sum up Infernals and just continues to grow stronger with this board.
Yep, and he's going to be able to do it again next turn with these shards, adding back another copy of Ticketus to his hand. Yeah, and he doesn't know that Ink has a Soul Mirror though, which is pretty cool. But other than that, Ink's just going to run out of cards in his deck, and he has to be able to deal with Infernos every turn. Even Tempest could just press the hero power every turn and not play anything else, and would put a lot of pressure on his opponent.
Well, really nice if Ink was able to run away with this particular game as well, because it means we'll be moving straight into that next play, whereas Tempest will need to win another one directly afterwards. So that is something we can take into account here. It's good that Tempest is putting on a nice competitive show. That's what we want to see in these tournaments, where players do have the ability to make that happen. Decent wave clear coming out of it, or board clear coming off the back of that for Tempest, as you can see, just completely moving everything away. But of course, Tempest still has so much resources. He's continuing to draw up those shards. Also gets a Alexstrasza Lifebender, and I feel Ink's chances of possibly winning this game are just continuing to slip away. And he says, you know what, just for some good measure, I'm just going to drop an Ogremancer here and make it that you can't play any spells, which is just so frustrating for Ink, who's got a nice array of spells to actually drop into if he wants to.
And like, as we see Infernos every turn keep putting on the pressure for Ink, no real efficient way to clear them. I think Hysteria does clear the board now. But again, you're just like clearing the board, and then your opponent's playing an Inferno, and then you have to figure out a new way to clear the board.
And it's like, there's only so many times you can keep on getting more cards out of your Mage Scribe, more scenarios for it. It looks like it's going to be the Soul Mirror in this case. Does opt to just throw that back in. Obviously, if he does decide to put up that Soul Mirror, we'll summon extra skeletons off the back of it as well from the Ogremancer, so that's another thing he needs to take into account. But at this point, you know, desperate measures call for desperate means. Desperate measures calls for desperate times, and it should be that Soul Mirror coming down, because really, if he doesn't just start answering, he's still just going to be losing HP in the long run. And of course, he's still got 8 cards in hand for some answers, but is there anything in there that could possibly provide him what he needs to win this particular game?
In the long run, probably not. I don't think he has a specific minion to win the game. His deck is more about just removing your opponent's win condition and then winning from there.
What's the big thing here? The win condition has already been realized for Tempest, so that makes things a lot harder for him to actually do that. And as you can tell, he's just going to continue to use spells, heal up, and just more of those Risen Skeletons coming into it. So even though he seems to be clearing away the board for the time being, still hasn't finished it off. Does have 2 Ogre-Mancers himself for the time being, but you know what isn't affected by that? Summon Inferno. So
exactly,
it's like, yeah, it's nice that you've got those Ogre-Mancers, believe me, but it's not really like I'm going to be using the spells to finish you off. I've got mainly minions here right now.
For sure.
Tempest still considering his options diligently for the time being. We'll just look to clear the board in this scenario. I imagine he's just going to use that to clear away the good old armor vendor in there as a scenario, and then afterwards just probably throw away a few of his cards that actually get rid of the shields on those Ogre-Mancers. Not really throw them away per se, but at least end up hurting himself in the process of
exactly.
So yes, it's nice that he's got those divine shields to sort of like build a bit of time up, but as you can see here, we'll actually choose to focus down, and those spells are generating a little bit of extra ability for him to get something back, but with the wave clear just immediately getting deleted anyway.
And again, we see another Inferno, and then every turn Tempest is like, well, I'm summoning another one, you got to deal with it again and again, and I can go on forever.
Can you go on forever?
Yeah, I can sit around and do this all day.
Have you ever listened to that what is that song where it's got like, you know, that all right, and then someone's actually put out a scenario at the moment where you can say just all right forever, and it basically it's just going to be Tempest just like Inferno the entire time, just on repeat for the next half an hour until Ink goes, you know, I'm done with this. This is annoying my mind. I'm just going to go straight now, like just deal with my warrior, all right?
Yeah, here's a palm reading.
Well, my warrior actually has to play the mage again, but I feel like the priest again. But the priest will do a little bit better into the rogue, I imagine.
Hysteria's already. Hysteria, I guess, is an out to this.
Well, will of course be used directly onto the Inferno, which clears everything away. But it's like, sweet, that's one more out. Let me just throw another one back on down. He is looking at also obviously playing that Alexstrasza Life Bender. I think he probably wants to use that more as a finishing move. We'll resummon that Inferno back into play. Just end his turn. He's actually quite happy to sit on his cards for the time being.
Yeah, definitely. I think next turn he's going to look at using your charge and Ticketus to be able to finish off the rest of Ink's deck. I think that's definitely a solid option.
You can see he does get a Shadow Word Pain, which does allow him to finish it off, but will opt into instead get the Gift of Luminance. Will Power Infuse this Venomous Scorpion, which of course will have a decent chunk of HP, and he's going to actually be able to copy that across at the same time. So he's actually summing him up a relatively powerful board and does have the ability to handle these Infernos pretty effectively for the time being, buying more time to find a solution if possible.
Not with the Cascading Disaster in hand, so he's going to be able to play Cascading Disaster and just press the button once more.
Damn it, Yaoway, you're making it hard for me to, give an income way to get back into this. He's doing alright, he's doing okay. He's like, yeah, but is he? But he's okay. And he's like, no, I don't think he is. Oh, look, another Inferno taken down in the end there.
He's choosing not to. He's choosing to get that Envoy Rustwicks on board. Yeah, pretty interesting.
So Tempest probably just playing a little bit more conservative, I guess. So that Cascading Disaster in case something big does come up. He still has to take into account what's going to be available, and still holding on to that Usage, as you mentioned. That's still going to be an option for Tempest going into this to really close out the rest of this game. There's another spell burst in play there with the Onyx spell, Onyx Mage Scribe. Holy Smite picked up, Focused Will as well, and with those extra Divine Shields on those Scorpions, makes things a little bit harder for Tempest to close things out, but still has the Requiem Prime, still has your Charge of the Defiler, Cascading Disaster, and looks like it will be the Cascading Disaster in place here, and that's just going to clear it right off the board.
Yep, so he just doesn't have to play anything, just has to press that button every turn.
Oh, here comes the Mind Render now. Not actually a bad time to get that swap into play here. Let's see what he's got. So he's got the option now to possibly take something away if he wants to. But...
yeah, he's going to be able to play the Reliquary Prime and then the Strongman. This is very good for him, I guess.
And like you said, it gives him a bit of time to actually buy something and do some extra strength. The Requiem Prime is being hovered for the time being. So yep, will be those two cards just swapped into it. But of course, it does know that the Usage is still available for his opponent. And that's something he needs to be taking into account now that he knows that it's in hand.
Oh, he does. Oh wait, it doesn't corrupt the Strongman. Ooh, but then this is a really good turn for Tempest. I think that Elucia just was so bad for him. He's going to be able to. He might be able to clear the board. Let me see.
Well, has that Hysteria?
You can't Hysteria his own minions anymore, though. Unfortunately, you can only Hysteria your opponent's minions now.
That is true.
And then the Reliquary Prime is untargetable.
Exactly. So really at this moment in time, it's like, do I use it on the Mind Render and then nothing happens? That's really the point there. Does have the option to play the Flesh Giant, which is a nice big minion, a nice big body that can be put into place there. And of course, just continue to suck away some of the resources from Ink in the scenario. Yep. That's really his only option here. And we'll actually opt in for the Hysteria here, so he's just going to be getting rid of everything in this case.
Yep, I think Tempest just wants to play all the cards in his hand. That way his opponent will get nothing on return to his turn.
He still has the coin from the beginning of the match. Hasn't used it this entire time. We'll use the coin as well just to say, take that. And we'll obviously, in the end, also use that hero power as well. And swap everything back. And unfortunately for Ink, he's lost a lot of his big ticket items that he had left.
And now he's going to be able to Dragonic Studies, but it's still just not going to be enough to be able to clear this constant threat.
Play the Alexstrasza, use that to clear away the Flesh Giant at least, and we'll have the option to silence it, give it a little bit of extra HP, and that means it's going to be enough to work. But there comes the Charge Defiler finally, and look at all of those cards returned to his hand, and Ink realizes, you know what, this is done and dusted, and we will be moving on to another round between Ink and Tempest to decide who will be facing Bien in the finals there. So we're just going to be waiting out to see. It will, of course, be the Priest up against the Rogue. And I asked you the question before, but you're like, you know what? Infernos, Mendrix. There's just too many damn Infernos. We don't have to worry about it. How does the Rogue deck go up against the Priest deck?
I think the Miracle variant of Rogue is able to take on Priest just because it can combo with the Alexstrasza and the Tenwu pretty well. It's going to depend on how much removal Priest has, but I do believe that it comes down mostly to a skill-dependent matchup. I don't think any class is heavily favored just based on what they play, though.
Well, that was a very long match, and these players are just, raring and ready to go into the next one. No real, chance for a respite for them, and they're just going to say, yep, let's just get straight back into it. So we are jumping back into game. As we can see here will be the Guardian, Og Merchant, Price Plunderer, and Brain Freeze available for Tempest. On the flip side, Ink has got himself, did have a Soul Mirror, decides to throw that bad boy right away. Has got the Exelia, a Coin, Condemn, and Apotheosis, and a Renew. So not really the best cards in his hands, but the Draconic Study is definitely a good start for him to pick up.
Yep, that's pretty cool. And then, so I just looked up the stats, and it looks like Rogue is slightly unfavored, but I don't think it's big enough to make any huge decisions for now.
A huge dents really at this moment in time. And obviously we are looking into a relatively early game. We have seen the cards in some cases against favored matchups just be absolutely atrocious in the draws, and it does mean that the unfavored matchups do have a chance to win. Tempest did pick up that Tenwu, so already picking up a little bit of the pieces of the puzzle to be able to win it, and of course an efficient Octobot, which is pretty nice to have as well, but we'll choose to play that field contact instead.
Yeah. Now, it's pretty brave for him to leave that field contact out by itself. I mean, he has to assume that his opponent doesn't have a way to remove it. He does go just straight for that Circus Amalgam, though. Now we're going to see him pop off. Maybe.
As you can see here, Shadow Step is available as well, and does have the Kazakis Golem Shaper, so that's going to be what's put into play. So he's looking to choose what golem that he wants to have here. Of course, we'll be choosing either the Taunt, the Life, or the Grave Moss. Typically, they like to go for that single cost card with the Grave Moss, just to have that extra bit of removal. So let's see what he decides to
make
make
it. 5/5, which is pretty cool. Summoning a copy of this is usually what you want. Especially in the Priest matchup, you want them to force them to remove both of you guys. Is that what he chooses?
Yep.
He chooses the one that tries to close out the game, though. It's a little weaker in this matchup.
We'll be the Greater Golem into the Poisonous, and we'll just let that hold in for the time being. The Circus Amalgam will be chilling out there for the time being as well. Has the option to either go for the face or start to clear away that board. And typically you think, maybe you're just going to take out that field contact instead, get rid of the fact that he does have, of course, that effect available to him. Actually, no, sorry, not in that case there. I'm just playing that. So probably just take out that field contact, and yeah, that is what it's going to be the case there.
That Renew is going to make it tough. But he does have this Greater Golem now to be able to contest it as well, so that's pretty good.
Well, another field contact is going to be available for Tempest there. And like you said, they could drop down that Greater Golem if he wants to. Looks like it's going to be the case here in this scenario. The Kazakis is still available, or could choose to play out some of these other cards instead, but it will be that Greater Golem and buffing everything right on up here in the end. So Ink now on the flip side will immediately throw out that Hysteria, so a nice quick and easy use of it. This time doesn't have to worry about giant Infernos raining down on him, and we'll be able to use that Hysteria a little bit more liberally, but just happy to drop that into play, let him clear out the board, and Tempest follows through with the Jandis directly afterwards.
Well, it's a very unlucky Jandis. He's got the Blood Herald there, which is not a card you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, only in this scenario, only has the +1 or 1/1, and that +1 you can't even give because it's just immediately straight onto the board. The Condemn seems to be rank 2, very specific in that sense. It seems to be what's going to be there just to clear away the board. And of course, the Lily Pad Lurker will be dealt with the Devouring Plague afterwards, and Ink just continuing to use that removal to his advantage.
Yeah, I think this is where he goes field contact into Swindle. Starts drawing a lot of cards, get that efficient Octobot out later, and discount his whole hand.
Seems to be you predicting the future in the scenario. Will, of course, be the field contact into the Swindle. has 2 Wicked Stabs available to him, as well as a Shadow Step and another One Maker as well. And I feel like you could probably just, throw out that One Maker, get yourself an extra spell while you're at it.
Of course, why not? While we're here.
Still thinking about it for the time being. Tempest, again, one of those players that really likes to think through his options, especially when he does have the time. And time is something that he does have for the time being. And hovering in them all at the moment. You could also put out the Efficient Octobot if you want to. You do want to hold on to those Wicked Stabs just for a little bit later in the game.
Yep, definitely.
He's going to play conservative. Just attack and hero power out.
I think he wants to wait for an enabler for his Efficient Octobot. He does play Guardian Orc Merchant, so that's one way he can just to trigger it on his own terms. Looks like he plays the Penflinger as well, so he definitely wants to Efficient Octobot whenever he needs it to be good.
Ink's just going to use that Holy Nova to clear away the board. Also has Insight and is at this point in time just saying, yep, let me grab as many carbs as possible. That's a nice Mind Render Lucia to pick up as well, and on the 1 cost. So if there is any big ticket items, he can also play that Mind Render and grab it, looking specifically at Alexstrasza if he wants to.
Yeah, I do think he wants to be able to play it at some stage and then just throw out his opponent's whole hand. Here we see Tempest just triggering his own Efficient Octobot, but this does give Ink the opportunity to just play it Lucia and just play out that whole hand, because losing your hand is a lot less bad compared to losing your opponent's whole hand.
Well, let's see what he decides to do with it.
He does go for
that
it.
Mind Render, and then, like you said,
Ooh.
and he's going to coin off it as well. Actually, that makes sense. He could probably coin to give yourself a little bit extra if he needs to. And there you go. As you can see here, will Mind Render directly off it. Now he's got that option. He can actually play if he wants to, the Alexstrasza, or just completely delete everything off the board.
Yeah, getting rid of the Wicked Stab and the Tenwu is going to lock in the game, because those are Rogue's way of doing burst damage, and without that, it's going to be extremely difficult for Rogue to even come anywhere close to dealing 30 damage to his opponent.
Ink, recognizing that, immediately says, yep, let me just get rid of basically all of your win conditions in this scenario. While I'm at it, I'll play the secret
keep those
passage as
4
well.
cards. That's fairly interesting.
Does pick up Mancrick, another Cult Neophyte, another Efficient Octobot, and another Secret Passage. So that's something that ends up getting played there as well. Still has a bit of time, and will be playing the Cult Neophyte as well. And he's just continuing to say, hey, you know what? All your spells won't be costing anywhere near as much. And of course, what's going to be returning to his hand will be most of what he had previously. The Alexstrasza is still going to be in hand, Shadow Step, or 2 Shadow Steps, and it still has the Woo as well. But Tempest now, he's on the other side going, okay, what do I want to essentially get back for this? His Sarah could be played, the Flesh Giant, something that's an option, but it looks like he's going to be just getting rid of the Renew in this scenario, just basically generate a few extra cards if possible, and at the same time just get rid of those spells that are available for Tempest.
Yeah, for sure. Now he's going to be able to use Zyrella to be able to clear the board. It's really interesting to see that Ink chose to leave the Tenwu and the Shadow Steps in his opponent's hand, which are the greatest sources of damage.
I just kind of thought by getting rid of the Wicked Stabs, at least, that should be enough of a win condition for it, and probably thought he could get more value out of removing some of the other cards of the Secret Passage instead. So, as you can tell here now, finally, the deck swapped back, the hand swapped back, and Ink says, thank you very much for giving me back what is mine. I know I was the one that stole it away anyway, but One Maker directly into Flesh Giant seems to be the play going forward, and yeah, just nice, easy plays, nice, easy choices for Ink, as now that he seems to, or couldn't feel comfortable in the fact that he's removed away enough of the options available for Tempest.
Yep, and yeah, so the game goes on, but unfortunately... Oh, wait. Because Tempest has a lot of burst damage in his hand, he might be able to close it out.
Bring this back. He might be able to. He will be dropping that Alexstrasza, and it seems to be the 10. Actually, he's going to use it to clear away the board in this scenario, and attacking straight to the face. We'll be able to restore back some of his HP as well while he's at it. And it still has the option to play that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he should be. This is what he should be doing.
Well, there we go. So this is where it becomes a bit of a problem. The fact that he's decided to keep this Alexstrasza alive and the 10 up is continuing to put a number of damage into it. There will be the Shadow Step.
Yeah,
See if
which
he
is
puts it in.
again why I was fairly confused why he didn't just burn the Tenwu in the Shadow Steps. But maybe he saw a different line.
Well, at this point in time, Tempest still has Mancrick, those Alex Strizes, and of course the Shadow Steps to continue popping out that damage. The other thing that also comes into it as well is that now that Ink is on his turn, can play the Ysera, can play the Flesh Giant, is thinking through what seems to be the options, as he's probably a little bit more hot under the collar than he expected to be, because he decided to leave up that Tenwu and of course the Alex Straza. We'll be playing the Ysera. Oh, well, as I say that, maybe he hasn't played it just yet. He's hovering it down. That obviously, of course, does mean that he does get those dream cards out. It allows him to have some sort of winning condition a little bit later on. Portals are being poured out, as you can see here. Does get, of course, the Nightmare, Dream, Ysera Awakens, and Emerald Drake. So, gives him some options to at least be competitive going forward. While Tempest here, as you can see, is just going to remove away that Zyrelia. And let's see what he decides to do with it. He might play it again directly afterwards, or can continue to pop out those Straza Life Binders. As you can see, he's just looking to go straight for the face, and it will be that extra damage off the back. Shadow Step directly into it. Is that enough?
Yeah, that is enough. So, yeah, this all just came down to Ink not using the Shadow Steps and Tenwus, which are the source of the damage for the Rogue.
As you can see there, that is the lethal coming around. Tempest does finish it off in the end there, and seems to be a mistake off the back of a mistake from Ink, who thought, hey, getting rid of the Wicked Stabs should have been enough, but she should have been focusing on the Tenwu and on the Alex Straza, and that ended up being his undoing. Well, do you reckon... I mean, I'm looking at the Wicked Stabs, like you said, he saw a different line. What was the line that you reckon he saw there?
He just was afraid of Secret Passage, given how strong Secret Passage is in general, and chose to get rid of that, but he might have forgotten that the Shadow Step Tenwu combo is where Rogue generally locks out games with.
As you can see, that is the case in the scenario. Will be Tempest managing to win in that losers bracket, and will be pushing his way back in for what will be the final run up against BN. Will be the rematch to see who comes out on top for the North Conference. So guys, please do not go anywhere. We're just going to have ourselves a quick break. And we are back with the Hearthstone Uni Cup presented by Blizzard in an AEL and of course supported by McDonald's. If you guys are just joining us, Tempest was able to take out Inc. and will be moving now into the final round of the North Conference, going up against Bien for the rematch of the alumni from the University of Queensland. That being said, guys, we do want to have just a quick side story here as well. Let's bring up the East Conference brackets as well. As you can see, guys, a little bit of action has been happening off screen while these guys have been playing it out. And directly after the North Conference, we will be moving towards the final rounds of the East Conference. As we can see there at the moment, or from what I can see, Raikari, Quakelord, and Fast and Blast are currently on top of the ladder, while we still have a few players to play it out in the losers bracket. And notably, in my opinion, Yukiora, who seems to have actually dropped down to the losers bracket, who was a prominent member in the last tournament. Any thoughts on this, Yaoway?
Yeah, it's I think East is traditionally the most represented. I guess most people in Australia tend to live on the East Coast. We do have actually quite a lot of high-profile players. There's Yukiura that you mentioned who won last time round. There's Quakelord, who actually is one of the highest rated players in Wild on ladder. There's Wet Goose, who is actually one of the best players in the world, to be honest. He's consistently top 10 in all three servers at the same time. So yeah, this is a pretty interesting to see who's going to come out on top, given that we have so many high-profile players in the Australian region.
Yeah, definitely some notable members that we need to take into account, and I can't wait to see what these guys do bring to the table coming into the rest of this conference. That being said, though, of course, we still need to worry about what's happening at the finals of the North Conference. Now, that being with Bien, in this particular case here, Bien is of the winners bracket, but doesn't get the advantage of having to play an extra round afterwards, which means Tempest just needs to win one round or one match between them in order to take it to crest. It's same with Bien as well. So with Bien, looking at what's happened here, his Demon Hunter has been banned away, and basically in turn as well, Bien's decided to ban Tempest's Warrior away. So it will be, once again, a Warlock Rogue mirror between the two of them. And last time we saw both of these guys decide to play their Warlock into Warlock, with a Nero Firebrand being a little bit nicer for Bien in this scenario. Will we see the same thing play out, or will perhaps Tempest be able to get a bit more lucky with his hands and allow him to actually take the advantage with his little bit of extra spice of a standard deck coming into this tournament?
I'm keen to see how that goes. Again, I was really interested, and I loved it when Nero Fireblade came down and we just saw those endless turns of imps. Definitely a highlight of the tournament. So I would like to see that coming into action again. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, it's actually pretty cool to watch. And this is a spectator sport, if anything, right?
Exactly right. I mean, at the same time, guys, do make sure that you're spamming out there. I'm loving it when you see a play or strategy come off to full effect, or perhaps even unexpected moments if it ends up being those 1% plays that really throw us off guard. So don't be afraid to jump into it. We really love to see those Macca's moments as they go out throughout the tournament. So just gonna be waiting to see as these players are still getting ready at the moment, just getting their mental fortitude into play while we're waiting for them to jump up into it. Is there any other decks that we haven't seen so far throughout this tournament in the North Conference that you're really excited to see in the rest of the conferences, say East, West? Hell,
Yeah.
it ends up being another conference that I haven't even thought of, even though I know there's East, West, South. But hey, there might be a cheeky Southwest in it. There isn't. But that being said, just excited to see in the other conferences going forward.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Well, Paladin's a big player in the ladder format, but we haven't seen any Paladins today. Mage is also doing quite well, and we haven't seen any mages. So that brings out a lot of the classes which are popular, which we don't really see. Shaman, I don't think is doing too well on ladder, so it'd be pretty interesting to see if any Shaman players are here this tournament. What else is there? So Priest we've seen.
Face
Rogue,
Hunter?
Warlock, Hunter. Yeah, Face Hunter is actually a pretty decent deck. It's not like spectacular or anything, but it does its job. So it's interesting to see if anyone will bring it. I don't think many people will, just because of how vanilla that deck is to play. But it does its job probably, so that has merit in it on its own.
Well, that's something that might be played going forward. I remember beforehand we did have a few that were a bit crazy in the sense of, that Face Hunter is more aggro decks coming into, and they're able to just completely shoot through the competition. So excited to see that coming into it. But I mean, we are waiting for these guys to get into. I'm just checking to see. I think they might be just about ready. really over preparing in this scenario.
Yeah, you know, have you watched those tennis matches where they'll play each other for fun right before their match, and they'll be really into that? So it's about your pre-match game as well. It's not just about doing well in tournament. It's a whole mindset thing when you have to play well regardless of the setting you're in.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, sometimes I've even seen those members actually decide to do something a little bit more fun off the side of things and say, "Hey, I'm just going to call a timeout now," and just you have to wait a little bit, okay? Just calm down. It actually allows them to completely reset their own mindset and actually refortify themselves coming into the competition. I mean, it has been a long morning already for them, so for them to be playing into it is another thing they have to be waiting.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Okay, I think should be just about to get into play soon. Apart from that, trying to think. You want any Maccas today, mate?
Oh, I'm always down for Macca's. I always go on the app just to see what kind of deal I have that's at the targeted ads. Yeah, and sometimes you get really good steals. You get like really cheap burgers or like fries. Like I'm a sucker for large fries and a soft serve.
Ooh, some large fries and a soft serve sounds really good right now. I think. Look, just let you know. Don't be surprised if there's going to be a moment in time where I'm just shoveling fries into my face. It's very high possibility in this tournament that I might be just coming into like, and we're back, and just throw it away. What are you talking about? We're putting it back into the back straight into it.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you. You said you used to work at Macca's, and it was one of your one of your most favorite times of your life.
Yeah.
What have you ever had any of those crazy moments where like you've seen kids who are just so excited when they come running in? They're like, ah! Have you ever like run up to you and be like, Yaoway, get me something? Or were you not like, were you in the back end just sort of like get me something? You both, cool, yeah.
I distinctly remember the Sunday morning. It was a very quiet Sunday morning. We didn't have anyone in store. We didn't have anyone drive through. We hadn't had anyone for a while. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start doing some cleaning. And I polished the front door. It was like sparkling. You could see your face reflect off it. And then this family parks and the kid runs out. The kid runs and both palms land on the glass. And I'm just like, deep breaths. We can do this. We can get through this.
You sit and go like, no, all the time I spent polishing this glass, making it perfect, and the kids are ruined. I mean, I love to see their faces smile, but damn, they have very greasy hands sometimes. Well, another thing I'd like to ask you: how many more Happy Meals would you purchase if they just happened to come with a free deck of a free deck in there?
A lot. As long as I get my juice popper, I'm good.
Oh yeah, you're a good man for the juice. You're a sucker. So you said you said apple over orange juice, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Blasphemy, mate. OJ all the way. You can't. There's no way you're telling me you prefer OJ. Like, you prefer apple juice over OJ. What is?
Yeah, for sure. It's like it goes apple juice and then orange juice with pulp, and then everything else.
What? Orange juice with pulp?
Yeah, that's the best part about orange juice. We like freshly squeezed, everything, all the goodness there.
Fair enough. Well, let's see if perhaps maybe these guys can give us some a bit of extra orange juice pulp here, so that way you can enjoy it. Because man, if you're asking me, orange juice is the way to roll coming into this competition, and there's no way you can tell me apple juice is better than orange juice.
Someone needs to cue that Civil War poster we've been talking about.
You reckon? That's the way we're gonna have. Is that how you want to take this? Is that the way we're gonna go?
I'm team apple juice.
Team apple juice. Okay, team apple juice. All right. Fine. I'll let it be in this case. All right, guys. Well, look, I know you guys have been waiting patiently. These players are just making sure that they've got everything up to date with everything that they need to do. Just a little bit of extra preparation that we should be just about to start. So no more talks about apple juices. No more talks about Mac. Well, actually, there's going to be more talks about Macca's. I mean, we still need it. There's still like your favorite Happy Meal that you could go for. Not your favorite Happy Meal. Your favorite meal in particular. Your favorite offer that they've done. Plus, like, I mean, who cares? We've all seen Rick and Morty and the Szechuan sauces, right? Did you get a chance to try that out?
No, I didn't actually. So that was a little unfortunate, but yeah. Have you been Macca's like overseas? They have like really cool stuff as well.
No, I haven't. What is it? What is it like?
Like every country has their own little variation on stuff. They have like their own unique burgers as well that you can't get here. Sometimes they bring it over, but anyway, let's get into this game.
I'm
Yep, well, looks like we are finally moving into the match here. So as we are jumping into it now, it will be Bien up against Tempest, both from the University of Queensland. So alumni is battling out between each other. Tempest, of course, is a bit annoyed that he wasn't able to win the previous match beforehand. So he's out for revenge, whereas Bien on this side is saying, you know what, I've been absolutely demolishing my competition this entire time. It is not going to change. So looking at the hands as they come into it, Bien has picked up the Backfire, Soulrend, Mortar Coil, and the Blood Shard as well, the Bristleback in that sense, and was just able to chill back while Tempest plays his Cult Neophyte, just to basically stop Bien from doing what he wants to do.
Yep, and he's got the good tempo hand where he can just start playing Mankrik and start pushing in damage with his minions. Yeah, even if he wants, he can Shadow Step this Cult Neophyte to kind of block his opponent from playing spells again. He did think about that for a second before deciding it wasn't worth it.
Oh, like you said though, Mankrik will come down, so the tempo is being played into it. It will actually not be the Warlock mirror that we were expecting. It will of course be the Rogue versus Warlock. So Tempest this time deciding to change things up a little bit and says, you know what, I'm going to win this way first. Of course, if Tempest does win with a Rogue, that does mean that there will be a Warlock mirror regardless, but just deciding to change things up a little bit here and say, I'm going to throw you off guard. Bien, of course, has been sitting back patiently waiting for his opportunity to play and has probably been watching the matches to see if he can get a little bit of an extra advantage, to see if Tempest's playstyle means he's a bit more conservative, a bit more aggressive in terms of how he wants to move into it and can formulate a strategy that way.
Yep, and now we see the Guardian Orb Merchant Swindle. He's going to keep drawing cards and keep the board presence up and start pressing for damage as well. And we get the Mankrik's wife for the first time this tournament.
Oh, there we go. Mankrik, consumed by hatred, has now jumped into the fray. Still has Mankrik as well, just chilling out there. So, a bit interesting to see both of them just hanging out there. One's like chill Mankrik, one is angry Mankrik. But as you can see, first time in the tournament, which is quite uncommon. This Mankrik's a very popular card. I believe it was recently nerfed as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was recently adjusted. He went from 310 to a 37. You know, he's not completely consumed by hatred. He's a little bit more mellow. He's a little accepted that
He's gone through anger management like this, you know. As soon as he realizes his wife is dead, he's decided to actually go see a counselor.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, deal with his grief in a much more healthier way. That being said, 3-2 now, still available on the map. Of course, that way that board clear was effective, but not effective enough to actually get rid of Mankrik. And we do have a secret passage come into play here as well.
Yep, and that's a really good assortment of cards. He can go one maker. He goes for one thief instead. You either go for the ring toss or the deep freeze. Probably the ring toss. Oh, he goes for the deep freeze. He's going for the super late game.
And will of course be another one maker directly afterwards. Get a sinister strike and is now continuing to just dish out that damage. Bien now down to 20, and the cards are now returning to Tempest's hands. And Bien will now have options to mix things up. Does pick up that Ticketus. Again, a very controversial card in its own sense, but still a very strong, effective card that will limit Tempest going into this late game, and Bien definitely needs that right now.
Yeah, Tamsin putting in a bit of work with its ability to copy spells, shadow spells. So since last year, spells actually have been given a class. So as we can see, Mortar Coil is a shadow spell, and Tamsin adds copies of shadow spells to your hand.
It's very nice to have that as well. As you can see, he's continuing to use that. It will obviously pick up a Twisting Never off the back of that Shadow Coil, like the Death Coil. And now the one thief is there, left alone in the battlefield, thinking to himself, oh, how did all my friends disappear? Hopefully Tempest can bring some of them back, or at least, you know, give this one maker, or this one thief, sorry, a few extra friends on the side of it. Is looking at possibly dropping down a Cult Neophyte. Of course, does mean that those spells and cards cost a little bit extra for Bien on that side, and is a nice way just to continue holding him off, or holding him from playing what he wants to play, and actually building Tempest up a little bit further.
Sure, and because his opponent's playing the self-mill Warlock, it's not playing like the Soul Shard packages, so it's not going to have as many ways to be able to heal up, so what damage you deal is what damage you will get back.
Will Shadow Step that one thief back onto the board. Has Primordial Studies, Font of Power, or the Wosis Ally as a choice here. I believe Primordial Studies is the choice, and it will be. Basically allows a bit of extra card generation for Tempest, who wants to be able to find, of course, spells that will be able to finish off BN in those later stages.
Yep, exactly. So that's what we want to do. I just want to be able to pile on the pressure before he can mill himself.
You can see Soul Rend has been picked up, so another piece of the puzzle available for Bien in that scenario. As the other thing as well is he's hovering that Ticketus. I mean, it is a 6 card or 6 mana card. We are on turn 6. Might as well just drop it down. Of course, not only is the fact that it corrupts the deck and also forces those damages out. Another thing that can be effective with it is the fact that it is an 8/8 body on the field and does choose in the end not to drop it. Will actually just clear away the board and drop himself an Armor Vendor to buy him a bit more time with all the pressure Tempest has been putting out.
Yep, exactly. And now we see the field contact, which will be a way later that he can use to draw a lot of cards really quickly. And this Steward of Scrolls is actually very powerful, giving him another Secret Passage, and we know how powerful that card is.
Yeah, it's really one of those cards that just allows the rogues to either generate a save for themselves or generate that kill potential. So, as you can see, a nice easy choice for him to grab that Secret Passage. Backfire has now been picked up as well. Sorry, the Backfire has been used, but of the cards that have been picked up will be the Death Head's Cultist, the Altar of Fire, and another Armor Vendor.
Yeah, exactly. Now we can...
Yep.
Now we see Deep Freeze come down, which summons 2 Water Elementals as well, which is really good because there's no easy way to clear them. But we do see that Ticketus now, that it might come down.
Yeah, basically start to force a bit of pressure back onto Tempest. Jaraxxus has also been picked up as well, so Bien, even though he's sitting on 24 HP, a little bit low as beforehand, Altar of Fire will be used instead just to continue milling away all of these cards. And some nice cards there for Tempest. Does bite the dust, but still in the end, in the commanding position, 12 cards still available in that deck for only 5 here for Bien, who is still looking for that Nero Fire hand.
Yep, definitely. And that hasn't come yet, but he can definitely start playing cards now and then make way for Jaraxxus next turn to start putting down the pressure on the opponent.
Definitely going to be doing that. Has actually managed to bring his HP back up to 30 as well, and that Jaraxxus will be a nice card to play directly afterwards, as you mentioned before, those recent buffs making him so much more powerful. The other thing as well is he was playing a little bit of a dangerous game when he used that Altar of Fire. Of course, not having the Nero in hand and burning some of his own cards would have been a bit of a rough moment for Bien, so good that he was able to still hold on to that Nero and just, you know, play out that little bit of a dangerous chicken game with his deck.
Yeah, definitely. And now it's going to be really tough for Rogue to try and clear the board and clear off all the minions and deal 30 damage. Rogue has always had troubles clearing a lot of board.
I remember you saying before, and traditionally that was the main weakness of Horde, I think. So not Rogue in this scenario. I really love to take into account. It's like, Rogue, oh no, my only weakness, more minions. So at this point in time, he's just going to continue to clear what he can of the board. There's the Nero Fireblade, so Bien now has free reign to just continue burning as much as possible. And of course, we'll drop down that Jaraxxus and continue to play into this. And things are starting to look not the best for Tempest once again, as Bien's finally finding what he needs. It was looking pretty good at the start, but in the end, Bien manages to turn this around pretty comfortably.
Yeah, he needs to get to his efficient Octobot as soon as he can to be able to proc its effect. Losing Genesis is pretty rough.
It's not a burn you want.
Otherwise, he might just not have enough damage. I think he must play the Kazakhist now. Get a good golem.
Yep, that is what seems to be the place in the scenario. So let's see what golem he decides to choose here. Lesser, greater, superior, of course, with that enchant that you can throw on top. And
I think you might need
this point.
He chooses the greater golem, the 5 mana golem. Oh, no, 10 mana golem. He chooses the superior one.
Because he wants to have a big boy that he can throw on in the next turn. It will be, of course, superior with stealth and summon, so he's going to be guaranteed to get that another one at least onto the field. And here comes the Tenwu as well to bring back the Kazakhist, so he can make another one if he wants, or so chooses. This is going to be the case there. He is running out of time though, so he needs to really speed on through. And now this is checking to see if Tempest has a quick hands. Yeah, he's really going into that super late game. He thinks maybe perhaps with those two, he'll be able to deal with this Jiraxis, who'll be summoning out all those resources pretty much without any repercussions. So quick hands there, Tempest hopefully made the right decisions there at the very end there, but Bien's wasting no time to play out what he decided he wanted to do there. Will of course play that Ticketus and force out what seems to be the last cards here available for Tempest. And he's down to Fatigue now at this point, and very easy choices there for Bien, who's just going to immediately throw out, of course, the Inferno and just continue to coin out some extra resources into it. So Tempest now, if you've got a plan in place, it's time for you to use it.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to play the 10 mana Golem, but Bien myself can just ignore it as well. Or if anything, he can just play the Twisting Nettler.
As you can see, he's actually made a different choice for this particular 10 spell bomb. It will, of course, be Divine Shield with a 3 damage Battle Cry. He's going to clear everything out in this time being. There's extra health that's going to be restored to Bien. It's not going to be there because he's already full HP, and now he's got a big boy on deck, but Siphon Soul will clear that out relatively easily, or very easily.
And there's Baron Scavenger, and yeah, as we've seen before, Drax has just managed to pile on threats, and then Dex can't really handle it.
That Fatigue as well continuing to cause more damage, and Tempest says, yep, I have had enough of this. I never managed to hit what I finally needed, or the missing pieces of my puzzle to finish off Bien in this scenario. So it will be Tempest dipping out of this competition. It means his Rogue's still going to be available to him. On the flip side, Bien will be losing out on not having his Warlock coming into it. So of course, does need to use what's going to be his Rogue now. So it's going to be either another Rogue Mirror, or it will be the Warlock up against the Rogue and ending in a Rogue Mirror. So both of these guys playing the same, relatively, same classes with a little bit of differences in their deck styles.
Now it looks like Tempest is getting really unlucky against his opponent's self-mill Warlock deck.
Well, now he knows he doesn't have to deal with it. That's something that he's, I guess, luck will be out of that equation. And that being said, I mean, Tempest is probably overdue for a little bit of luck from the RNG gods himself. So hopefully the deck's thinking pretty good. Maybe he can get himself a bit of Macca's as well, Macca's coffee, or grab himself a Macca's drink to just give him a little bit of extra power, a little bit of energy, and making sure he can actually bring back this game. Because I personally love to see series. I like to see when it goes to that game 3. So Tempest and Bien now, as you can tell, have made themselves back into the match. And it will, of course, be Tempest's Warlock up against Bien's Rogue, and he's already beginning to shuffle those Soul Fragments in, Spirit Jailer onto the field.
And we can see Bien has that efficient Octobot early, which is definitely what he wants to see, and be able to proc it as early as he can. He has the secrets, but he doesn't really have the Sparkjoy cheat or the Hanar yet, so he wouldn't be getting as much value off those as he possibly could.
Does pick up a 1 thief, and you think maybe that's what he's got to play. He's already got 2 of those as well available, and I guess you can look to hold on to them to generate things a little bit earlier, but it will be the efficient Octobot that's placed down. And of course, Tempest might find an opportunity to get rid of it very quickly. Does have Hysteria, but doesn't think it's going to be enough at this point in time to finish it, and he will just proc that Frenzy and give the little bit of extra efficiency for Bien.
Yeah, definitely. There again, we see like the blackjack's on him, but nothing. I think he can just pop both his secrets down, play that 1 thieves as well, and just to start get a lot of advantage against his opponent to start being able to overwhelm them.
Well, very quick on those choices of spells as well. Ruined Orbit immediately picked up. Is going to be thinking, nope, he's not. Devolving Missiles is going to be the second one here, so as you can see, we'll use that Ruined Orb to do a bit more damage, discover that spell, continue to generate extra cards off the back of it, and has regained control of the board now. Tempest had it early, but typically that's what we expect to see from a rogue that has that ability to just generate instant tempo off the back of those efficiencies.
For sure. Now we see looks like it's an easy Hysteria here.
Yep, probably is the case. He's actually thinking through this, but will be the Hysteria nonetheless. And now just continuing to play out there. I mean, with that Hysteria, you could use it probably to not really minions that you want to throw it on them. Not the best value until something a little bit bigger comes onto the board. So let's see what's being played here. The Blackjack Stunner is there available. You don't really want to actually use it on any of the minions that's up on your opponent's side of the field because it does generate extra value for them going forward. So it will be the Devolving Missiles first, just to get rid of things there in the end. We'll put it down to a poor little Murloc Tiny Fin there, making it much more useless. Didn't actually decide to go onto the Spirit Jailer at all, so it does mean that, of course, that will be available, but we're pretty happy with that decision there to get rid of the Venomous Scorpion's ability to just one-shot anything onto the field.
I think Tempest has had a little hysterical.
He's got too many. He's got three Hysterias off the back of it, and it has picked up that Yashaj as well. And Yashaj definitely a very strong card to have towards that late game, but we'll be waiting at least another 6 turns before he's got the opportunity to use it.
And now we're going to see the Shadow Jewel Hanar get quite a bit of value, picking out a lot of secrets and be able to put them into play. I think you would like the counter spell. It's not very useful now, but it would be useful later on. But he wants to get more value, and he does get it in the end.
Does choose to get at least one of them. Well, like you said, does get the counter spell, but chooses to place down the Avenger as well. I mean, he could have actually opted into getting 2 counter spells as something there just to give a little bit of extra utility to hold off against what will be aggressiveness from your opponent. But at this point, Tempest is still pretty happy just to sit back. I mean, like you said, a lot of Hysteria is available to him. It's still not the best in the sense that because these are such low-cost minions, not something that you really want to be using. It does have the Tamsin to put down, but it will actually be the Hysteria in the end. You know what? If you've got 3 of them, I guess in the end it works out to use both of use one, and unfortunately doesn't get the best value because he ends up losing his own minion in the process.
And then Avenge trigger, so that's really good for Bien myself. And now he also gets the Dirty Tricks as well. Man, that's a lot of value.
So here he is thinking, hey, I can use this Hysteria to at least gain some control of the board, and he's looking at it like things just went from bad to worse. Does also pick up a Bamboozle directly afterwards with the summon of that Sparkjoy Clerk as well, and just continue a Sparkjoy cheat, and then also picks up a Shadow Step, and Bien's looking really strong against Tempest at the moment. I don't know if this is I feel like it is probably just a bit of luck coming Bien's way, and bad luck for Tempest, who not really getting the cards that he needs to start putting that pressure back.
I use it now. He's got Tamsin Coin and the Drain Life to be able to Drain Soul, sorry, to be able to clear off the 2 big threats. But it's going to come at a cost, obviously, with the amount of secrets up. Hopefully, he knows to use the coin first.
Oh, doesn't seem to be the case. We'll use Tamsin, so the ambush comes up. Let's see if he does coin as a way to draw out that secret, and it seems to be what he will be doing. So Tempest on point at the moment. Actually, he's holding off on it. No. Tempest, use the coin. Use the coin, Tempest. Use the coin. He uses the coin. Excellent. Good on that sense there. So, does obviously counter out that counter spell, and here comes the Draining Spell in the end as well. Or the Draining Soul.
Yeah, we see it now. See, Tempest is really powerful and be able to copy all these value spells. But Bien himself, his hand isn't stopping anytime soon. He's still going to be able to draw and play a bunch of cards. So he's going to be able to play the Ambush, the Swindle to draw 2 more cards.
So Bien's like, sweet, no worries, you may have survived this initial little onslaught here, but I'm still generating more value, still generating extra stuff here. It looks like it will be the Price Plunderer as well, just to deal a little bit extra damage, and of course, because he's got the ability to pop up that dagger as well, he'll be able to just clear it away. Probably also use the Efficient Octobot at the end. Nope, never mind, doesn't even need to use it. And will, of course, just do straight to the face now. And all that damage that Tempest had recovered from, now putting him back on the back foot, back to 20, and back to him looking for options to clear this board once again.
Alright, and we could see the Hysteria again. You never expect the 3rd Hysteria.
I like to.
That's true, right? You're probably thinking, okay, now I can actually start to play my bigger cards, and not realizing there'll be a 3rd Hysteria waiting in the wings here. We'll, of course, use that as well as the Lucky Soul Holder to get a few extra cards into that deck. And we'll pick up the Ogremancer, which is really nice against the Rogue, but would have liked it a little bit earlier.
It's unfortunate the Rogue has, like, total total control of the board, right? Jandis is going to demand that even further. See what he's got. Oh, those are very good minions to get off Jandis as well, unlike the Blood Herald that was seen last time.
Of course, does select the one with the Divine Shield to be the real one, so Makes perfect sense there to get that little bit of extra value.
Yeah, people generally put the one Divine Shield as a fake one because it's protected by the Divine Shield.
True.
But then this time, because he's being protected by the Bamboozle, it'd be a little different. But yeah, Tempest having that third Hysteria in hand is going to be able to pick off the board a little bit better.
It'd be interesting to see who decides to put it on. I wouldn't be surprised if he does throw it onto the Divine Shield just to give him a little bit of extra hit on it. We'll life tap first, just see what's there. We'll get a Soul Fragment, probably not what he wanted to get, but he's still getting another Soul Fragment off the back of it, so he's getting some HP back, which is nice, and picks up the Ticketus, which is probably something that he will need to actually get something a bit back into it, but we'll use that Hysteria first, of course, onto the Divine Shield, and let's see if this is enough to clear away the whole board.
No, he's got the Bamboozle.
Oh, the Bamboozle, yep.
Yeah, well, it doesn't, but now, hey, the Allah comes back.
That's true, unless he's got something else to do it. Nope, the Allah just comes back. That's a really nice Bamboozle as
It's
well.
one off lethal. Oh, it is. It's not lethal, but it's nearly lethal.
Yeah, there's a Shadow Step as well just to bring it back. So 2 off the back of it here. Tempest can't draw any more cards here for the life tap, and he's pressed in. This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't think he's got anything that can bring himself back. Does have the Strongman to perhaps buy some time, but the Alex Strasser can go through that if he wants to, and he will just life tap in the end to get some HP back. Sociologist Militia is available. I don't think this is going to be enough to bring it back for him.
No, unfortunately. And there we go. We see Bien, myself, sweep the entire North Conference.
As you can see there, you said Tempest will put it into, will just concede in the very end. A nice, quick victory for Bien, who is a newcomer to the tournament. I mean, we did look at Tempest possibly being the favorite for ourselves here when we discussed it, his initial entering into the tournament, or his actual participation into it. But Bien really just came through, surprised us completely, and I don't know if it's a bit of luck off the side of that there, or perhaps it was really just him being really well prepared coming in and bringing a little bit of difference with his decks. That ended up being the final puzzle for him to come through and completely take away this North Conference. What's your feeling on that, Yaoway?
Yeah, we saw some pretty cool matches today. We actually got to see like the Self-Mill Warlock deck, which I think is a highlight. I don't think we'll be seeing too much of it in the other conferences. We got to see, a good variety of decks being played. There's some classes which are underrepresented, but that just gives us something to look forward to, right?
Absolutely, and it does mean that Bien will be able to field it a little bit there. As we can see, we are bringing up the brackets here just to see, the final story here that went under its way, and it will of course be Bien at the very top there, defeating Tempest once again. So definitely very well played there by Tempest. Good job to hang into the competition this far. Bien as well showing us some pretty nice stuff off the back of it. But we are not done with that just today. This just is the close of the North Conference. We still have the East Conference available today, so we'll be going to a quick break and we'll be bringing you the action that's happening right after this. And we are back with the Hearthstone Uni Cup 2021 finals presented by Blizzard and AL, and of course supported by McDonald's. If you're just joining us right now, we have just come from the North Conference, which was won by BN up against Tempest. However, Tempest is not out of the competition just yet. The top 2 players from each conference will be moving forward to the next rounds of the competition, which means Tempest still has an opportunity to get some revenge up against BN. That being said, guys, we are now moving into the East Conference, where we'll be seeing, where our first match will be up against Raikiri and Quakelord. Now, I just want to quickly just bring up the bracket so we can have a quick look to see at the tournament so far to see how we see what's going through. As we can see here, from the point, Raikiri and Quakelord have been doing quite well, and in the losers bracket will be one of our main competitors, a Yukiora and Absolute Zero, who will be playing out to see who will be versing the loser against either Raikiri or Quakelord. Now, Yukiora did pretty damn well in tournament last time. I believe he won it, like you said before. This is a bit unexpected to see him in the losers bracket, but he's still fighting valiantly. When we look at this particular 2 decks here that we've got against Raikiri and Quakelord, who would you reckon he'd want to face up against?
I'd imagine it's not Quakelord, because Quakelord looks like he's top 100 on ladder right now.
He's looking pretty damn strong.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
yeah.
So he's definitely going to be someone you want to keep an eye out for, just because he's done so well so far. And if you look at his history on the ladder, he's 2-0'd all his opponents, so he hasn't even dropped a single game yet.
Looking at it, Quakelord is probably the strong favorite coming into this competition up against Raikiri. It is the 4th seed up against the 8th seed. Now, when I look at Quakelord here, he does choose to field, or in his roster is a mage, rogue, and warrior. He unfortunately is not going to be able to use his warrior going into this competition, or going up against Raikiri. On the flip side, Raikiri likes to roster the priest, demon hunter, and mage, and of course has lost access to that priest. So it's going to be demon hunter, mage up against mage, rogue. So looking at this here, I mean, obviously, but you don't really get a choice to see what your opponent's going to use up first. However, I mean, that warrior seems to be the more of the X factor element in this competition, because we haven't been seeing too many warriors so far when we take into account the North Conference.
No, it's for good reason too. Warrior is very powerful deck on ladder right now, and very powerful in tournaments as well, as we saw that one match with the warrior, because his opponent wasn't able to remove the Overlord run thing. It just ended the game on its own. And now we do get to see mages, which was something that was that people wanted to see. There's a powerful card called Incanter's Flow. It's almost as controversial as a Ticketus right now, given that if a player has Incanter's Flow on exactly turn 2, their win rate is near 70%. So I think a lot of the matches in this tournament will be decided by that.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if that is what we get to, what we get out of it. That being said, though, I mean, Incanter's Flow, 70% win rate on turn 2, absolutely humongous at this point. So I'm going to be really excited to see when that does come into play. We are going to be jumping into the match right now. So it will be the winners bracket semifinals, Quakelord up against Raikiri. So excited to see what these 2 players have chosen to put onto the board.
Yep, definitely. And we start off with a mage versus rogue. And we can see the Incanter's Flow already in Raikiri's hand, so he's already got a huge leg up.
That's something that we didn't want to see, because like you said, it's a little bit of a controversial card, but that being said, Raikiri's probably very happy off the back of it. Quakelord, on the other hand, has got Vanessa Van Cleef, the Field Contact, the Coin, and of course, the Foxy Fraud. So has got a few little bit of tricks up his sleeve to possibly make this work, but obviously we're going to be seeing how devastating this Incantus is. It's most likely going to be a Macca's moment. Guys, if you actually like the gameplay of the Incantus Flow, hey guys, throw it out there and say that I'm loving it, and we'll definitely grab that one down.
Definitely, we should just have a document on every time Incanter's Flow is played on exactly turn 2. Quakelord taking his turns very carefully right now.
Just holding it out for the time being, likes to wait it out. It does have the prize plunderer, but obviously you want to be using that with the combo, and it will be the coin into what seems to be the with Foxy Fraud. Nope, yep, the Foxy Fraud will be prayed down in the end, and that's obviously going to reduce the cost of everything. We'll also get the Swindle out just to get a few extra cards into his hand.
Yeah, definitely. And now we see the Incanter's Flow. It's followed by, like, Incanter's Flow essentially just gave him 26 extra mana, right? We saw how powerful efficient Octobot is when it gives you like a 4 mana discount across the cards in your hand, but Incanta's Flow just gave him like 26 extra mana. It's insane.
You can already see it there. Cram Session, of course, has been picked up. Only needs 1 cost as well. And also, obviously, has access to that Arcane Intellect. So if he wants to use it now just to continue to draw out more of those cheaper cards that's already in hand, that's going to be available, is actually just going to opt in for that Cram Session and just say, yep, you know what? If I can get more efficiency out of it purely because these are already my efficient cards, that's what I'm going to do. And we'll just use these spells to clear away the board. And obviously, at this point, Quakelaw's like, all right, let's see what I can do. I've got a Man Crick at least, and that's been put into play.
Yeah, definitely. And now we see the Refreshing Springwater, another controversial card. It recently got nerfed, but if you read it, essentially it says draw 2 cards for free because your entire deck is just spells. And we're going to be able to see how insane this is.
Yep, well, it seems to be the case there. Refreshing Springwater has been put into it. Another 2 spells have been put into it, so hasn't not lost any mana. Has got the Fireball, Arcane Intellect, Combustion, and Shooting Star. This man has an absolute arsenal. He's ready to shoot straight at Quakelord, and he's probably thinking, man, maybe I'm in the wrong game for my name.
Yeah, definitely. Now you can see he's just drawn like a whole bunch of cards, and his cards are all just free. Got that Imprisoned Phoenix, which is going to set up a very explosive turn in the future.
We'll throw out that Combustion as well, ending his turn, and of course clearing the... Quakelord's thinking, okay, well, Man Crick, maybe I can get my hands on the Enraged Man Crick if possible, but is looking at what he's available with his measly 4 mana at this point in time, and very high cost cards, especially that Alex Straza. I mean, everything else is okay. I'm being a little bit dramatic in the idea of extremely expensive cards, but still, when you think about the 26 free mana Rikari has picked up going into the rest of the match, that is pretty tough pull to swallow if you're on the side of Quakelord here. He's decided to throw out the Field Contact and, of course, the Prize Plunderer, and that is also going to allow him to drive up another 1 feed. So he's still getting some options here, still has 30 HP to his name, still has the ability to win this, but when I'm looking at Rikari just continuously generating free spells and very free, efficient spells off the back of it, it's just going to get worse and worse, and we'll put out that Dormant or the Imprisoned Phoenix for the time being.
Yeah. And now we see this Reckless Apprentice ping off his whole board, so looks like we can see why Incanta's Flow is just so powerful in turn 2. But we do see this Enraged Man Crick hit the board as well.
Which is definitely a good sign for Quakelord, even though he might not have lucked out in the sense that his opponent got the Incanta's Flow early, he is lucking out in terms of actually picking up that Enraged Man Crick, and as you can see now, he's wasting no time and continuing to generate more of his own cards, gets that Secret Passage, which is also a nice card, and things aren't that bad for him, really. I mean, 29 to 24 HP, has a pretty decent board on hand for the time being, has also picked up his own Incanta's Flow if he wants to use it, but of course, that's something you want to be using as early as possible.
Yeah, and because he plays a lot of minions in the deck, Incanta's Flow isn't that much value, especially because his spells are already fairly cheap. Probably just goes with the Devolving Missiles here. Goes for the Flurry.
Well, I guess the Flurry does allow him to slow things down if he wants to. We'll use that Flurry, of course, just to slow down the Reckless Apprentice, and of course that Imprisoned Phoenix is getting closer and closer to being awakened from its dormant state.
Yep, definitely. And we can see Rikari just can continue his turn. His whole deck being discounted gives him so much accessibility to being able to play combinations of cards which wouldn't normally be possible.
As you can see, there does pick up that Lab Partner off the studies. So,
yep.
Nice in that sense of things. We'll be able to drop that down. An extra 1 spell damage as well means that Shooting Star will be able to do just a little bit more as well, but isn't going to use in the end. No, will use in the end, which is going to be that 2 damage to all minions there, and just start to really clear away that board immediately. Man Crick is still there, but for how long? And of course, an Arcane Intellect will allow him to draw even more of these discounted cards onto the field.
Yep, for sure. And now he's going to be able to just play minions. It's funny how the deck that plays no minions in its deck has the most amount of minions on board.
An idea of just continuously spell generating. The thing, it's like, hey, I don't have any minions, but as you can see, they're just on the board there. And of course, it is very, as the meta's evolved, they've gone, hey, you know what? I can literally just run an entire spell deck and still get board control, still get everything off the back of it. That seems to be the power of these mages going forward. Quakelord now is beginning to look for some answers to remove this board if possible. Does use that Secret Passage, gets 2 Shadow Steps off the back of it, and a Price Plunderer as well as a Guardian Org Merchant. I mean, not really what he wants, but he's still going to be putting it out there as well, using it to his best effect.
Yep, for sure. And we can see Raikiri's hand starts having a lot of damage. He can start using like the rune orbs to find more damage as well. He's got combustion to be able to clear off the boards. He's just in a really good position, especially because the Phoenix wakes up next turn as well, and the Phoenix is able to give him so much extra damage.
Yeah, extra 2 spell damage is going to be huge, especially with all the spells that he's amassed. I mean, Fireball's already at 6 damage there, so it will be an extra, that will be up to 8 as an example of that. As you can see though, Quakelord does a pretty decent job at clearing away the rest of the board and gets a few extra members up on there as well, with that Secret Passage reviving the hands that he had before, and is beginning to whittle away at that HP, possibly making Rakari be at least within killing distance. I mean, like you said, yeah, that Incantus Flow was nice, gives him a 70% win rate, still 30% we have to account for, and considering how highly ranked Quakelord is at the moment, definitely the person with the capability to pull it off.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm definitely excited to see how he comes back from this. Like, he's still got like a full hand to play with as well. But like I said, Raikiri's got a lot of burst damage in his hand to be able to try and close off the game really soon.
Rune Orge is now coming to play, so he's going to be able to deal that extra 4 damage that we're talking about. Does have the option between the Primordial Studies, Flurry, and Arcane Intellect, and I mean, the Arcane Intellect looks looking pretty good at this moment. I wouldn't mind Primordial Studies either, so a lot of different things come into it. It will be that Arcane Intellect. I mean, it's nice to get the Primordial Studies as essentially a free hand, free card out of your deck, whereas the Arcane Intellect is drawing more from your deck. So you're getting more resources, but using up more of it at the same time. So it's a bit of a catch-22 when you think about that choice there, but it will be now Raikiri beginning to heat things up and say, you know what, you've been dealing damage to me this entire time, I'm going to throw it right back at you, and take him down to 8 HP on Quakelord.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's got the Mask of Cthulhu in his hand as well to be able to start pushing out a lot of damage. I think Quakelord now just wants to start playing as much as he can to be able to block damage from Mask of Cthulhu's coming out. Knowing your opponent has 2 fireballs both gone means that there's a lot less burst potential from them.
Quakelord still has the ability to also deal that damage back. As you can see there, will deal 4 damage at least in this scenario, which will be bringing down Rakari to at least 12, and also will be dropping down the Nissa Van Cleef just to continue to get some more copies. As also picked up a Fireball as well, so that actually might be, yeah, it will be him lethal in the next turn if he can survive that Mask of Cthulhu.
Yep, he draws the Apexis Blast, but I don't think that's enough to win the game, unfortunately. Looks like game 1 will go to Quakelord.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, the
Unless all of
hasn't been played yet.
Mask of Cthulhu goes to the face. I mean, there's a chance that all of Mask of Cthulhu goes to the face.
I mean, look, that's highly possible in this case. We have to wait and see. It's really a matter of Raikiri just, playing it down at this point. The other thing he can do, it looks like he's actually going to opt in for the combustion. Ooh, he's thinking about it. You can tell he's like, oh, if I play the Mask of Cthulhu, I'm rolling the dice here. Little does he know that he's rolling the dice by playing it, because Quakelord has the finishing piece in his hand, and if he decides to hold off that extra turn, that's literally going to be him done. So does he try to go for the throat now and, possibly have a chance of victory, or does he clear the board in hopes that Quakelord doesn't have the damage?
He knows Quakelord has a Fireball because Vanessa will always add the last card play to the hand.
Yeah, true. So that's the big thing here. So he knows he's got that there. We'll use the Arcane Intellect instead. So he's, drawing for something else if possible. It does get the Apex Blast and then another Incantus Flow. So
unfortunately, Quakelord wins the game.
No, but you could tell, he's thinking, I could play it, but he decided to try and dig for a more solid answer, and in the end, Fireball is more than enough damage to finish off Raikiri, and it will be Quakelord, who felt like he was behind the 8-ball this entire game because that Incantus Flow came through on turn 3. Was it turn 3?
Turn 2, on the dot.
Sorry, on the dot, turn 2. Which like you said, 70% win chance when you get the Incantus Flow on turn 2. And Quakelord manages to come out on top. So, pretty crazy that this guy was able to pull out the 30%. We said he had the capability to do it, and he did not disappoint. So now we are moving, of course, into that next round, which will be up. Quakelord has lost the ability to use his rogue coming into it. It means it has to opt into his mage, and looks like Raikiri will continue to maintain that mage as well.
And let's see who gets to the Incantus Flow.
No one, for the time being. I mean, it's still got the mulligan, so we have to wait and see.
I mean, if neither of them have the Incantus Flow, it'd be like watching them have a spoon fight.
Well, no Incantus Flow for Akiri. We're waiting to see what comes across. And none for Quakelord, so it looks like it will possibly be a bit of a fight of the, I guess you could say, wet noodles in a pool at this point in time.
Yeah, but Quakelord has the Font of Power, so he's able to start pushing in phase damage a little bit earlier, as he's guaranteed to have 3 minions now.
There you go, there's that Font of Power used as well. Will be a bit more on the expensive side. We'll have to wait a few turns before we can play him, but that being said, also has the Arcane Intellect and a coin to use as well if he wants to actually charge out at least the Arcane Luminaries immediately.
For sure.
But yeah, that being said here, I guess you could say it will be that wet noodle fight off the back of it. Or perhaps a French fry fight in this scenario, both of them just trying to use a very large French fry from their McDonald's goodie bag to try to hit each other with fries for the time being.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I like to see. He's really got to think about it. Does he want to coin Arcane Intellect to try and draw into that Incantus Flow sooner?
That is a possibility, and he's thinking about it at this point in time, and I think I do like it, to be honest. It is an idea of saying, hey, the more cards I draw, the higher chance that I do come into that Incantus Flow, which would be the edge I need to win this game. So possibly he could opt in for that being the more direct one, but chooses to hold on to that coin instead, and we'll just fireball to the face for the time being, playing a lot more conservative than we would have thought.
One thing to... Ooh, there's the Incantus Flow, no hesitation. One thing to note is that Quakelord also plays Deck of Lunacy in his deck, which was a card that was recently nerfed, but it's actually an extremely powerful card when it's played.
Well, we can see Quakelord may not have the Incantus Flow, but we'll be able to put out some extra minions onto the board, the Imprisoned Overseer, and of course, the Arcane Luminary in one hit. And here comes the Refreshing Spring Water as well to continue playing out what was going to be completely a free card or free card draw as well. And another Incantus Flow from Akiri. He may not have got it early, but he damn got the two of them pretty damn quick enough off the side of that. And that might actually be a tipping point for Akiri to win with this mage.
Yeah, for sure, but that's not count Quakelord out yet. He's still got a lot of cards in his arsenal ready to go. He's got Arcane Intellect, hopefully dig for an answer. He can play Primordial Studies and start playing minions and start beating face in with it.
Seems to be the case. Does get that free lab partner. Will of course use the Arcane Intellect, gets another Apex Blast and a Cram Session. So still not finding his Incantus Flow, but is still getting himself, like you said, a lot of minions for him to continue just to shove out and get some face damage in the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see just how powerful discounting your deck is. Look, all these cards are just free.
Well, there he goes. In the end, Kiri will be getting his Font of Power now, which means finally he'll be able to charge out a few of those extra cards. And like you said, it wasn't used for free, so efficiency coming into play there. Astromancer Solarian will be put into play as well, and another Apex Blast is coming in as well, so a bit of extra damage while also getting himself a Temple Enforcer just for good measure.
Yep, we have that Imprisoned Observer, wake up and deal 2 damage. Now he's going to shuffle the Solarian Prime into his deck.
It looks like Quakelord will also pick up another Font of Power, so we'll continue to generate at least a few more cards if he needs to, but obviously at the moment it won't be as efficient as Raikari is in this scenario.
Well, looks like one of the players must have disconnected or something.
I just have to wait and see. Perhaps maybe they thought if I could just run out now, quickly grab myself a coffee from a cafe, re-energize before I get into it might be an option for them to make it home. I hope. Look, you guys can definitely go do that, but don't do it in the middle of the match. Just as a quick little tidbit to the players out there at the moment. But looks like we are back now.
I'm gonna blame it on the 4G and the Barons again.
You reckon it's the 4G? Man, there's that damn Baron. Look, you know what? But let's be fair about this, right? The Barrens is a very vast place, and it's very flat. To be honest, like you shouldn't be running 4G in that scenario. You should be running satellite. Let's be honest. Like satellite in that sort of scenario is probably the best way to go. I know there's a few mountains, but because there's a nice good spot there, you can run satellite through there and be pretty damn effective at providing some decent internet across the entire Barrens. So that's something into it, and that way you can really spam out all of those Chuck Norris jokes if required.
The technology just isn't there yet.
Especially in Azeroth, I don't think they have the ability to launch satellites at that point. But then again, you know, I am probably not giving gnomes and goblins the credit they deserve. That being said, we are jumping back into it. We do have the Firebrand, and that's definitely going to get its spell burst off with the devolving missiles directly afterwards. So a nice little combination there of devolving them and then being able to deal a bit of extra damage off the back. And of course, we do see that there was a Sethic pilled up, and Ricari says, "I do not want to deal with anything of that," and we'll just destroy it immediately.
Yep, and we can see just how powerful their turns are once they have these powerful cards going. We do see the Ring Toss coming out. I can see Apexis Blast being a good turn. Ethereal Conjure is not the worst, so just a lot of combinations which start putting pressure on the opponent, even though you don't have your own Incantus Flow. This Mozaki is actually really powerful because how it can snowball out of control. Every time you cast a spell, it gets bonus spell damage, and your entire deck is just spells.
It's
so
probably gonna have to force him to use that Fireboard and and a Combustion just to get rid of it, or basically use some big ticket items just to get rid of that Muzaki, because like you said,
would have to.
Yeah, it's just something you just cannot keep on the board. Ricari's obviously considering that for the time being, and let's see if he decides to leave it, or he decides to destroy it. And I guess you can let us know, Yaoway, what his reasoning behind it is. You are the Hearthstone Hive Mind. It will be the Combustion here, so that and the Fireball. So yeah, it's going to be a very expensive way, I guess, even though it's discounted cards, but very expensive to actually get rid of something that was such a high priority from Quakelord.
I like to see the Ring Toss come down as well. But yeah, Quakelord does need to start thinking about how he wants to start pushing the damage.
Does use that Font of Power to get himself a few extra cards of it. Does have that Ring Toss available, and we'll throw that into play. So he's going to look to start discovering those secrets. Will be a counter spell, which is probably the best thing that he can go for on this scenario, considering how many spells his opponent has. So no hesitation in grabbing that one. Did think a little bit about that Netherwind Portal, but we'll throw that into play. And of course, we'll just end his turn by using the Fireball to clear out that 3/1 minion.
Alright, Kiri's going to play Ethereal Conjurer to be able to get another spell, and he gets pretty good variety, Fireball and Apexis Blast. Apexis Blast won't summon a card because Raikiri does have a Solarian Prime in his deck, so I think Fireball is just better value for now until he gets that Solarian Prime out of the deck, but you'll never be able to predict when that's going to happen.
Well, it looks like he has decided to hold on to the Apex Blast and says, you know what, I'll just wait out my Solarian Prime and then I can use it, giving him a little bit of extra damage, and obviously the fact that he can summon that random minion in the back pocket. A Mask of Cthulhu, pretty damn nice coming on out here for Quakelord as well. If he wants to, he can start really shoving out that extra damage. And the other option to him is to start pushing out all those minions as well. Does have those devolving missiles, does have a nice array of spells at his arsenal to start shoving into Rikiri's face if he wants to, and it looks like it's going to be that devolving missile.
Yeah, definitely. That's the first step, and now we'll see the Mask of Cthulhu. That's the perfect minion to land on.
Yeah, immediately says, sweet, I can do maximum amount of damage from that Mask of Cthulhu. Takes down Ricari to 11, and Ricari is like, okay, I may have got my Incantus Flow once again, but this time around I'm going to start to do it. Does get counterspelled out as well, which is definitely, feels a bad moment there, but obviously has that Arcane Intellect now to use instead to continue drawing out, and of course this will summon through that Netherwind Portal, and it will actually grab himself a Crimson Hothead. Pretty good card to grab off the back of this as well.
Yeah, just forcing your opponent to get rid of it. That will be able to get pinged off as long as well with the lab partner being played. He's going to go for his own Mask of Cthulhu.
That is one way to go about it as well. As you can see that he just says, you know what you can do, I can do better. And we'll take down Quakelord to 9 HP versus his 11. But Quakelord on the other side finally gets his Incantus Flow on turn 9. Probably not the best play now, considering he's only got 15 cards split less. And really at this point, you want to just sort of like discover that last bit of damage that you need to finish off your opponent. We'll obviously get that counterspell very quickly off the back of that Ring Toss, and as you can see, another Mirror Entity, Oasis Alley, and Rigged Fair Game will be his choices here that he's going to be thinking through. And we'll actually pick up that Mirror Entity as well, so that way we'll be able to pick up at least whatever ends up being a little bit of a minion off the back of it, which, from what I'm thinking about it, is only going to be that Solarian Prime. So he plays Solarian Prime, he gets Solarian Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Come
Is that what he ended up with? Yeah, he does. No, there's a Sage of Dark Moon, and there's Sage Dark Moon, I think its name is.
Oh, so that's still
Sea of Dark Moon.
So he still has something. Oh, Mask of
this,
Cthulhu.
this might be enough to win the game. If you trigger the... Oh, no, he doesn't play around Counterspell. No. Is he going to do it? Is he not going to play the Shooting Star first? Oh, no. He's not playing
around it.
He's not playing around the Counterspell. Oh, that could have been a potential lethal.
So unfortunate for him, you will now use the Shooting Star instead, which does do a decent amount of damage. I think it's still lethal.
That is lethal anyway, right?
Yep, still lethal.
Oh.
Yeah, it is just lethal. Never mind. Rakiri knew his math. Okay, mate. He's a student, damn it. He's probably looking at us going, no. It's lethal regardless. I can use the Apex instead, guarantee the lethal on the back of it. I'd much rather use the Shooting Starter in this scenario, and ended up working out for him in the end. So
the lab partner had the spell damage.
Exactly right. We need to take into account every card that is on the field. So lethal was picked up by Rakari in the end. That was a very close match off the back of it, and it does mean that Rakari does survive to fight Quake Lord once again. It will be the mage up against the Demon Hunter for Akiri in the next match. Now, that's obviously going to mean it's going to be completely different going forward, because obviously we didn't see the Incanters flow coming through for Quake Lord, which probably definitely affected the outcome of that game. I mean, looking at it, Rakari got 2 relatively early Incanters flows. I feel like if it was the other way around, or to be honest, just at least 1 for Quake Lord, he could have been able to actually close that one out. So you can really see the effectiveness of him having it. That being said, we are going into another match where he will have to play his mage again, and that does mean that he possibly will have the advantage of actually getting the Incanters flow early this time around.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. So I'm keen to watch this one go down. Maybe he gets lucky this time around and gets his encounter flow on turn 2 instead of turn 19. But yeah, mage is traditionally a little bit...
It just hurts when you say it. It hurts my soul when you're like, oh, Incanters flow on turn 2 instead of turn 19. Like, it hits me a bit hard. But yeah, tell me about this Demon Hunter and Mage matchup.
It's the Death Rattle one we saw a little bit earlier, where you use a couple of Death Rattle minions. You hopefully discount some with Skull or Gul'dan, and you have the Eldar Inquisitor to close out the games. I think it is statistically favored against the mage deck, but obviously, these numbers all change based on people's draw qualities as well.
Well, that's one thing to take into account. I mean, it feels like the mage is probably just trying to hold out a little bit more as well until he does get those big spell ticket items, whereas the Demon Hunter will have a bit more aggressiveness to really start putting the pressure onto the mage. So I imagine Quake Lord will be basically digging for answers to stay alive, and then following up with a big, 1-2 knockout punch, whereas basically there'll be some consistent damage coming out of Rakari just to continue that. In the meantime, we are just, players just waiting it out at the moment, just preparing for themselves to get into the game, so we should be moving in fairly shortly in that sense. Apart from that, though, let's have a quick chat about the prizes. Again, these guys are looking into the round, looking in to get themselves what seems to be a large amount of card packs at the moment, which would be fantastic moving into the next expansion. So really useful for these players to play it out, give it their all, so they can grab themselves that free value out of the tournament, and obviously help them in future tournaments going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I think card packs are always what we want to see. I mean, everyone needs card packs to play the game, and they are a little bit more on the pricey side, especially for uni students who are on a tight budget. That you don't want to be the person eating cup noodles instead of Maccas because you had to spend money on Hearthstone packs. So it's really good to see that Maccas and the Australian Esports League have come together to be able to provide this opportunity for players to win a bunch of card packs. And it's not just for winners. I mean, the prize is scaled down. Everyone gets at the very least the Dalaran Flame card back, and then the better performers start getting packs trickle down to them.
Exactly. It does happen on a lowering scale depending on how well you placed, and that's the big thing that comes down to it as well. The idea is these players will be jumping into it. It can help them out in the future, and obviously if you want to be able to afford to eat a few bit more Maccas instead of the instant noodles, that's what it comes down to in the end. You need to play your heart out, make sure that your head's really switched on, because we have seen a few times that the players have to their detriment not played the correct correct way to actually end the game out, or thought they could play it out this particular way and ended up biting them in the behind, so not really thinking everything through. Whereas on the flip side, there have been times that even we have missed it. So we're thinking like, oh no, that's not the right one. No, nope, never mind, the player's right, the player's right. I honestly feel like it's been a very healthy amount of 80% we've been in the wrong, 20% the players have been in the wrong. So
Oh, look, the players
I'm
have
pretty
really
happy with that.
gone into the game.
Oh, well, that's lovely to see that. We missed out on the side. Let's see if we can get ourselves back into it so we can jump into the game.
Yeah, I've refreshed the game. It looks like Quake Lord managed to get the deck of Lunacy, even though he didn't get Soothing Encounters flow early. He's pretty much in control of the game right now.
Sorry about that one, guys. A little bit of a misstep on us to get into it, but we are jumping in. And slightly rough in that sense, but still, we're relatively early into the game. As you can see, Quake Lord already taking some quick damage, down to 25 HP, Vicari already being as aggressive as possible. We'll throw out the Illidary Starties as well to grab himself some extra hands, or extra cards and spells.
Yep, sure. So it's really good to see that despite not having the Encounters flow, Quake Lord's able to do a crazy play with the deck of Lunacy, which transforms all the spells in your deck into spells which cost 3 more.
Well, that's something there. We'll have the mini mage just sitting in stealth there for the time being. Unfortunately, we get to see this one that time around. Of course, probably one generated out of a power font. Now, I'm just waiting to see here. Vicari is just continuing to put that pressure on. At this moment in time, we'll use a Demonic Blast to just do a little bit of extra damage. And we'll force things out here for the time being. And it's nice actually to be sitting there in stealth as well, considering it's got that little bit of extra spell power attached to it. So that is good for it. Is a good little card that can actually just sit back, relax, and give a bit of extra benefits that Quake Lord will definitely need to win this competition or win this particular match.
Yeah, he's got the survival of the fittest as well. So yeah, this is looking really well for Quake Lord. Just getting Deck of Lunacy, which got nerfed due to how problematic it was and how much people dislike that deck. This is definitely one of the reasons why.
We can see around there seems to be an absolute ludicrous amount of different cards and spells available to Quake Lord at this moment in time. And considering how highly ranked Quake Lord is, being able to like just see these different cards come into play and immediately know what is the correct order to note them in really illustrates how good of a player he is, and his ability to adapt on the fly to something that was, ideally just going to be some random different cards, completely different to his normal playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we might see the survival of fittest come down. It's a little dangerous because it does like open you up to getting attacked for a lot of damage, but we will need to see him. Oh well, that completely changes his play. Expendable performers fills your whole board up, so you'll be able to fight board. It's the important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, he's definitely hovering at the moment and probably just waiting for his opportunity to drop it right on down onto the board. Does put it back. Is weighing up the options here. I mean, like you said, could roll the dice with that survival of the fittest and decide to play that, but figures, you know what, 13 HP is probably not the best time for me to actually drop this in the play, and we'll, of course, just drop everything right on down. Gives him that extra board control and a little bit of extra mana spare to throw some Fire Blasts out at least.
Job's done.
Gets a shot as well. Happy to just throw that one away, just get the extra damage. 5 damage off the back of that, which is pretty decent. And seems to be turning things a little bit back in Ricari's face, who now needs to look at what he's going to be his next option going forward. Whether he's going to decide to continue attacking to the face or try to get that board back under control.
Well, if he has to clear the board, otherwise he's in for a nasty surprise from the survival of the fittest. So let's see what he does. But yeah, Quake Lord is quite low. If Ricari does draw the Illidary Inquisitor next turn, he could potentially just win the game. But for now, we will see that survival of fittest come down.
Yeah, it's going to be very strong, considering all the Illidary Initiates on the field now. Doesn't waste any thought thinking of it, knows that is definitely the best play coming into it. He's probably looking at that. Okay, that is definitely dirty coming into Quake Lord there. And does manage to do a lot of damage to clear the board out, but everything's still looking pretty damn strong.
Yeah, Ricari has 2 of the Furies. Has the Furies in his hand, so that's lethal as long as the Cane, as well as the Cane.
Oh, there you go. There's everything going. So Ricari was just bidding his time off the sense of it. Has the lethal, and he will be finishing this one off. And as you can see, Quake Lord even says, well played off the back of it. But Quake Lord is not done just yet. That was the semi-finals of the winner's bracket, which means he'll be moving his way down into the loser's bracket to fight up against whoever happens to be waiting in the rings for the time being. So definitely well played from Quakelord. Quite a quick finish off the back of that, guys. And so if you really enjoy that, definitely throw out there I am loving it moments to make sure that our team can capture those big moments in the game where things seem to be going the way of one player, but out of the blue just completely flips the script and turns the table on them. So pretty crazy turnout from that in the end. I was not expecting it. Seems like you weren't either, Yaoway,
No,
until
that was a little
clear in your
crazy.
face.
Yeah, but as we can see, no encounters flow equals not a good time.
Exactly, and it's also, even though he managed to use the deck of Lunacy in the side there, and it was an absolute lunatic's way of ending the game, just to see, oh, no worries, I can finish you off just at the very end here. Unfortunately for Quakelord, he will have to fight out that little bit more. That being said, though, guys, do make sure that you just wait out. We're going to a quick break. We'll be having more Hearthstone action available, ready and waiting.
Definitely.
We are back with the Hearthstone Uni Cup for 2021, presented by Blizzard, AEL, and of course supported by McDonald's. So guys, we are now moving into the finals for the winners bracket round. We'll be seeing Raikari up against Wet Goose. And that being said, let's have a quick look at the brackets here, see what is actually happening between these tournaments in the East Conference at the moment. As you can see here on the brackets there, Raikari was going up against Wet Goose, but obviously Quakelord, who did fall down to Raikari in the previous round, is going up against Mr. Anderson. And in the lower bracket to that there, Fast and Blasters versus Absolute Zero, who actually took out one of the tournament favorites, Yukiora. So pretty crazy things happening at the moment. We're seeing a few members that have won in the past actually lose this time around, but that being said, it's to be expected. Out with the old, in with the new. Isn't that right, Yaoway?
Yep, definitely.
Yep.
Just to note that Raikiri also knocked out Yukiora from the winners bracket earlier. So yeah, he's done quite well. He took down previous winner. He just took down one of the best wild players in the region. And if you look at Wet Goose, it looks like he's the 9th. He's ranked at 9 overall in NA, so he's like the 9th best player right now.
There you go. So there's a lot of different things coming into it, and a lot of very talented players showing off their strategies and what they were able to do against each other as an opponent. So it really is actually a bit of a world class coming through here, which is what we'd love to see in this tournament. The uni students really ramping up and showing us what they can and can't do. Well, even though that may be that case there, we are going to be moving into the next round, and Wet Goose, we haven't really seen too much from him in this case, or this much from this game, and so we should be pretty damn good to see what he can do up against Raikari, even perhaps stop this guy from, winning what seems to be an absolute monstrous run for him, because he has taken out some of the biggest members that we could see up to this date. So Raikari up against Wet Goose here. I'll have a quick look at what these guys are actually fielding in their rosters. Now, obviously, we know with Raikari, he does have that mage, which has been pretty damn lucky for him beforehand with the Incanter's Flow that he was able to pick up off the back of that. So that's one thing that he had available to himself there. And of course, he's Demon Hunter. Now, I'm not sure what was banned away from him in the previous match, but that would be his Priest was banned away, and guess what? It has been banned away once again. On the flip side, Raikari has taken away the Paladin from Wet Goose. So I guess you just really want to deal with a Priest Rogue. A little bit of gets rid of the idea of there being any mirror by getting rid of that Priest in that scenario, which means we should be seeing two different heroes go up against each other. How does that feel? Do you prefer those mirror matchups, or do you just want to, perhaps get a little bit of variety coming into it?
Well, the problem with card game is if I play against control, their deck's too boring. If I play against aggro, their deck takes no skill. If I play against mirror, boring. No matter what we play against, we find a reason to hate it. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of time the mirror is less of like their class, but what type of deck they play. Like the control mirror is obviously very different to an aggro mirror. I think aggro mirrors are actually very skill intensive, to be honest, because you have to be able to discern when you're going from trading to going face. And then tempo mirror matches are probably the worst, because they're just whoever gets tempo and keeps it going, and then they just win off that. But based on the classes, I guess it doesn't really matter the class that's doing the mirror. It's just the type of deck they are.
Yeah, well, with those tempo decks, it tends to be a bit of the Wild West. Whoever has the quicker hands, or in this case, the quicker deck, giving them those tempo advantages coming into it. So, should be interesting to see here. That being said, I don't think we're going to be having too much tempo coming into it from much of these decks, except from really the Rogue coming out of Wet Goose. Obviously, the Demon Hunter is more along the lines of just getting those minions out and just beginning to hit to the face though. So that being said, guys, we are jumping into the game now. Again, it's going to be Raikari up against Wet Goose. And this is the final winners bracket round, who will decide who gets to go into the grand finals. And again, these guys are playing for a plethora, a huge amount of cards and decks, which obviously can translate to further victories in the past. So a lot up for grabs for these players in terms of the prize pool. And obviously the fact that they also get to have a bit of bragging rights for being one of the best players in the region.
Look what I see in Raikari's hand.
Don't say that. Don't say that's an Incanter's. It's an Incanter's Flow, isn't it? This man is very, very lucky. Very lucky. He's one of the luckiest gamers I've seen so far into it, because I just feel like he's got some pretty good cards off the back of what we get, and I guess that's part of the game, right?
Yep. Like Goose has a Cult Neophyte to be able to slow that down a bit and delay it by 1 turn, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it's like delaying a deck's development for a turn is actually very big deal, because now it's the same as his opponent skipping his turn 2 and his turn 3. So Raikiri's thinking about it, maybe he should have coined it out the previous game. But now Wet Goose is taking control of the game by just continuously playing this Cult Neophyte to stop his opponent from getting spells in play. So Wet Goose definitely knows his matchup, and we can see this is why he's in the top 10 in the world.
Yeah, typically that Tenwu is actually used as a finisher and understands, you know what, if I can just stop Rikari from using spells, that should be enough for you to make this happen. Those Devolving Missiles go in there, completely obliterate his front line there, but of course does leave a lab partner available for Wet Goose, which means his own spells should give him a little bit of an extra punch going forward.
Yep, now he's going to play the Field Contact and play the One Thief to be able to both discover a main spell and draw a card. He chooses his own Incantus Flow as well. And now he's going to Shadow Step the One Thief and get another draw and another discover. You can see Wet Goose here is playing as aggressively as he can possibly be, knowing that the less room you give Mage to be able to start playing Incantus Flow and developing cards, the safer you are.
Yeah, exactly, but Rikari has picked up another Incantus Flow, so even though Wet Goose has done a pretty damn good job of delaying him at this point in time, he will be able to pay out one of them and then follow through with that directly afterwards. Actually has the coin, so he should be able to play that second round across there. As you can see, another Incantus Flow coming into it, and it means that that deck is still going to be relatively accelerated going into the rest of this match.
Yep, now we see the Efficient Octobot, and it's going to be procced by the Guardian Orc Merchanter to be able to discard Wet Goose's entire hand. Now he's going to be able to play Incantus Flow and Swindle to draw 2 cards, while continuously applying pressure using the 3 minions that are able to attack.
I could not put that any better myself, Yaoway, and to be honest, I probably couldn't put it any better, but that aggression coming from Wet Goose seems to be unyielding at this moment in time. Does pick up a Devolving Missiles on the side of Rikari. That might be a way to actually stop a lot of this damage, but most of these are low-cost minions anyway, so not sure if he's going to get the best out of it. The most he can hope for is to get rid of at least the Divine Shield of that Efficient Octobot, but chooses just to use that Apex's Blast instead, and at least get himself win the Guardian, which is a pretty decent card in its own right.
And Devolving Missiles isn't going to get too much value because the opponent's minions are already like 1 and 2 attack minions, so it's not like you're trying to make them any worse, right? Like, what are you specifically trying to do? And it hits the same minion 3 times, which is pretty cute.
Yeah, I mean, at least he managed to get rid of the Divine Shield, which really was the big thing there. But Wet Goose is now fighting back with his own Apex's Blast. Of course, he's got some minions probably sitting there in his back pocket of the deck, which means he won't be able to summon through a 5/5, but at least he's able to get out another Cult Neophyte and just continue to delay Rikari from realizing what he wants to do. And that is a lot of damage coming out on turn 6, and really putting Rikari's pressure on. He's now down to 11 HP, and how he has to look for at least some answers to keep himself within this game.
Yeah, for sure. And as we can see, that you can use unconventional strategy, but such as like continuously using your Cult Neophyte to slow down your opponent, and all these 1-attack minions just add up. Like, you know, the Murloc Tiny Fin's been there for quite a while. That Lab Partner's been there for quite a while, and they're all just chipping away at your opponent's health. And as long as you reach 30 damage at the end, it all comes together.
Accumulation of resources seems to be the aim of the game for Wet Goose. We'll be using that Rune Orb, of course, to destroy one of the minions. Grabs himself either a it will be the Flurry, and that's probably what he wants to go for. The idea of actually playing out that Flurry in order just to slow things down a little bit and give himself at least a chance to get something back. As you can see, still going to have to deal with at least 3 damage, so didn't actually get rid of the Guardian Orc Merchant, which would have been the best one to actually put under ice.
And that Field Contact is such a good draw because it's going to draw you a lot of other cards. He's going to...
Yeah, will be that Field Contact as you summon immediately, and as you can see, just decides to destroy one of his own minions. Immediately plays the Vanessa Van Cleef as well, and this tempo from Wet Goose is just relentless. This man continues to throw out as much as possible, and you can see at the moment in time, he's just drawing more and more, like you mentioned.
The first time we've seen the Miracle deck go this deep, generally we've been seeing that the secret variant of the deck drawing a lot better and be able to get its engine going better. But yeah, this is the power of the Miracle version of the deck, where you're just going to draw and play a lot of cards.
Bree brings that one thief backs and just continue to generate more and more spells, grabs an Arcane Intellect, so even more card draw is going to be available. And there goes the Secret Passage as well, just to throw some extra cards out.
Yeah, and Raikiri does have an assortment of removal spells like the Combustion and Brain Freeze. It will be interesting to see if he is able to clear off that whole board. Well, that's a really good start. Getting the Primordial Studies, get the Astromancer Solarian to be able to increase the amount of spell damage you do. It's actually pretty decent.
Also has the option for the A1 as well, but I think the Astromancer is probably the best bet because it's going to be that cheap increase in spell power that he needs to clear everything out. Still has an Apexis Blast as well to his name. Combustion, which will probably be enough for him to actually shove that across and be the clear that he needs. Ring Toss also going out, so just continuing to dig for more and more options, and will pick up what seems to be more secrets off the back of that. So it gets the Ice Barrier, which will definitely buy him some time, and the Mirror Entity. You can know it's all about him just trying to hold on for the time being, and does have that Brain Freeze as well available, but he's kind of deciding whether he wants to use that or actually go for the Combustion. I think he can go for both.
Yep, he definitely tries to clear both. And now he has the Ice block up, so he's going to be able to gain 8 health effectively, but I think the combined cards that Wet Goose has is enough to seal the game, and he draws into a second Wicked Stab, which will close off the game without even triggering the Ice barrier.
Unfortunately, you think he might have something available to just keep the game going that little bit more, but Wet Goose, with that Miracle Rogue, basically generates all the tools he needs, and that tempo was just from start to finish really just too quick for Rikari to handle. You could tell he was just sort of like grasping at cards, trying to grab something available to him to allow him to survive that little bit longer. But when you've got that much card draw coming into play, that much ability just to play right up, like the right card after right card, really with the correct presence of mind, you can really see how that Miracle Rogue deck in the right hands is pretty tough to handle. That being said, Rikari still has the ability to hold on to his mage. We'll be able to play that. Also has the Demon Hunter underneath his wing. Wet Goose is now forced onto the Priest into the next round. Of course, this is a best of 3, which means Rikari still has the ability to bring it back. And even though Rikari did get that Incanter's Flow, very well played by Wet Goose to slow him down, basically force him out into what would be an uncomfortable matchup going forward, and it does mean that he takes out that first win.
Yeah.
So, you know, this time around, there isn't any delays, there isn't any wait, there isn't that. We're jumping straight back into the game. It will be Rikari using that mage once again, and it will be Wet Goose jumping onto that Priest. And you can see the mulligans have come across there, one Wet Goose's side. He does have the Venomous Scorpid, does also have the Palm Reading, the Cabal Acolyte, the Draconic Studies, and a coin just in hand. And on the flip side, no Incanter's Flow, unfortunately for Rikari, but at least has one of those Masters Cthulhu, which gives him a nice chunk of damage.
Yep, and we call this the Miracle Priest deck because its strength comes in the mid game where it generates a lot of spells using Ascetic Bellweaver.
We definitely have seen that happen before in the past, especially in those Priest mirrors where those Ascetic Bellweavers just continue to generate more and more resources for the Priest, forcing out what seem to be 40-minute matches. And probably won't be the case this time around, but still Rikari is continuing to use that Arcane Intellect to continue grinding out those card draws and looking for, obviously that would be the Incanter's Flow, so you can really get those extra discounts up and rolling. But Rikari this time around not really having the same luck that he had up against his previous opponent.
Definitely. And now this Priest deck doesn't have a whole lot going on, so it's just a matter of making sure your opponent doesn't just kill you, which is actually fairly difficult because it's a lot harder to outpace their damage. But again, without that early Incanter's Flow, you've got a more fair game going on.
That is true. Does obviously pick up that refreshing spring water, so that will be basically used by Rikari for just some freedom there and grab that into place. But Wet Goose did generate that Dragon Maw Skystalker recently and was just waiting for his opportunity to drop it on down. Devolving Missiles, no hesitation coming across there, and we'll grab out a Dark Moon statue from that Devolving Missiles. Will of course use will happen to be as Shield of the Scrolls to grab a little bit of extra damage and gets another Mask of Cthulhu. Not bad.
And now he's going to use that Wave of Apathy to turn the Cabal Acolyte to be able to take his opponent's minions. Again, this Priest doesn't really have a win condition, it just takes away your opponents and then hopefully you get there.
Rukari has picked up Combustion, so it has the ability for Wave Clear, but the thing is that, of course, those are pretty high health minions. It's not the best Combustion you can really use unless you do throw out a number of the spell powers. Does have the option to obviously use 2 Refreshing Spring Waters if, you know, there ends up being meta spells off the back of it. So that's something that Rukari does have the option to really get that card draw in, up and rolling, and finally get that Incantus Flow. But now at this point, not really the card that you really want to have, because you need to start looking for answers to start dealing that damage, not looking for efficiencies.
Yeah, exactly. You just want to be able to start getting into your Mask of Cthulhu's, your Fireballs, your Pexus Blast. Those are the important ones. He's got the Refreshing Spring Waters to be able to draw into cards, but they're just not as good without the Incantus Flow. And on top of that, Raikiri doesn't play the deck of Lunacy, so he's not able to generate like a lot of wins out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's that idea of having that X factor to really change up the pace of the game and even throw your opponents off that. As you can see, it does use the Fireball and then follows up with the Combustion that will allow him to do a decent amount of damage, but of course they're still alive with the Cabal Acolyte and the Steward of the Scrolls, and that will still be doing some pretty decent damage off the back of it, so can still throw 6 to the face if he wants to. Palmering seems to be the next play, and we'll pick up that Devouring Plague for some board clear in the future.
Board clear and heal, so it does too. Like, what you want to do is just stay out of range from Raikiri's burn, and knowing that he doesn't play deck of Lunacy means that there's very little punish for playing slowly.
So we can see here Rukari's thinking, okay, you know what, I need to just start using my Marks of Cthulhu. Things are starting to get a little bit out of hand. I'm behind the 8 ball in terms of closing this one out. I still have another Mark of Cthulhu in place for the time being, but Wet Goose immediately raises the dead, pulls out another Steward of the Scrolls directly afterwards, allowing him to generate even further, actually generate some proactive measures in terms of finding wins and continuing to, as you mentioned before, you know, the idea of taking away, well, you know what, I've already taken away something and I'm generating it back into my play for a little bit more of an advantage.
For sure, and he's got this Dark Moon statue that he's gotten back in his hand. It's a little wild.
That's pretty nice. He uses a Refreshing Spring Water, gets himself an Arcane Intellect, and then gets himself another Refreshing Spring Water. So that's pretty good in the sense that he's going to be able to continue to generate more card draw and obviously generate more options for himself, turning this from being an idea of being on the defense more into an offensive sense, just getting those options. Looks like too he might be throwing out that Ring Toss as well, just to get those secrets into play at the same time and see if he allows him to actually get a little bit more. As you can see there, Mirror Entity played off and the Netherwind Portal as well. So not playing as defensive as before, even though that had that ability to have the Ice Barrier, didn't end up helping him out at all, but with that extra HP in the pool, Rukari figures, you know what, I can be a little bit more aggressive and get a more stronger secret in the Netherwind Portal. Yeah,
for sure. The only unfortunate thing is that without Incantus Flow, the mage is playing a really fair game plan until, you know, they're not being able to just do crazy unfair turns.
Alright, then of course just clears away that Dark Moon statue. The Netherwind Portal is summoned to play, and the Thick Hide Quarters isn't too bad. That's something Rukari definitely needs to buy a bit more time to get those options that he's been looking for this entire time.
I think the Ysera off the Draconic Study is really good. It gives him a way to start pushing damage and actually have your own win condition later on.
Another Property Studies is used by Rukari there. It has the options of the Imprisoned Phoenix and the Kobold Geomancer. It will be the Kobold Geomancer in this place, and obviously picked up another Mask of Cthulhu as well, so that's going to be the third one coming into it. Has the Brain Freeze there, will be able to freeze it and deal that 4 damage just to bring it down to a very low amount, and then using the Shooting Stars will be enough to actually clear out the majority of the minions. Refreshing Spring Water, of course, will bring back at least an extra 4 mana off the back of it, and there is the Incantus Flow finally, and Rukari says, you know what, I will actually just play it here this time around and at least get some efficiency out of it.
Again, we're going into the later turns of the game. Both players are still on really high health. As you can see, the Priest isn't really trying to win the game proactively. It will just try to keep taking away the mage's win condition until the mage can't really play the game anymore.
Would there be a Mind Render or Lucia played in this particular match? Because I feel like that'd be one way to definitely take everything away and just drop through that Mind Render, start choosing spells against him, so that way he's not able just to blow it up.
Yeah, definitely. Wet Goose does play Mind Render Lucia. It's not in his deck. It's not in his hand right now, but it's definitely an option when time comes to be able to just throw out a lot of the cards. You get another Incantus Flow, but you know, this late in the game, you already have enough mana to do anything you wanted to do anyway.
I do like the use of it though, in conjunction with a refreshing spring. What it does means he's able to actually pull out some pretty effective cards. Uses that Apex Blast and is now starting to look for some better, stronger minions off the back of it. We'll get a Temple Enforcer, not the best, but still something nonetheless. And we'll of course throw out an extra two secrets there, Counterspell and the Neverwin Portal, which seems to be the standard pickup when you do use that Ring Toss.
Ring Toss being a very powerful card, giving you access to 2 secrets for just 4 mana. Although you do have to corrupt it, but it's a small price to pay. And here we see the Sethic Bellweaver, and now it's going to start just generating a lot of advantage.
So we're talking about, you mentioned it very early into the match, that this is why they call it the Miracle Priest, the ability to just generate those free spells off the back of it. Will obviously start to at least generate those secrets and knock them off, giving a Violet Teacher, which isn't too bad considering the amount of spells available for Akiri at this point. So I imagine White Goose will probably put some priority in getting that off the board if possible.
For sure. And now he's going to keep playing spells and hopefully get ways to just be above his opponent's win condition. So now he's on 30 health with a lot of minions that have a lot of high health. So the Master Cthuns aren't going to be really doing too much damage.
You can see they're just continuing to cast those spells as well to keep on adding more and more priest cards to hand. He's got himself the Onyx Mage Scribe, Rally, just a number of different things. Then, as you mentioned before, the Asera the Dream is still an option for Wet Goose. He's got 5-11, 4-9 minions on the board, and now he's really starting to hit back at Rukari, putting that damage on. Rukari does, of course, have that 5 extra armor, so still relatively even when it comes to calculating those healths, but Rukari still has some spells up his sleeve. Font of Power is available, which means he can start generating some free minions off the back of it, and looks like he will be playing the Cram Session, the Solarium Prime. He's starting to really ramp up the amount of magic damage that he has, so he can actually start really hitting back at his opponent.
Yeah, he's got like 2 Fireballs and a Pexus Blast, so that just between them that's 17 damage, and the Master Cthuns obviously do 10 damage each. Also, he's going to burn his whole hand to try and clear the board. The issue is that if you burn all your spells on minions, you're not going to have any to hit the face with.
This seems to be the decision that Rukari's having, and he's very quickly coming and losing the time to actually make that decision there. As you can see, they will decide to use those spells to clear the board, as you mentioned, so won't be able to have that towards the face, but in the meantime, he's still starting to deal with some of the problem minions on the board here, but that Sephic Veilweaver is still going to be available, which means Wet Goose can still generate more cards.
Absolutely, and now we see the Ysera come down. This is exciting. And we've seen a lot of Alex Raza today, but we haven't really seen Ysera.
As you can see, everything seems to be in place there now. Has got the Nightmare, Dream, Laughing Sister, Ysera Awakens, and of course the Emerald Drake. So it just gives you such big power for playing it in the end there. We'll also just knock that poor Void Drinker right on out of there as well, which means Rukari is going to be losing some of that board control, and Wet Goose is really just taking his own stance now in this game. And things are starting to look from bad to worse for Rukari here, as Wet Goose is looking so comfortable with the amount of cards in hand, and of course the extra minions on the board. And again, another burnt card. Brain Freeze, not the biggest deal, but would have been a nice to have.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're getting to the later stages of the game where Raikiri still needs to focus on a way to be able to deal damage to your opponent. Mozaki is a good way to start, but other than that, it's going to be a little bit slow. He's also running out of cards in his deck, so Fatigue's actually going to hit soon, especially with the Starscry on the field. It's going to bring him another card closer to Fatigue.
But still is drawing ever closer to his death. I mean, look on the other side there, 13 cards still available for Wet Goose, and seems to have just the exact healthy amount of cards as well in hand, so really does make you feel a bit rough there. Even the almost out of cards coming into 1 card left, so Fatigue, as you mentioned before, will be setting very shortly. The Rune Orb will be used just to deal a bit of damage, pick up at least a Flam Strike here, and that should be enough to finally clear away that board, but Wet Goose is still pretty happy, still sitting pretty comfortable, and does grab that Sugar Elemental off the back of the Confection Cyclone, and is now just basically trying to finally find an option to fight back against Wet Goose, and hopefully can deal enough burst damage to deal with Wet Goose in one turn. That seems to be his only real chance, and there's only 1 card left that he can draw on to find it.
Yeah, and let's see if he draws it and wants to continue. I mean, like, this is his last game anyway, right? He can't concede. He's got the Solarium Prime, but you have to get a really lucky one to be able to come back from this. But you know, if he's going to be losing anyway, he might as well just play it out, see, hope for a miracle from the Solarian Prime.
Seems to be the case here. As you can see, though, it is now moving into it. Will it be a miracle? I guess we'll have to find out, but we'll play that other Sugar Elemental available for the time being. He still will be able to survive the next couple of turns, so not too rough in that sense. That is a nice Scorpion to have, especially if you do play the Solarian Prime. Can immediately delete it off the board directly afterwards. And Wet Goose just saying, you know what? Yep, you may still have those options available, but I can still keep on generating more and more for myself. So whatever you got to have available, I think I'll be ready for it.
Exactly. Now he can get the renew from his deck to be able to discover more cards. Now another rally is going to be able to keep summoning minions back to the board.
Yep, Conic Study is coming down as well. Does have an option of a number of decent cards there, but just goes for the Onyx Mage Tribe. Just continue to generate more and more cards, and fatigue is starting to settle in. 24 HP, 4 armor available. Now really seems to be the time that he needs to go for it. Rakari's actually playing a bit of more of a conservative approach here, is using the Jandos instead, and is going to hold onto that Solarian Prime just a little longer.
Here's a Firepaw, but that's his last bit of damage from hand. I mean, the Mask of Cthulhu, sure, but it's going to be real tough.
As you can see here, was thinking about throwing that Fireball at his face, and Wolf actually probably finished it off as well, so that Fireball is coming down at this point. Wet Goose has now been taken down to 14 HP, so it can do quite a bit of burst damage when the Mage wants to, but as you can see, Wet Goose is quite happy to use that Condemn, start clearing away that board immediately, throws out that Onyx Mage Scribe, and is continuing to use that Renew as well to discover more cards, as you mentioned, heal up that just that little bit more, and still seems to be in control of the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Now he's going to be able to heal back up, so he's going to be further out of the range of Raikiri. Raikiri only having the Master Spoon left as a source of damage. And he's still got the Solarian Prime. I mean, Solarian Prime can always just cast 3 Pyroblast to the face.
Look, I mean, this is a very off-sitting chance here. I mean, can you imagine if you said that and then he just cast 3 Pyroblast to it? It does pass, cast the Mask of Cthulhu, which is not too bad.
These are very good starts. This is a very...
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I mean, 2 Mask of Cthulhu is...
Wow! Just as good as 2 Pyroblast to the face.
I mean, like I said, crazier things have happened, right?
Not a bad start on that one there. Okay, cool. So let's see. Wet Goose down to 16 HP. Rakari on 29. Could have been, like you said, not the worst in it, but we'll of course use that Wave of Apathy and use the Couple Acolyte just to take away the Solarian Prime, that combination, which has probably left a number of members pretty angry because it's been used for so long. So one of the most well-known, one of the better-known combinations that the Priest has available. And Akiri probably just happy with the fact that he was able to get most of the damage off of that sense, but now Wet Goose is now just continuing to heal up. That fatigue is now up to 3 damage, and let's see what else he's got. He's got a Mana Biscuit to refresh the Mana Crystals. He's got Incantus Flow, which is absolutely useless coming into it. But there we go, we do see
Firework Elemental. That was a cool animation, if I had to say.
Yeah, lots of fireworks on the back of that there. We'll get a Void Drinker back out as well. And is now just going to sit back. That Secret will come into play, so the Oasis ally will be in there as well. And it does mean that he has something back on the board, but of course Wet Goose still has 10 mana and is just going to use that Hysteria to clear everything out afterwards.
Yeah, and now with the Master Cthulhu being the only source of damage left.
You don't pick the ones.
Doesn't seem to, yeah, it just seems to be completely out of reach.
Oh, the Holy Smite at the very end as well.
Yep, there it is as well. He's basically saying, look, I am out of reach now, Rakari. There's no way for you to actually bring this back, and Wet Goose has been able to completely topple him at this point. 22 HP. We'll use that Clontaro Drake. He's basically going to go out fighting in this scenario, so we'll drop down the last of those minions available. Looking to see if perhaps maybe he can trick Wet Goose into thinking he's completely safe, but Wet Goose is not leaving anything up to chance. Is himself back up.
And Apotheosis is going to give him even more healing.
Look at it, just doesn't care. He's just dropping everything into himself right now, making sure that he's going to be well and truly healthy for any out-of-the-blue damage that could be done. I mean, again, Cancer Slow useless. Mana Biscuits kind of okay, but really not going to be what you want going forward. Mizaki is nice, but I mean, it can be played in conjunction with that Mask of Cthulhu. So we'll actually go into that shadow form as well. So Rakari just lets it go, and it will be Wet Goose winning. Straight up 2-0 up against Rakari, who couldn't really find what was necessary, where Wet Goose was playing these two miracle deck styles, just really understood the gameplay in terms of what he needed to do to find what was going to be his winning elements, saw it through to the end, and was going to be able to find himself a nice spot. Wet Goose will be the one proceeding to the grand final, and will be waiting for the results of the losers bracket to make his way in and find out who will be his final opponent. That being said, Rakari is not out just yet. Will, of course, be making his way down to that bottom side, and we'll be waiting to see who will be versing him up against either Mr. Anderson or Absolute Zero. So Absolute Zero has been tearing up this lower bracket. Was actually knocked down quite early, but has managed to make that comeback. Has managed to defeat Fast and Blast. Mr. Anderson was able to take out Quake Lord in the process of that. So that was what we're going to be waiting to see in the next round. We'll be going to a quick break, and we'll be bringing to you that action very shortly.
Yep, definitely keen to see that happen.
Thank you very much for your patience. We are back once again with the Hearthstone Uni Cup presented by Blizzard, AEL, and supported by Maccas. So, guys, let's have a quick look at the brackets. Let's bring it straight up. None of this nonsense, none of this little mess as well. Let's have a look at what's happened beforehand. If you're just joining us, Wet Goose was able to take out Waikari, moving himself or themselves into the grand final, just waiting in the wings for the result of that loser's bracket. As you can see here, we've got Mr. Anderson and Absolute Zero, who will be facing off against each other. Once the winner of that is decided, they'll still need to beat Rikari to face Wet Goose in the finals, or we could be seeing a rematch of Rikari up against Wet Goose in that scenario. So pretty excited to see how this is going to play out, but we will be watching Mr. Anderson versus Absolute Zero first, and it's going to be UNSW up against ANU. So basically, it's going to be a bit of the Sydney versus Canberra in this scenario. Pretty excited to see. And Yaoway, you're from UNSW, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I used to go UNSW. It's been a while now. We are getting a little bit older, but yeah, I will and do support my university. Just a little bias. You were at Wollongong, right?
That's correct. I was from Wollongong. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any guys from Wollongong into it. They must have been knocked out beforehand. So you know what? What can you do? Sometimes it's just the way the luck goes. It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm keen to see this matchup goes. I do remember Mr. Anderson did play last time around. I don't remember he did, but it's good to see that he's coming back to play some more.
Well, that's good there. Well, we are looking at the moment for what they're actually going to be fielding in their rosters. For Mr. Anderson, he does have the Priest, Paladin, and Druid. On the other side, Absolute does have the Priest, Rogue, and Paladin. And they're both banded away the Priest for Mr. Anderson and the Paladin for Absolute Zero. And we are going to be jumping right into the game now to see what ends up being played between the two of them. I'm very excited. Of course, it's going to be either the Paladin or Druid for Mr. Anderson or the Rogue and Priest for Absolute Zero.
Looks like it's the Paladin versus the Priest.
Now, this is interesting because you were talking about how the Libram Paladin is actually one of the powerhouses of the competition, or has been the powerhouses of the competition recently. We haven't had a chance to see it, but finally Mr. Anderson is going to be showcasing it for us. Is it literally that same step? Put a minion on, make it big. Here we go. Or has there been some changes since the Skullman's Academy?
Generally, Absolute Zero brought the Libram Paladin, but that got banned, whereas Mr. Anderson has some homebrew Murloc thing. Murloc Paladin, good stuff, Paladin stuff. So yeah, he's got a bunch of Murloc cards and a bunch of cards which are just generically good. Whereas, yeah, the Paladin that Absolute Zero is not able to play was a typical Libram Paladin. But his priest deck is the exact same priest deck that we saw Wet Goose play, where you just remove your opponent's win condition and just generate a lot of cards and eventually just exhaust them.
Playing that war of attrition for Absolute Zero. Mr. Anderson on the other side is basically going to try and throw everything that he can, all the stuff at them, including the kitchen sink. At this moment in time, Absolute Zero is just continuing to remove away the boards, as you mentioned before. We'll drop out that one maker and then use the Holy Smite to clear away the board. Mr. Anderson, though, saying, you know what, I can use a coin out and start to get more and more out. It will, of course, be the Barricade, giving out those two taunt minions of 2/4 of that Race Guard.
Yep, for sure. But we can see Absolute Zero has the Apotheosis to be able to take them easily. He does really want to consider if he wants to use his Apotheosis this early, though, knowing that Paladin is a little bit more challenging later on when they can close out games, but I think it's still a fairly good time to use the Apotheosis.
As you can see here as well, we'll use that in conjunction with a Focus Wheel to give that one maker a little bit more HP and a bit more kick to that punch as well. And we'll just continue to sit back. No mana available left to even give it a little bit of HP back, of course, to that one maker. But of course, it still has a number of other options and even has a Blade Master Samuru sitting in the wings for later play. But this time around, Mr. Anderson says, you know what? One of my minions is still alive. I can still do some things that these Libram Paladins are capable of doing. We'll buff that Race Guard right on up and get rid of that one maker.
Yep, now he's going to play that Venomous Scorpit. Unfortunately, Mr. Anderson was able to draw that Angling Rod to be able to clear that easily. So that's not something that Absolute Zero was likely to be hoping would happen. But here we are.
I mean, that's the interesting thing as well. The idea is this is a bit of a homebrew Murloc Paladin coming into play, has those extra cards that maybe Absolute Zero hasn't taken into account. And now with that there, immediately does drop that Angler, as you mentioned it will be clearing out that Scorpion, and that does mean the Race Guard is free to continue its reign of terror onto Absolute Zero's face and will look to attack. Still has other options available and will choose to hold on to some of those cards and just grab himself a Silver Hand Recruit.
Yeah, the one thing you do want to be wary of is Hysteria. You don't want to, play a board which just gets cleared by your opponent's single Hysteria. So it's good to see Mr. Anderson playing around that fairly well.
And as you can see, that is also available as an option for Absolute Zero, and we'll be holding onto it when that big minion does come into play. Also, is still continuing to generating spells. Will use Palm Reading pretty much and get himself a second one off the back of it. Now has the option for either Rally, Hysteria, or Apotheosis, and will continue to try and play that arms race against Mr. Anderson with the pickup of that Apotheosis, continuing to buff up that Sethic Veilweaver, and still using those Palm Readings to get even more and more cards. Holy Smite, Psychic Split, and Condemn rank 1 seem to be the options now for Absolute Zero. Mr. Anderson's throwing out on Holy Light while he's waiting for it, and does actually opt in for that good old Holy Smite spell, and seems to be the case that maybe he thought he had enough damage to actually clear it off there. In the end, it's still going to be alive for another round.
Yeah, and then he draws into another weapon, the Hammer of the Naru. He's got all these good cards which can push a lot of damage, so I think if he picks up the pace, he might be able to close out the game before Absolute Zero draws a fairly strong hand. I think he's just going to play a number of Murlocs this turn, and hopefully in a way where you don't really lose to opposing Hysteria. Oh, it's interesting to see he just plays Blessing Authority. It kind of makes you a little weak to Shadow Word Death, which could have been generated at any given time from the Sethic Veilweavers.
Well, Mr. Anderson likes to, play this kind of like Neo, I guess you could say, and the idea of he likes to play things a little bit more riskier. So probably if he was the one out on that building, he probably wouldn't have let himself be caught by the agents. He would have continued to go forward. But that being said, Absolute Zero is digging for some sort of response to this now even more empowered Race Guard by getting himself either the Onyxia Broodmother, the Onyx Mage Scribe, Alexstrasza. Typically, the priests like to pick up the Onyx Mage Scribe because they've got so many spells that can trigger that spell burst and just continue to generate more and more cards. But might actually opt into something a little bit different here, is absolutely just taking his time before selecting that spell. Or sorry, selecting his dragon. And it will be the Alexstrasza.
He's gonna place minions, and as long as Mr. Anderson plays around that Hysteria, he's going to do quite well.
So you can see he would actually drop down the Acolyte. Not really the most intensive use of it, or the best use of it. Will take away the Silver Hand Recruit, but really you want to be, mixing that with a Wave of Apathy to steal away one of the bigger minions in this. And Mr. Anderson has to chew through that taunt first before he can actually go back to the face. So let's see if he's got an option available to it. Has a Blessings of Kings as well, which would actually put his opponent in lethal if he had a way to remove that Cabal Acolyte.
Yeah, he does have a way to clear off the board, but he's just got to think if he wants to be able to clear it and play around the Hysteria at the same time, as we know that that card is extremely powerful at clearing boards.
Especially when you do throw it onto one of your stronger minions, and he's trying to obviously maintain that for as long as possible, seeing as he's already pumped a decent amount of spells into it. And Mr. Anderson's clearly thinking through those options. The fact that he needs to play around that Hysteria while at the same time still finding pressure is definitely something that's a bit hard for him to do. He can continue to put out those lower cost minions, but again, they'll just be cleared out by that Hysteria and of course weakening his own minions. So it's a bit of a question that he's looking to ask himself here. Looks like he will actually choose to just straight up destroy that and play that Hammer of Naru. In the process of that, also getting himself on a Holy Elemental, which is opening himself up now to that Hysteria, but still doing a decent amount of damage. Obviously, Absolute Zero has returned something back in that HP from that Cabal Acolyte, so that's something there, but Raised Dead does mean that he will be copying a little bit of damage for himself and dropping that Hysteria immediately, as we expected.
And the dude survives as well, so which is the most minor benefits, but still good for him. Yeah, we'll just see the game progress. I do think Mr. Anderson's hand is still really good at pushing in a lot of damage. If he can take the gamble at that his opponent doesn't have a lot of control tools in his hand, then he can start just placing minions and jamming damage.
That is very true, and again, still has that Blessing of Kings there as well. So if he does manage to put up a large amount of minions onto the board, if one of them are left alive for an extra turn, you can Blessing it in the next turn afterwards and come up with some pretty quick surprise damage. Also still has that Hammer of Naru available as well, so that's something that's available, but we'll continue just to smash that face in typical aggressive style. Again, Absolute Zero needs to think about what's going to be his next step, because he normally likes to sit back, relax with this Miracle Priest concept and generate ways to stop the win from coming across it. But Mr. Anderson's still doing pretty damn well at the moment at just maintaining what he needs to keep Absolute Zero under pressure. And as you can see now, he's just continuing to buff up those Murlocs to the next level, and that's definitely something that you don't want to see happen as he's clearing away the board now.
Yep, definitely. And we can see that he does have a way to take one of them using the Cabal Acolyte and the Draconic Studies, or he could also just pair it with All-In Over to see what he gets first. Crimson Hothead's really good at balling up as well. He chooses to go with the Skeletal Dragon instead.
I mean, the Skeletal Dragon's pretty nice in the fact that you can continue to add more dragons to your hand. Chooses to hold onto this card for the time being, and will use the Cabal Acolyte along with the Holy Nova to effectively regain control of the board. And of course, that Lesser Heal will start to heal up Absolute Zero back to 18 and what seems to be a bit more of a comfortable level of HP to be sitting at in this game.
Now we see Cariel roam, so we saw how successful Tamsin roam was earlier. Now we can see the sister in action as well. Yeah, it's able to clear, and I think he's going to now try and push for more damage. He wants to be able to close the game out, knowing that Priest to get better the later the game goes.
Seems to be continuing to put out that damage, although Absolute Zero is still under that pressure. As you said, will get better the longer the game goes, but he's still not out of the woods just yet. There is a Mr. Anderson chasing very quickly behind, would love to end this game and push himself that little bit step closer towards winning and getting himself those hands on that prize pack available here in this competition, which of course those extra cards, those extra resources to continue to play the game and possibly win further tournaments. At this point, Absolute Zero now will finally put down that Sephic Veilweaver, which means we've well and truly hit that stage in the game where the priests start to feel more comfortable, start to feel like they've made their way over that hill, and using these spells will still continue to clear away. That big dragon has now entered the fray, and of course we'll continuously adding more dragons to hand. And Alex Strife, the second Alex Strive's Lifebinder is a pretty good card to generate off the back of that Skeletal Dragon.
Yeah, now he's got two Alex Strazes at 16 damage over 2 turns if he ever needs to close out the game. But the Samurai and Blessing of the King's combo is really good at wiping out the board. He's going to be able to attack and generate another Murloc and push his opponent to 12. Again, Alex Straza can also be used to heal your own self for 8, so it's very a versatile card.
Picks up another Sephic Veilweaver off the back of that. We'll look to see if now he's deciding to be on damage control. Absolute Zero, either give himself an extra 8 HP. That might be an option here. Could use it as well to take out one of the
Samurai. That would have been a pretty nice play as well.
But does decide to play things a little bit more safer and go for that extra 8 heal off the back of it. Mr. Anderson's looking to just continue go straight for that face. You know, it's not a taunt minion. I don't have to worry about it in this case. I'm going to keep on getting myself some more Murlocs, and I can also fit myself with another Hammer of the Naru directly afterwards to continue putting out this extra damage. You can see here also summons through that Holy Elemental. No Hysteria available for Absolute Zero to deal with that afterwards, and now it's starting to do some real damage to the face.
Yep, he's just going straight for the throat, knowing that he doesn't want the game to go longer. But that's a second Condemned draw, which is really good because it's going to be able to clear the entire board. And then hopefully he can just start healing himself out of range.
Nice in that sense as well. So as you can see, he's continuing to hold that. He's going to heal to that 7 HP as you mentioned, getting himself out of range and actually deciding to jump into that shadow form now, feeling very comfortable. This is very interesting.
Yeah.
He does, of course, have that Alex Straza to give himself an extra 8 HP if possible. Mr. Anderson as well as continue to go for it. And yeah, I think he has got lethal off the back of that.
Oh, not if he's removed, but this way.
Ooh, waiting to see what he's... That's right, Rush can't go for that for the face, but still giving him a little bit of extra time. Alrighty, so that's interesting here. Absolute Zero, though, still has Another Alex Straza to give him a bit more HP
Yeah,
back.
there we go.
Realizes
That's game unlocked.
does not have enough, and it will be Mr. Anderson taking out the first game against Absolute Zero. So that does mean that he loses access to his Paladin, this homebrew crazy Paladin that I personally really enjoyed watching. I'm not sure about you, Yaoway. I think it's probably you'd like to have a little bit of versatility, something a little bit different in that competition, especially because it throws opponents off. They go, what the hell is that deck? That's something I don't need to worry about. And when it beats them to the ground, they go, okay, damn, that's probably something I should have taken into account. I'll make sure I know that for next time. Of course, the Druid is now what's available for Mr. Anderson, and Absolute Zero can still continue to use the Priest or continue to use the Rogue. And when you're going up against a Druid, I feel like you're pretty happy with the Priest.
Yeah, except Mr. Anderson's playing another off the radar deck with this Druid. It's a Taunt Druid deck, which saw a lot of experimentation like the first couple of days of the expansion, and then wasn't considered very good, so it kind of went on the back burner. But given that we just saw how Mr. Anderson did with his wacky Paladin deck, we don't want to discount his Druid deck at this point in time.
Oh, absolutely not. I feel like at this point you need to be thinking about it as much as possible. And seeing as we are immediately jumping into that game, it looks like Absolute Zero will remain on that Priest, and Mr. Anderson now will be opting in, of course, for that Druid that he needs to play. And just looking at everything he's got there, he's already got the Lightning Bloom, also has the Neurotron and the Nature Study, so seems to have a number of different things available for himself to really start drawing out some pretty strong cards early.
Yep, for sure. And with Absolute Zero likely not knowing how this deck is going to work, I think he wants to just do Priest things and just hopefully take away the win condition, whatever it may be.
Yeah, as you can see here, the Glowfly Swarm is coming to it. Seems to be, would you say possibly a token Druid coming out of here?
I will...
Like a mixture of it?
Really. It's
not
just,
really, no.
I think it's mostly a defensive taunt. It's a Taunt Druid deck. It's based around the Taunt synergies. You might just go Lightning Bloom for both of the Mark of the Strong Shells, which is not too.
Fair enough there. Well, we'll see how we go with that there. Does immediately throw out that Neurotron. Obviously, he is one of the most annoying cards that you could possibly imagine. I feel like most people would find it more annoying than Ticketus, because it has just been there for a much longer period of time. Absolute Zero will follow that up, of course, with the One Maker, just continue to start generating those spells once again. And yeah, let's see how this ends up playing out. As we can see here, Mark of the Spike Shell is available, Glowfly Swarm also available, another Mark of the Spike Shell in place here. And Mr. Anderson says, you know what, I'm just going to, attack this One Maker. Use, of course, what seems to be the makings of the Druid Shapeshift and start clearing away. Just keep it nice and simple, nice and chill.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how he took a very aggressive approach last game, and then this time around he's gone for a little bit more passive plays.
Blast Shield has been picked up by Absolute Zero, which is something he probably would have loved to have in the previous match. I don't think he got a chance to use it last time. But as we mentioned, that it was very chill before, but with the use of that Glowfly coming into play, it's starting to ramp up that damage, ramp up that aggression, and it seems to be very controlled at the same time. That you're saying, yep, I can just throw this into play. You need to find ways to deal with it soon, and Hysteria isn't really the best way to deal with most of these actual low-level items. It's something when we really saving for those big tickets, I guess you could say. So, is choosing to not use it in this case. We'll throw in that Renew, keep up his other One Maker in the process, and continue discovering cards and generating it from that Sethic. And now Mr. Anderson probably needs to deal with that Sethic Veil Weaver as soon as possible.
Yep, for sure. I think that's what he needs to do. He's just not drawing the right cards, but they're not the worst cards. I mean, he's got the Toad of the Wilds, which is going to be a bit of a big body to block some hits, but his deck is only really good against opposing aggro decks, and he's unfortunately playing against Priest.
We'll choose to actually use two of his minions to break out that Sephic Veilweave. I would have thought that maybe he'd be happy to use a Shapeshift, but wants to retain most of that HP of the scenario. Of course, it does have that Toad of the Wilds in place there as well, which means it will be relatively strong. But at this point, Absolute Zero still isn't very comfortable at this point. We'll play that Venomous Scorpion and just continue to discover more spells. And Soul Mirror, a pretty good spell against someone who's going to be playing mainly minions going forward.
Absolutely. So the longer the game goes, the harder it is going to be for Mr. Anderson to try and close it out. He still has the two Mark of the Strong Shells, which I think he's waiting for the Guffed Rune Totem. This is not exactly one of the best cards you'll see, but it's a pretty good time to play the Plague Wall of Rotting.
We'll be using one of the marks of the Spike Shell right now. As you can see, that has the Plague Maw in place. We'll let that Divine Shield handle at least the Venomous Scorpion, and that does mean that he's starting to build up a relatively stronger board for at this point in time. But now that those minions have been buffed up a bit, have had a bit of resources invested into it, now seems to be time for that Hysteria to go down, and does
Very
in the
lucky
end take
one,
that to the
Hysteria.
minions.
Very lucky one.
Yeah, it did go straight for the Hyena that time around, and that means that the Toad is still going to be available, which is unfortunate for Mr. Anderson, but he still has a Toad at least. Right,
He's also
Insight
going
now
to
being
play that
played.
Dreaming Drake as well next turn, but yeah, other than that, he's not got a whole lot of ways to push for damage, while his opponent has a lot of removal.
And Absolute Zero is just continuing to generate that removal. Shadow Word Death is another one. Initiation is picked up, and it will be that Shadow Word Death. So any big minions do come to the board, they will be promptly removed. And with that Flash Shield as well, will remain relatively healthy. So 29 HP to 29 HP, one minion aboard on the piece each. But Absolute Zero has a much deeper hand to draw from.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're just going to see him still not play the Mark of the Strong Shell though. He's just going to trade off.
Yep.
He's just going to attack here, and now like he's still behind on card advantage.
Well, that Talon Fortune is still sitting there as being a little bit threatening at least, but another one maker, another card generation, another Holy Smite. Obviously can't kill off the Talon Fortune move just yet, but can continue to put out more cards in this scenario. Throw out the Static Veilweaver, just continuing to use spells and generate more and more efficiencies for himself. Has the option to raise dead, obviously, Holy Smite, even an Apotheosis to really buff up that Static Veilweaver and make it harder to move. And I'm looking at this deck here from Mr. Anderson. Being predominantly minions means he doesn't really have the most removal options if something big gets on the board.
Absolutely. And yet Druid doesn't really have a lot of ways to draw many cards in the deck, so Talon is really good at that. But again, we're watching like two matchups which neither deck are really aggressive or have ways to be able to push damage, so it will go for a while regardless of which way it goes.
Well, the thing is, if it does go the way of Absolute Zero, that does mean we do get to see how his rogue deck will handle the Druid deck of Mr. Anderson. If not, I mean, we have to see something pretty special from Mr. Anderson come out from his deck that before we were saying, hey, we're expecting some big things here, but seems to be falling flat at the moment. We'll drop down that Dreaming Drake for the time being and also throw out that Bone Chewer Brawler. Don't see any Hysterias for the time being, but is now beginning to drop pretty much his entire hand, and now Absolute Zero is probably sitting there going, okay, I've still got plenty of removal available, still has that Soul Mirror as well, so let's see how he decides to deal with everything that's just been thrown at him.
There we see the series. There's also the Condemn. Condemn with the Soul Mirror is able to clear pretty much everything, so there's definitely a lot of ways this can be done. He's got the Samuro with the Apotheosis is going to be able to clear the board as well. There's a lot of options to clear the board.
Apotheosis is going down as well, which means he will be getting relatively strong off the back of it. As you can see, using a one maker just to clear out the Divine Shield first. That will be that wave clear coming into play, and now it does mean that Absolute Zero has retained control of the board, also has the advantage when it comes to that hand draw, and at the same time is also have more HP. But now Mr. Anderson's really trying to ramp it up. We'll obviously play out that Grey Brawler at the same time as using the Lightning Boom to get a little bit more out. And thankfully, I was about to say it's something
Soul Mirror is going to lock up the game, I think, because then Absolute Zero will get his own copy of the Grey Burrow and be able to just win off that, because Mr. Anderson won't ever be able to clear off the opposing Grey Bow. Grey Bow?
I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm sure chat will let us know at some point in time. That being said, we'll use that Soul Mirror here. And just remember, guys, if you see a moment that you really love, definitely call out by saying, I'm loving it. And see how we play off the back of that there. As you can tell now, that Shadow Word Death has come in, and Mr. Anderson realizes this is not winnable. All of my big cards have gone. I haven't even put a scratch in you. And Absolute Zero will take the second win. So it will mean that Priest is no longer usable for Absolute Zero, but we will get to see the homebrew druid go up against a rogue, and I feel the druid's probably feeling pretty happy about going into a rogue who tends to be a bit more in a traditional sense, the aggressor coming into these matchups. And I'm not too sure what Absolute Zero is actually running when it comes to that rogue, but having a quick look at it, it does seem to be that Miracle Rogue.
I think from what I can see, Absolute Zero has the exact same lineup as
I make my own.
Wet Goose, and they're both from UNSW, so that could have been some team action going there.
It's possibly the case. Maybe playing a little bit as well on the back end as well, just between each other to say, hey, this is what I think. This is ways to deal with these particular cards. These are your get out of free jail moments if you do note these into your deck. Yeah, it may make you a little bit weaker in the grand scheme of things, but it means that you're more versatile and more ready to deal with everything across the board. But we are moving straight into that next game. No break here, no rest for the Wicked, and no rest for Mr. Anderson and Absolute Zero. They're moving into it now, as we can see here. Once again, has got the Nature Studies, Toad of the Wilds, Arbor Up, Innovate, Coin, and that Bone Chewer Brawler. Absolute Zero on the other side has Swindle, Wicked Stab, Efficient Octobot, and the Cold Neophyte.
Yep, again, like we're playing against a unconventional deck. It's going to be very difficult to evaluate how the game goes, whereas Absolute Zero does have a pretty solid hand. He has the Efficient Octobot, but again, when you're playing against a deck where you don't really know at what points you should be interacting, it's going to be very difficult to evaluate.
Pretty easy play there from Absolute Zero. We'll just throw at that Colt Neophyte and say, you know what, you need to spend a little bit more, but Mr. Anderson doesn't really care. We'll, of course, throw at that Bone Chewer Brawler, clear out the Neophyte for the time being, and still have that Toad of the Wilds available for some extra use.
For sure.
See what Absolute Zero decides to choose there. Has a number of 2-cost cards that can follow up with. That Efficient Octobot, as you mentioned, is always something that's nice to get out.
Yep.
And as we know, I think Mr. Anderson's deck doesn't really have an answer to remove it without causing that effect coming into play. So, as you can see, no extra hesitation from Absolute Zero. We'll put it out along with the good old One Maker, I believe, in that sense of that there as well. Is that the One Maker? Nope, the One Thief. And I will actually steal away a flurry while he's at it.
Yep, so now Mr. Anderson's got He's got the ability to just copy that Bone Chewer Brawler. He's going to be able to make it strong enough to attack over the Efficient Octobot without even triggering the Frenzy. And now he's got he's en route to be able to have a really strong turn next turn with the Arbor Up. He's going to be able to innovate and also play other cards as well. So he's got a really good turn coming up. And Absolute Zero's hand just not really happening right now.
It does pick up another Efficient Octobot, but I wasn't expecting to see this extra power come flying on through with this Taunt Druid. And Mr. Anderson now, again, with these homebrewed decks, really seems to be showing us what the power of them can do when they have the right situations for it. I think that Priest matchup probably just wasn't the best for this particular one, or maybe he just didn't get the cards that he needed, but Absolute Zero is digging at the moment to find something in response. Does get Devolving Missiles, which probably can definitely help out in this scenario, but chooses to not use them and instead will just actually blow away one of the other members available on the board. But obviously, as you can see here, Mr. Anderson now with his turn will Arbor right on up and is now starting to hit to the face. And damn, those are some strong minions already on the board that Absolute Zero needs to deal with.
Yep, he has the 2 Wicked Stabs, but it still feels kind of bad using them this early on to be able to clear the board. Devolving Missile is definitely a great pickup from the last turn's One Thief. Misses one of them though, very unfortunate, but he will be able to clear them all. Mr. Anderson's able to just create a new board next turn. He's got the Thorngrove Sentry, he's got Power of the Wild, and he's got the Markless Storm Shell, Spike Shell.
Yep, he's got both of those marks.
Yeah,
and yeah, no real hesitation. He will play that Bone Chewer Brawler, so really knows what the next play is going to be. Following up again with that mark of the Spike Shell, continuing to generate another copy. So like you said, you may have taken it away, but you're going to have to deal with it again. The Innovate will pop out another Bone Chewer as well. And that means that now this is going to be twice the trouble that Absolute Zero has to deal with. And as we can see here again, Foxy Frog will come across One Thief, probably hoping for another Devolving Missiles if possible.
No, but the Ruined Orb's pretty good. It lets you essentially discover into another card. He could attack with the Efficient Octobot into the 2/3 Bone Chewer Brawler to discount his whole hand. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to do, and then he's going to Ruined Orb to finish it off. Hopefully find a way to deal with the second Bone Tube Brawler.
Oh, seems to be you predicting the future as always, Yaoway, as that Bone Tube Brawler does fall down and gives a little bit of extra discount for Absolute Zero, so something he's going to need to maintain. We'll pick up another Wicked Stab and he'll use that to attack into this one here, and I guess that's going to be his way to clear the board. We'll use up a bit more resources than he would have liked, but at least he will survive for another turn, and immediately Mr. Anderson just follows through with the Thorngrove Sentry, so it's going to be these two directly into that Power of the Wild just to really give that extra bonus of 2-1-2-1, and he's like, alright, you've dealt with those taunts, now deal with these.
That's for sure. And now we see the field contact, and we've seen how powerful that is once it gets to start drawing a lot of cards.
Draw the cards, it will. In comes a Secret Passage, another field contact, and a Agenda Sparrow. And Absolute Zero now feels like he's got at least some resources to make something happen, doesn't hesitate by pulling out that Secret Passage directly afterwards. And here comes the next set of cards. The Prize Plunder, which will be played, the Guardian Augmentation, and of course the Shadow Step and the Alexstrasza, which I don't think the Alexstrasza will be played. It's going to go back into the hand.
So now we see that at this point, Mr. Anderson's actually just out of cards. He's not going to be able to draw into a lot of cards. He can get lucky with Guess Away, but Druid traditionally just don't have too many ways of drawing at this stage. We do hope that he has the chance to get it off, but Absolute Zero just has so many cards in his hand.
Is going to give him those options there. Does get himself the Tailored Cauldron, another Lightning Bloom, and a Dreaming Drake as well. We'll put it down, still hit towards the face for the time being, but with that Alexstrasza, the Life Thunder, now in his hand, looking a lot healthier coming into this, and things seem to be, going the way of Mr. Anderson at the start, but now it's turned around. I feel like Absolute Zero is feeling a lot more comfortable as he's now getting his hands, of course, on one of his Shapers.
Yep, I think it's a great time to play. He's going to be able to pop it and then use the effect, which deals 3 damage to 2 minions, and then he can just go from there. He's going to be able to push for a lot of face damage, and his hand is still full, so it looks like this should be over soon.
His hand's still full, but still a lot of HP on Mr. Anderson, but you can see it is pretty devastating, taking him down to 21, bringing him within Absolute Zero's reach. No hesitation, like Grey Bow being put down as well into the Dreaming Drake, so we are getting towards those later stages of the game. Of course, still has another Lightning Bloom and Dreaming Drake available, but no real way to super clear this out just yet, but still has to chew through some pretty big taunt minions. As we can see there, still a lot of options. Another Alexstrasza, that Secret Passage, the Brain Freeze, the Guardian Augmentation. So many different things that, in so many different varieties of ways that Absolute Zero can play this one out.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to go for the Janus Barrel, likely to follow up with the Brain Freeze to be able to, the 2 Brain Freezes to clear the Grey Bow, and then just go from there.
Has a choice now between the Stormmaw Anchor and the Ethereal Conjurer. Still generating just more and more options for himself. And yeah, it's just looking like it's going to be pretty much a very much of a tough ask for Mr. Anderson to bring this one back after being in such a commanding lead at the start. And you can see the strength of the deck being there, but Absolute Zero is able to deliver answer after answer, solution after solution to each little problem and issue that Mr. Anderson threw at him. And now that he's been whittled down to 10 HP, does get himself a Toad of the Wilds, but that is not going to be enough. Mr. Anderson realizes that he is going to be done, and his Druid falls down for the second time, and it will be Absolute Zero taking out the win in this case. So that does mean that Absolute Zero will be pushing forward now to go up against Raikari, who of course lost against Wet Goose in the previous winners bracket. The winner of that will be able to take on Wet Goose in the finals, and that will give us the, I guess you could say, the answer to who will be taking out the East Conference going forward. So still plenty of Hearthstone action available for everyone to watch. We'll be moving into a quick break as these players prepare. Please do not go anywhere. And we are back with the Hearthstone Uni Cup presented by Blizzard and AEL, and of course supported by Maccas. Now, we're still continuing with the losers bracket at the moment, and we just saw Absolute Zero take down Mr. Anderson, who had a massive an array of homebrew decks, which were really fun to watch, but just didn't take him all the way to the end. That being said, though, Absolute Zero does have his work cut out for him going up against Rakari. Now, Rakari is pretty damn impressive, has won the entire way through the winners bracket and was finally taken down by Wet Goose previously, but still has the option to keep on playing because, of course, both these players want to qualify to make themselves into the next round of that competition. Yaoway, how are you feeling all about this? Rakari has some pretty interesting decks on play beforehand. What do you reckon is going to be the case here? Absolute Zero can take it away, or Rakari looking pretty strong?
Well, like I said, Rakari just played against Wet Goose, and Absolute Zero looks to be playing the same cards and lists as Wet Goose, so Rakari definitely has some familiarity going into this match. They've both banned each other's priests, so we're not going to see those crazy priest games, but we'll actually finally get to see Paladin in action. We'll see Rogue, and it's going to be 4 completely different decks, which is always exciting to see. So I'm always keen to see how that plays out.
Yeah, same here as well. I mean, those priests, look, don't get me wrong, I love watching them generate spell after spell after spell, but they do take their toll in terms of the amount of time that goes into play there, and also at the time that comes into it. Now, as we do see the brackets coming into it, Wet Goose is just waiting, just chilling out. He's waiting to see what's going to be the result of Rakari up against Absolute Zero, and because that there isn't going to be that idea of there being a priest matchup, it's going to be sooner rather than later, and it's been a long day. These players have been playing match after match after match. These priests matchups can wear away at your mental fortitude, and sometimes it is nice to just have some nice, quick, snappy rounds.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I'm keen to see some action. I mean, there's a mage deck, so we're always excited to see if Encounters Flow is going to dictate the outcome of that game. There's Rogue, which has its miracle big turns, which we love seeing. The Demon Hunter, which has kind of been a little bit under the radar today with its I suppose its tempo aspects, and then there's always Paladin, who we haven't seen yet, so we're all excited to see that come soon.
Beautiful in that sense. Well, I'm really be excited to see as well. I mean, look, guys, if you see an Incantus Flow on turn 3, just put in there that I'm loving it, because believe me, that means we're going to be seeing some pretty damn quick action coming out of the mages as well. So really happy to see when that comes into. I think the players are ready, and soon we will be jumping into that game. So it's just loading up for the time being. Insert interesting fact that Blizzard like to put in when you load into it. I think one of my favorite ones is just like players just getting into position. Or what is actually one of your more favorite sort of terms that the Blizzard likes to throw at you while you're waiting for stuff to get into the game?
I like all the insulting ones, like the one where it's like finding a noob to play against or something, or
yeah. Finding a noob to play, finding a noob to beat you. You mean in this case?
yeah, for sure. That's I've always wondered if it could ever land on anything other than worthy opponent.
I mean, look, it's possible. It could be like finding a worthy opponent could be the case. Speaking of which, definitely 2 worthy players coming into it. We do have Rakari going up against Absolute Zero as we're jumping into the game, and as we can see, it will be Rakari's Demon Hunter going up against Absolute Zero's Paladin. So be interesting to see how this works. Like you said, this is the Libram Paladin, I believe, that we didn't get to see last time because it was banned away, and has been probably one of the more powerhouse decks in this composition or in this tournament, and it has been just banned out most of the way through.
Yep, sure. We see that he has a Knight of Anointment and then a whole bunch of cards which are fairly expensive, so he has to be able to slowly grind his way to mid-game, and Rakari has to try not give him that much breathing room. He does draw into the Hand of Adal, which is pretty cool.
Well, that's one of the interesting parts, that Hand of Adal, as you mentioned, is gives that extra 2 minions, and that idea of putting one small person on there, just making them super big, definitely seems to be an MC story, and it's some really cool anime, or the next cool anime coming to it. Someone starts off not being too amazing, but becoming much stronger as time goes on, and that really seems to be what I feel like Libram Paladin does the best of. Now, Rakari at this point in time, looking at the cards available to him. Does seem to be pretty defensive, but obviously has the ability just to continue to whittle away at absolute zero as time goes on. This idea of just throwing those minions out. They've got a pretty decent meat behind them in terms of the HP in them, but they still can go straight to the face. Absolute Zero hasn't really put into account that big character that we just want to see yet, and we're just waiting for one of these guys to get themselves back into the game. Here we go. They've made their way back in. And it seems it will probably just a nice, simple Knight of Anointment being played out in the end, which will, of course, will allow them to continue bringing out those Librams.
Yeah, and we can see that Knight of Anointment adds Holy Spells, which was a feature released in this set where class spells all suddenly just have spells just have classes, so it gives them a little bit more diversity and gives them a little bit more design space to work around what they want to do. And on the other hand, the patch also came out with a new tribe of Quillboars, which I'm not a traditional WoW player, so I'm not a huge understanding of what Quillboars are. Are you able to explain to me what exactly a Quillboar is?
I mean, it's hard to say. They're literally just, a race that have been sitting around. Some of them have been corrupted, some of them haven't been. The most, typical ones that, the Quillboars that you've been seeing in terms of like, wow, back in the day, you see them primarily being played in the classic era with Razorfen Downs and, Razorfen Crawl, and that's really been the thing. And most of them are very necromancer in nature, so typically that's where they end up becoming to, which is why a lot of them tend to be, undead, I guess you could say. Or very death rattly.
So they're like not dead but not alive, and they're just like beasts but not really.
Correct, yeah. They're basically savage humanoids. So yeah, that's the history. They haven't like a main history, They've just got like they play a small part in the lore. They haven't anything too massive, to be perfectly honest, that comes to mind. So yeah, they're still pretty cool in the same right. They're definitely very strong creatures that you have to watch out for, and a lot of people have died very early in the Barons chat, mind you, or in the Barons when you have to come against the Bristleballs, because they typically just overwhelm you, which is typically their play style as well in Hearthstone or Hearthstone.
Like, completely understandable, and now we can see both sides are playing a tempo-based game. They're both able to just put out a lot of minions, a lot of damage, and we can see that Raikiri is able to maintain being ahead on board. And playing this Spectral Fly will also corrupt the Felsteel Executioner, so that Raikiri can push for more damage in later turns.
Raikiri really showing us what he can do and playing out what seems to be, pretty conservative in the sense that he has still got a decent amount of cards in hand, still has more options going forward, and while he's whittling away at Absolute Zero, should allow him to finish him off in the later stages, but Absolute Zero isn't going to take this sitting down. As you can see, that Outdoor Truthseeker is now out in force and has been buffed up by that Light's Wisdom as well, so has become something that needs to be dealt with, and as you can see, seems to be him just buffing up his own hero in the process of that to make it happen, and has continued to whittle away. 8 HP for Absolute Zero, and things are looking a bit dire.
Yeah, and Raikiri is able to play around the Galloping Savior secret perfectly well. His deck's not actually one that really loses to Galloping Savior, as he doesn't really play a lot of cards in one turn. He just plays like one big card or two moderate sized cards every turn, so that Galloping Savior is not going to get too much value against Raikiri.
Because he's only got 2 cards in hand currently as well, and they're very big cards, like you mentioned, big mana costs coming into it, so he won't be able to play anything out too major. As you can see here, though, he's still able to generate at least a bit of spells to his hand, but nothing that's going to keep him alive. Does have that Lady Leandry, but it might be a bit too late. I think he's pretty much got lethal directly after this turn if he doesn't have something that can put out a bit of shielding. The Divine Pupil can definitely do that, and the Hand of Adele definitely gives him a bit of love. Thankfully for him, I don't see him actually have any major card removal to get rid of this big Devout Pupil that's been placed into play.
It's a Bladed Lady. I think that seals the game. Let me just do my quick math. Yeah, that Bladed Lady is exactly lethal.
Does drop it in, as you can see here. He's more than happy to throw it in as well, and will give himself just enough damage off the back of that. And boom. And plus the hero damage directly afterwards, and it is lethal. Your math is right on point there, Yaoway. Good sense in seeing that one through. It does mean that Absolute Zero's Paladin wasn't up to scruff against Raikiri's Demon Hunter, so that means Raikiri will be one up for the time being, and it will have to go into his Mage, which we have seen him have pretty good success. It seems to pick up those Incanters flow pretty early. On the flip side here, Absolute Zero still has access to the Paladin, of course, and the Rogue, and I feel like maybe when you're going up against the Mage here, you'd probably want to actually still roll, or you might want to change to that Rogue, actually.
I like the Rogue. I like just being able to constantly put the Mage on their back foot, don't give them breathing room. The same strategy that Wet Goose was applying to be able to ensure that they couldn't comfortably play Incanter's Flow and then they couldn't just do crazy turns off that.
Well, let's see what ends up being the choice here. Both these players still thinking through. I mean, not really thinking through for Rakari. He's only got one choice here, but Absolute Zero needs to take a moment, sit back, sort of just gather his senses and say to himself, okay, do I want it to be the Rogue? Do I want it to be the Paladin? Have I been watching this tournament as Rakari's been playing through it? Did I have a chance to get a bit of a sneaky peek at that deck? What would be my best option going forward? Like you said, you like the Rogue coming into it. Absolute Zero might see your sense in that matter and say the same thing, and I will play this Rogue as well. I'd like to see the Rogue gives a little bit difference. That Paladin really just didn't have the same sort of flair to it, and I feel like you would have more success with the Rogue as well. So I was waiting to jump into that there. We will be jumping into that next game now, but I will be a little bit behind you because I've got a little bit of lag coming into it.
Yeah, I on the other hand would want to see Paladin. I mean, that was a little bit disappointing from the spectator's point of view for a showcase of the Paladin, but yeah, either way, I do wish them both the best of luck going into this. And may we see if the Incanter's Flow will be on one of their sides.
Absolutely right on that one. Bit confused here. Think we might have an issue. Do you think we have an issue here, Yaoway? Do you see something that seems a bit off?
And we're still in a bit of tech support right now. I think there was an issue with the lobby, so I think they're just getting that fixed before they go into the second game.
Yep, they're just getting themselves back into. There we go. We're just waiting for that to make that work. Sorry about that. I was jumping in. I was looking in to the world and seeing what's going on here. What's happening at the moment? That's not right. I'm seeing a priest and a warrior, and none of them have those. They understand what they're doing right now at that point in time. Sorry to say that, guys. While we're just waiting, while we're getting themselves back into the lobby, as I mentioned before, they'll be playing. What will be those particular cases? I was just seeing a completely alternative reality, really. It was just a different sense of things in terms of what could possibly be played, because these guys obviously have different decks available, and actually they just could have opted into different things here, but we should be jumping into it right now. I believe that they're getting ready to jump back in. Now, okay, we talked about it. I wanted to see the Rogue. You wanted to see the Rogue too? And what reason would he possibly have to not play the Rogue? Why would he go for the Paladin? Let's think about that for a second.
Well, possibly because the Paladin's gonna have the tougher time, so you might as well get that one out of the way first.
Gotcha. So you're thinking to yourself, look, I'll be setting myself up for success if I continue to use the Paladin here, and I do manage to take away the win, because at the end of the day, he still needs to play that Paladin into the Mage regardless. Might as well get it in there. Might as well get it in there and out of the way nice and early. If I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose. If not, who cares in that scenario? And it looks like he did decide to take that sort of stance as well. It will be the Paladin, as we're jumping now into the second round of this match between Rakari and Absolute Zero. We're looking at the cards that have been picked up here. I look at Absolute Zero. He's picked up the Outdoor Attendant in this scenario, the Oh My Yogg, and the Libran of Hope. Whereas Rakari on the other side, still waiting to see what he's got there, has actually managed to pick up the Primordial Studies, has got that Ruined Orb, the Devolving Missiles, and of course, actually does have himself that there, but does decide to throw away a few of the items, has picked up a new one, got the coin, Ring Toss, and Font of Power, which are damn nice cards to have, but there's still no Incanter's Flow.
Although on closer inspection, the Paladin plays 2 Libram of Judgment and 2 Libram of Hope, so he's got a lot of healing, so I think it's geared towards beating this Mage deck.
That should be interesting to see if that allows him. Has also gotten that Sword of the Fallen as well, and maybe that healing will allow him to withstand what will be the onslaught of Rakari early. Again, likes to generate all those spells and a little bit of extra damage, and is already starting to put a little bit of extra damage out by, of course, attacking to the face and getting that secret. Has got that Galloping Savior in hand.
Yeah, and we can see, oh, that's a pretty good random pickup from the Trick Totem. Just chipping away.
Chipping away, like you said, and it was nice in that one there. We'll buff up this Outdoor Attendant, which should be enough to get rid of that Trick Totem in the end there. Does mean, though, at least that Rakari got some value out of it.
Sure.
Okay, so what's really annoying here when I look at that is that that Galloping Savior, which did not get the same amount of value that we saw in the previous match, will probably get this value this time around, purely because if he plays more than 3 cards, which typically mages like to play, he can play up to 5 or 4 cards in most cases, 5 or 6 cards in some cases, will probably trigger the secret. As you can tell, Raikari's still trying to play around what it may be at this moment in time, but if he chooses to play another card, that should be enough to trigger the secret.
Yeah, that presents a problem where he doesn't know what he wants to do this, and if he doesn't develop, he's going to fall further behind, but if he develops, then he's going to give his opponent a steed.
And it will be a 3/4 steed with that taunt, of course, and that's something that he doesn't really want to have to do with. I mean, it's pretty strong to have coming into turn 4, and it already has a pretty beefy minion in play. He will, of course, just use the Fire Blast for the time being to start willing away, and has recognized that is probably the Galloping Savior, and will probably have to wait a little bit later until he's got an answer to deal with it to trigger it.
Yeah, for sure. And then that Northwatch Commander is a really good pickup because it lets him capitalize on the fact that an opponent didn't trigger the Galloping Savior. Now he's going to be able to keep pushing damage.
As you can see, they're 24 now for Raikari at this point. Does also get to use that Battle Cry and pick up a divine shield cry because he's controlling a secret, and has also now decided to throw in another Oh My Yogg in the process of that as well. So more secrets coming up for this Paladin in this scenario, and Raikari's still waiting for it. That cram session is going to be eaten away once again, so unfortunately for him, but still has another cram session available to himself.
Oh, but that's a really good pickup for Raikari.
Oof, loses a bit of that there in the end. That's actually really nice. The Yoggs are on typically, can be good, but in this case, was not what he wanted.
Yeah, but Absolute Zero is going to rebuild the board with the second Northwatch Commander. He's going to be able to play that Knight of Anointment to draw a card as well.
May the light.
And it's almost as if you can just immediately predict what's happening there. Also, is able to get that Libram of Wisdom out to strengthen up that Knight of Anointment and start to obviously put out a little bit more damage. A 3/4 available for Absolute Zero, a 2/2 as well, and Raikari is like, you know what, let's just deal with this now. I'll shoot up the Devolving Missiles. Hopefully it hits both of them, and that way I'm in a good space, and it does manage to hit both of them.
I think the important thing is that it finally gets rid of that Libram of Wisdom, so it won't be able to be a recurring problem. But that's a really good pickup. The Carrier Roam is also a really good pickup.
Yeah, Carrier Roam might be the play here as well. Seems to be in place for it. Of course, there's also that Egwene the Guardian that's in there as well. Could probably just use that rush to deal some free damage, and then also follow up with the Murloc Tiny Fin as well to finish it off. Of course, that Death Rattle will be in play there as well, so does, of course, pick up that extra card inside of it. But as you can see here, is just going to be able to round out that play by continuing to amass a few more extra minions with that hero power.
Yeah, I think he's just going to start playing all his cards to be able to try and get value. And look, it's really tough not having the Incanters flow, but now he's got to really consider if he wants to play into that Galloping Savior.
Well, considering which, looks like he finally is able to do it. That Steed has now entered the board. And of course, that means there's going to be 3 minions available at this point in time. We'll, of course, use the Redeemed Pariah just to clear out that minion on the other side, heal up at the same time, and of course, get himself out of Ancient Guardian. Now, those are some pretty damn big minions on the board here for Absolute Zero, but finally, Raikari doesn't need to play around that secret anymore. And with the Incanter's flow on 17 cards, isn't too bad going forward.
Yeah, and then Absolute Zero also has a Libram of Judgment that's corrupted now, so that's going to represent not only 15 damage, but 15 healing, so it's going to be very difficult for Raikari to be able to break that.
Yeah, Libram of Justice, as you mentioned, will be allowing him to continue to heal up as time goes on. Does have that Apex Blast now in tow, which will allow him to summon up something, and it will be that Gurubashi Berserker, which he can actually use, obviously the Fireball to trigger it himself in that next round as an option.
But go all face, just deal
Yeah.
like 14 damage, and then lock your opponent.
We'll have to see what he does here. The Ancient Guardian, of course, still has a Divine Shield. I wouldn't be surprised if it decides to just, attack directly into a Berserker, clear it off the board for whatever reason, and then just continue to do that. First day of school will be put into place here, so 3 random 1-cost cards. We'll get a Soulbound Ashtongue, of course, the Murloc Tidecaller, and the Gibberling.
Exactly. Now he's just going to go push 14 damage to the face and not only force the mage to clear the board, but also have a way to deal with that Libram of Wisdom. Judgment? Lemur and Judgment. How do you even attack with a Lemur and Judgment? Do you just like bonk them in the head with a book?
I mean, look, he's a paladin. Paladins can make weapons out of everything, right?
Yeah, so what do you do with the book? Do you just like hit them on the head with it, or?
Have you ever watched Dukes of Hazzard?
Yes.
So do you remember how like not the TV series, the movie, which obviously is probably going to be like, I'm probably speaking blasphemy right now. They've got a book, right? Whenever one of them does something that's considered to be silly, they get the book and they slap them across the face as a way of saying like, don't do that again. It's exactly what's happening here, but it's infused with holy power. So it just smacks across and absolutely just hits twice as hard, 3 times as hard as imagine a phone book being slapped in the face. And this one's corrupted, so there's like lightning coming out of it as well. Like just think about all these crazy things that's happening. Either that, or it could be you opening the liver and casting a spell of holy light down on top of what you're judging.
Yeah, I can see that. But now, like, at the end of it, he's not going to be able to stop the Libram of Judgment hitting him.
I mean, he's using all of his spells for the time being to be at least, you know, as what's the word I'm looking for? As crazy as he could for it. But as you can see, Absolute Zero is like, yep, I'm just going to go straight to the face, take you out, Raikari, and that means we will be moving to the third and final round in this match between Raikari and Absolute Zero. Does mean, of course, that the Paladin is no longer in use. It has been effectively moved out, has it managed to win, which means we will be watching a mage up against a mage up against a rogue going forward into the next round. And so
yeah,
I'm going to look at that rogue there. I'm having a quick look to see what it's going to be, and it seems like it's a miracle rogue as well.
Yep. And we saw how Wet Goose piloted against Raikari last time. We'll see what happens this time around.
Correct in that sense of saying that. Of course, will be that updated Valera skin on that hero there. So I do like what's coming to it. Looking at the cards that have been picked up here, we've got Brain Freeze, the Efficient Octobot, 2 actually efficient Octobots, which he says, you know what, I'm going to get rid of that.
Do you see it, Mr. Krabs?
I see it. Wait, is it SpongeBob?
Yeah.
I see it, SpongeBob. Don't you worry about that. Definitely see it in that one. And it is going to be the Incanter's Flow, which means Raikari immediately has a massive advantage coming into it, and will be using that obviously on turn 2. So absolutely, you've seen that, and you can imagine Absolute Zero sitting there on the other side of his screen going, "Oh, you're joking me right now."
It's not unlosable as we've seen before. I mean, it's not unwinnable. That's the word. It's not unwinnable. It's definitely still opportunity for him to capitalize on specific points in the game where he can interact with his opponent and force them to not be able to comfortably have swing turns. But beautifully played to be able to clear that Efficient Octobot without triggering it.
Yeah, as you can see, they're just very happy to pop out that Corbot Geomancer to give that extra spell damage, and boom, which means Raikari gets that efficiency, but also at the same time reducing it. Obviously at the cost of not having as many cards there, but we know how quickly this mage can generate more cards for themselves and generate options as the game progresses. Absolute Zero at this time, you know, still has a second Efficient Octobot that can be put out there. Also has a coin to continue generating things, and it looking like it's going to be the prize plunderer into that Octobot to, of course, generate it himself. So rather than relying on his opponent, he's going to make his own luck for himself.
Yeah, and he gets the Wreaked Fair Game, which isn't the best card to get in this matchup, as it's very difficult to trigger. But now they both have no cards. Raikari doesn't have many minions, but he does have the Shooting Star that he's going to be able to try and clear the board with it, but depends if Absolute Zero gets his board positioning right.
Apex Blast is also available as well, which means Raikari can, you know...
Oh no, he doesn't play around the Shooting Star.
That's unfortunate for him there. He does use that prize plunder as well to get it, and there we go. Shooting Star is being put into play here right now. It should be more than enough damage to basically deal with everything that needs to be done with, and that's pretty good there on the side of it. It does manage to clear out most of the board, and will buy Raikari a bit more time to not take that much damage.
The Cult Neophyte's a good pickup here, means Raikari can't play Zepex's Blast next turn. So, a little speed bump.
Yeah, it looks like it will be that Rigged Fair Game into a coined Cult Neophyte. So just putting out that secret while at the same time delaying, like you said, putting that speed bump in place, but few obstacles for Raikiri just to not run away with the game just yet. But of course that does mean that Absolute Zero is now the one who's actually lost most of his cards in possession. We'll pick up the Cram session though in return for that, and is now just starting to generate those cards. And a Mask of Cthulhu, one of the finishes these mages like to use, is now available. So things starting to come together now for Raikiri.
Yeah, Raikiri should hero power the face, otherwise it's just going to trigger the Rigged Fair game. Oh, it's unfortunate. We see that happen.
Yeah, so it does do that in the end, does get that Rigged Fair game, does get the secret passage, and just like that, out of the blue, the Absolute Zero, who before was just saying, hey, doesn't have too many options going forward, is now just delivered everything out of the blue.
Probably.
Now he's going to be able to see these big field contact turns where they draw a lot of cards.
See Shadow Step coming into it. That secret patch is also still available as well. We'll bring back that Cult Neophyte to continue adding in those speed bumps as you per se. So it's throwing that back in, which means they're being weighted out. And oofed, Alex drives the Lifebender. Very nice. And we have seen the ways that rogues are able just to completely clean out the games when they do manage to time this Alex drives the Lifebender away with other cards available in their deck, such as the Wutan.
Interesting. Font of Power. Ooh, that Raz Frost Whisper is a pretty good pickup. Not necessarily at this turn, but next turn. Another Apexis Blast is always good. But I think he does want to start playing his Devolving Missiles now to be able to soften up his opponent's minions.
Yeah, it does have like you said, it has picked up that other Apexis Blast. We'll use the Devolving Missiles pretty much on cue. And we'll now hold everything across there as well. As you can see, he does get rid of that, an Imprisoned Gnarg. I'm not sure that's what you want to have actually coming into it. Oh my god, actually also gets the Blood Mage Thalnos as well. I feel like those Devolving Missiles didn't help out as much as you would have liked them to.
It didn't, but I think Absolute Zero's just had a really good series of draws to be able to force pressure on the opponent.
Still has everything here now. Can now move towards the face. That Cult Neophyte still available, and does pick up a Guardian Og Merchant, a 1 Thief, and still has that Wicked Stab as well in his back pocket for when he's ready to end this game. Also has picked up that Woo as well. Also that 10 Woo. And with that there, we'll bring back the Cult Neophyte and is going to continue to add more speed bumps for Raikiri, stopping him from really realizing the spells that he wants to cast.
Yeah, for sure. Now he's gonna force by consistently playing these cards. He's forced. Sorry,
that's another 10 Woo. Doesn't really get it though in the end. I think. Oh no, you know, don't mind me. I just had my mouse hovering over the 10 Woo in the right same spot when he had a choice to pick a card. I was like, that doesn't seem right.
I think that Cult Neophyte like 3 turns in a row. It's gonna be extremely difficult for Raikiri to be able to play any of his cards. So. Despite that early Incantus flow, it's definitely not a write-off game. He does have a really good play. He can Primordial Studies into like a lab partner, there we go, and then play it with the Raz Frost Whisperer to clear the entire board. Or except for that dinosaur thing.
That is what he's doing right now, so he's clearing the way. I mean, he won't be able to clear out the Imprisoned Gnarg either, but it does mean that he's also put that Frenzy into place, so that Raptor has now decided to make his way into the deck as well, because the Gnarg is now available. And looks like this Rogue's managed to pick up a fiery weapon in the process of that. So going forward here now, seems that we got the Frost Whisper still in place there. That needs to be dealt with, obviously. It was a good way to clear out the board, as you mentioned, with the combination of the lab partner. But Absolute Zero still has plenty of HP, still has plenty of options of his cards, has some pretty big packets of punch there as well, and 2 secret passages that he can use to continue to bring these out. And as you can see here, does manage to pick up the Kazakos, some Brain Freezes as well, and a Shadow Step, and now he's just spoiled for choice here in terms of what he wants to play out.
Yeah, he's going to be able to play both those Brain Freezes as well to be able to clear off that Raz Frost Whisperer and fight again for board. I think it's a really good turn for Absolute Zero. He does go with the lesser golem though. So he might just Shadow Step the Kazakhstan back to his hand to be able to get more later.
It seems to be what he's actually planning to do as well. We'll, as you mentioned, clear the board in the process of doing that. Play that lesser golem as well, and by the looks of things, he will Shadow Step that Kazakhstan back so he can once again play again. Oh!
That's
Okay.
cool. Cute play.
Interesting play. Oh, I get what he's doing. He's doing the battle cry there in order to strengthen them that little bit more and start to put some real pressure onto Rakario, because now he's getting close to being lethal.
Yeah, I think Absolute Zero definitely has lethal over 2 turns. I think next turn he's going to play the Wicked Stab along with the Cult Neophyte. That Flame Strike's a really good pickup.
Yeah, Flamestroke basically was exactly what he needed to save the day at this point, and as you can see, he was thinking about playing that Cram session, but thought, you know what, let's just use that hero power and make sure I got a completely clear board. Janda's Barov, definitely a nice pickup for Absolute Zero here, who's still definitely well and truly in control of this game, and is just going to continue to play things out now a little bit as a matter of course for the time being.
Yeah, he's going to play that. He's going to be able to play Cult Neophyte to limit the amount of cards that can be played next turn.
And once again, like you said, that Cult Neophyte being a real thorn in the sides of these, caster mages who really focus on the purely spells going forward. So, a bit rough for Rakario, who's had to deal with Cult Neophyte after Cult Neophyte play, and of course he's got a decent chunk of mana now, so playing it here means it doesn't affect him as much as it could before, but still pretty damn effective considering what it does.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen Cult Neophyte be played like 4 or 5 times this game. It's crazy.
Once again, that's going to cost a little bit more there. Has picked up a Ruined Orb off the top of that deck. Apex Blast still available. We'll use that Ruined Orb by the looks of things now just to clean out the Mist Runner, but fortunately for him, turns out he's like, oh, was that the real one? Probably wasn't. There we go. Has cleaned it out now, so he's probably not the best use of the card, but still something less on the board. Now has that Apex Blast, and looks like he's still going to be using it just to clear away and provide him something back in return.
Oh, that's a really good one to get off.
That is very nice. That is very nice indeed. The Gold Rod.
It would have
the Gold
been,
Road Grunt.
Yeah, he would have lost without it. Alexstrasza would have done 8 damage for exact lethal. But now he can still play Alexstrasza anyway. To clear off the Gold Road Grunt, push for 5 damage, possibly push for 5 damage, and then just let your opponent deal with your Jandice, your Cult Neophyte, and your Alexstrasza.
Oh, looks like he will be doing that exactly, which means the Frenzy won't pop, but it does mean that it was able to save him for the time being, and he does pick up Refreshing Spring Water. That's not too bad. That should be enough to. That's basically a free card draw for him off the back of it. Does that get the Combustion? Does get the Fireball, and I think that might be enough for him to actually just save face for the time being, because I think that Backstab just not there yet. We'll upgrade it the next turn. Has Swindle, has Secret Passage, so still can generate, obviously, a return for this, but he comes to Apex Blast as well directly afterwards, and will summon on up a Ringmaster.
Oh, and there's a Field Contact as well, so he's going to be drawing a lot of cards.
Here we go.
Even then, Absolute Zero has like 2 turn lethals. He can hit with his dagger twice, and there's his second Wicked Stab.
That is going to be it. Absolute Zero starts digging, and he finds what he needs to beat Raikari. So he's able to turn it around, because Raikari was the first one to win this match, but Absolute Zero is able to turn around in the next 2 directly afterwards. He's Mage, not seeming to hold up to scruff up against Absolute Zero. So pretty crazy on the side of that there. How do you feel about the way that particular match went? Is there anything that was a bit of a surprise for you, Yaoway?
Not a surprise, but they were all very exciting matches to play. I think we saw a good assortment of matches even on the North conference today as well. So we've definitely got very capable people going into the grand finals. We've seen them all play decks very well. They've all I think at the end of the day, it turned out that people playing tried and trusted decks did a lot better than people that were bringing like stuff that they thought would be under the radar. But it's interesting to see how this will carry on to the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I guess you could say the other conferences can definitely look at these conferences today, begin to learn from them and see, okay, maybe these homebrew ones aren't the best. Maybe I can put a little bit of extra into my homebrew to give it that spice that no one can deal with. But that being said, guys, I'm actually going to be closing out the day for the East and North conferences. Unfortunately, we won't be able to put it on through there, but that does mean we will be putting up the bracket very quickly here. As you can see, Wet Goose and Raikari will be sitting there to play their last game, but both of these players will be making their way through on this conference. They are through to the next round. So guys, thank you very much for spending some time to watch the 2021 Hearthstone Uni Cup conferences. By that being said, it is presented by Blizzard and AEL, and of course supported by Macca. So definitely continue watching, keep up the news and that sort of stuff there as well. I'm sorry, heard something there in the background, but didn't get that at the very end there. And by the way, guys, we do have Macca's replays that you can check out throughout the day on the socials available as well. Remember, if you guys want to check out those replays. And that being said, guys, we will be playing those Macca's replays right now. So we'll be leaving it right out that there. Make sure you guys get to check those out. Let's get rid of that Nero Fireblade as well. And now directly afterwards, even though he's managed to return some of the HP for me and myself, most of his board has been cleared, and that's a lot of damage straight to the face directly afterwards.
It's a little unfortunate that, yeah, that is enough. So yeah, this will all just came down to Ink not using the Shadow Steps and 10 moves, which are the source of the damage for the rogue.
As you can see there, that is the lethal coming. For him, you will now use the Shooting Star instead, which does do a decent amount of damage. I think it's still lethal.
That is lethal anyway, right?
Yep, still lethal.
Oh.
Yeah, it is just lethal. Never mind, Rakira.
Lethal as long as the cane, as well as the cane.
Oh, there you go. There's something good. So Rakari was just bidding his time off the sense of it. Has lethal, and he will be finishing this one off. And as you can see, Quakelord even says, well played. 5-5, but at least he's able to get out another Cult Neophyte and just continue to delay Rakari from realizing what he wants to do. And that is a lot of damage coming out on turn 6, and really unfortunately for him, but still has another cram session available to himself.
Oh, but that's a really good pickup for Raikiri.
Oof, loses a bit of that there in the end. That's actually really nice. The Yokes are on tip. Looks like he's still going to be using it just to clear away and provide him something back in return.
Oh, that's a really good one to get off.
That is very nice. That is very nice indeed. The gold rod.
You would have.